Welcome to Ultimate Harry. This channel is about Harry Potter what if stories where things don't go the normal way, magic is stronger and darker, and the wizarding world shows its hidden side. You've seen today's title. What if Harry ordered a full goblin audit of the Potter vaults? Quick note before we start. This video is self-recorded and made following YouTube's latest rules. All stories here are originally written and created only for storytelling and entertainment. If you like dark timelines, powerful Harry, and ancient magic, subscribe and be part of Ultimate Harry. Now, let's begin.
Chapter 1 The Weight of Gold. The quiet was the first thing that felt wrong. Harry stood in the center of his bedroom at number 4, Privet Drive, the early morning light a thin, pale stripe against the curtains. The room was bare. The cage on the wardrobe, once home to Hedwig, was empty, its door hanging open like a silent question. The trunk at the foot of his bed was packed, not with the usual clutter of a boy heading back to school, but with the essentials of a life being packed away. It was August 1st. His 17th birthday had come and gone 2 days ago, a quiet, almost guilty affair celebrated with the Weasleys at the Burrow. He'd received a beautiful, hand-knitted jumper from Mrs. Weasley, chocolate brown this time, with a large H on it, a sneakoscope from Ron, and an enchanted quill set from Hermione that never ran out of ink. It had been a good day. A normal day. But normal didn't last. He'd returned to Privet Drive the previous evening at the Order's insistence. One last time. One last week of this stifling, poisonous normality before the protection on his aunt's bloodline would break on his birthday. Or rather, it had broken, but the Order wanted him here for the official lifting of the enchantment, a technicality that felt like a cruel joke. He was of age now. He was a target. And he was supposed to be here, in this house where he was nothing but a burden, a freak, a thing to be tolerated. Downstairs, he could hear the clatter of Aunt Petunia making breakfast, the low grumble of Uncle Vernon's voice, and the distant thump of Dudley's stereo. The sounds were a wall, a language spoken by people who were not his family. He pulled the worn letter from his pocket. It wasn't from his friends. It was from Gringotts Wizarding Bank. A simple, cream-colored envelope addressed in elegant, emerald green ink to Mr. H. Potter, bedroom number 2, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The seal was a perfect, sharp impression of a goblin's profile. He'd received it by owl 2 days ago, just before his birthday dinner. He'd stuffed it in his pocket, meaning to ask Hermione about it, but the warmth of the Burrow had pushed it from his mind. Now, in the cold light of his sterile room, the seal seemed to gleam with an unspoken challenge. He broke it open with a thumb. Inside was a single sheet of heavy parchment. The message was brief, the handwriting sharp and angular. Mr. Potter, as you have now attained your magical majority, we are required by Clause 437 of the Gringotts Charter to inform you that the management of Vault 687, the primary Potter family vault, is now fully transferred to your authority. Furthermore, in accordance with Goblin law concerning ancient lines, we are obliged to remind you that account holders may, at any time, request a full and independent audit of their vaults, their contents, and any historical transactions conducted thereupon. Such an audit, conducted by the Goblin Nation's own historical assessors, can reveal discrepancies, uncover previously vaulted assets, and confirm the rightful inheritance of property. Asterisk. Should you wish to enact such an audit, you need only present this letter at the main teller's desk and request the services of an audit manager. We remain, as ever, Gringotts Wizarding Bank, a division of the Goblin Nation. Harry read the letter 3 times. He'd been to Gringotts plenty of times. He'd watched in awe as Hagrid retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from his vault, the tiny one for his meager savings. He'd visited the larger, deeper Potter vault with Hagrid once, a cavernous space filled with piles of gold. But he'd never thought about it beyond that. It was his gold. It was for school supplies, for robes, for the occasional treat. An audit. The word sounded dry and official. Boring. But the phrase asterisk, uncover previously vaulted assets, asterisk snagged in his mind. Previously vaulted. Things he didn't know about. He thought of his parents. All he had of them was a photo album, a few letters, and a cloak. What if there was more? A book. A journal. Something of his mother's. The thought was a sudden, sharp ache in his chest. Downstairs, a door slammed. Boy. Breakfast. And don't dawdle, we haven't got all day. The bellow shattered the fragile piece. Harry folded the letter carefully, tucking it into his jean pocket. The thought of sitting at that table, enduring their pointed silence and barely concealed loathing, felt like swallowing glass. He didn't go down. Instead, he pulled his trunk to the edge of the bed, opened it, and began to repack with a new, quiet purpose. He wasn't staying here a second longer than necessary. The order could collect him from the burrow. He was going to Gringotts. The leaky cauldron was a welcome blur of warmth and the smell of cooking onions after the sterile silence of the Muggle world. Harry, clad in his Muggle clothes but feeling less like a fraud now that he was here, nodded to Tom the barman, who gave him a wide, knowing grin and a thumbs up towards the back door. Harry slipped through the pub and into the cramped, rubbish-strewn yard. He raised his wand, tapping the specific brick in the wall 3 times. The bricks shuddered, twisted, and parted, revealing the archway into Diagon Alley. It was bustling. Parents dragged children laden with cauldrons and books. Owls hooted from the Elop's display. The air hummed with magic and chatter. For a moment, Harry just stood there, letting it wash over him. This was his world, not Privet Drive. He walked with purpose, weaving through the crowds. He passed Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor, boarded up and forlorn, a stark reminder of the war that was brewing. He passed Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, a blaze of orange and purple, and felt a pang of longing to see George's smile, to hear Fred's laugh, to believe in that kind of joy again. He pushed on. Gringotts loomed at the end of the street, a dazzling white marble temple that made every other building look slightly shabby. The bronze doors gleamed, and the burnished goblins in their scarlet and gold uniforms stood at attention on either side. Harry climbed the white stone steps, the letter burning a hole in his pocket. Inside, the second set of silver doors swung shut behind him with a deep, echoing clang, muffling the sounds of the alley. The vast marble hall was cool, hushed, and filled with the scratch of quills and the low, guttural murmur of goblin voices. He approached the nearest free teller, a goblin with sharp, intelligent eyes and a quill tucked behind a large, pointed ear. The goblin looked him up and down, taking in his Muggle t-shirt and jeans with a flicker of disdain. Yes. Harry pulled out the letter. I need to see an audit manager. The goblin's eyes narrowed. He took the letter, his long fingers tracing the seal before breaking it. He read it, his expression unchanging. He looked from the letter to Harry, then back to the letter. Wait here, the goblin grunted. He slid off his high stool and disappeared through a door behind the counter, leaving the letter on his desk. Harry waited. Minutes ticked by. He could feel the eyes of other goblins on him, their gazes sharp and assessing. He shifted his weight, feeling foolish. An audit. It was probably a waste of time. He should have just got his money and gone. The door opened. The first goblin reappeared and jerked his head. This way. Griphook will see you. Griphook. The name was familiar. He was the goblin who had helped them break into the Lestrange's vault. The one who had been with them at Malfoy Manor, who had been so eager for the sword of Gryffindor. A knot of tension formed in Harry's stomach. He was led down a corridor, past offices where goblins pored over ledgers, past the entrance to the cart tunnels, and into a small, windowless room. A single, heavy iron lamp hung from the ceiling, illuminating a desk of dark, polished wood. Behind the desk sat Griphook. He was smaller than Harry remembered, his face a web of fine lines, his black eyes sharp as chips of flint. He wore a fine, embroidered waistcoat over his simple tunic. He was not smiling. Mr. Potter, Griphook said, his voice a dry rustle. Please, sit. Harry sat in the hard wooden chair opposite him. The air in the room was close and smelled of dust and old parchment. Griphook didn't offer any pleasantries. He picked up the letter. You received our standard notification. You wish to request an audit. It wasn't a question, but Harry nodded. Yes. May I ask why? It was a blunt question, and Harry gave an equally blunt answer. My parents died when I was 1. I have almost nothing that belonged to them. The letter mentioned previously vaulted assets. I want to know if there's anything more. Griphook stared at him for a long, unnerving moment. The silence stretched, filled only by the faint, distant rattle of the mine carts deep underground. An audit is a serious undertaking, Mr. Potter, Griphook said slowly. It is not a simple counting of coins. It is a magical and historical examination of your family's financial and proprietary history. It can take days. It can be invasive. It can also be dangerous, should we uncover items of a volatile nature. I understand, Harry said, his voice firmer than he felt. Do you? Griphook leaned forward slightly, the lamplight casting deep shadows in the lines of his face. You are a famous wizard, Mr. Potter. Your name is well known. Your family's vault is ancient. There are those who would be very interested in the results of a full audit. Not all of them would be friends of yours. Harry's mind immediately went to Voldemort. To the Death Eaters. To the Ministry, which felt increasingly like an enemy. What could be in his vault that they would want? An audit is a private matter between a client and the Goblin Nation, Griphook continued. We are the wardens and guardians of what lies beneath. Our laws are absolute, our discretion, legendary. But even we can be pressured. Harry met his gaze. Are you advising me not to do it? A flicker of something, respect, amusement, crossed Griphook's face. I am informing you of the realities. The decision, of course, is yours. You are of age. He slid a thick, leather-bound book across the desk towards Harry. It was ancient, the leather cracked and dry. Emblazoned on the cover in faded gold leaf was the Potter family crest. This is the ledger of your vaults. Sign here, and here. He pointed to a line at the bottom of a page filled with spidery, centuries-old signatures. Names: Linfred of Stinchcombe, Abraham Potter, Fleemont Potter. His father's signature, James Potter, was there, neat and clear. Harry's heart clenched. He was about to sign his name right below his father's. Griphook offered him a silver quill. Its tip was razor sharp. A blood quill, Harry said, the word bitter on his tongue. He remembered the words cutting into the back of his hand in Dolores Umbridge's office. A signature quill, Griphook corrected. Your blood is the key, Mr. Potter. It is the oldest, most incontrovertible form of identification. It proves you are who you say you are. It binds you to the contract. A drop will do. Harry took the quill. It was cold, almost icy in his hand. He looked at his father's name, a tangible connection. To a man he never knew. He thought of his mother's laugh, captured in a photograph. He thought of a home he couldn't remember. What else was hidden, buried in the dark, waiting to be found? He pricked his finger. A single, crimson bead welled up. He touched the tip of the quill to it, and the quill absorbed the blood, its silver surface gleaming with a sudden, internal light. He brought it to the page and, in the space below his father's name, he wrote, Harry James Potter. The ink shimmered, turning from black to a deep, ruby red, then settled back to black. For a moment, the parchment seemed to hum with a low energy, a vibration Harry felt through the tips of his fingers on the desk. The names above his father's, his grandfather's, all the way back, seemed to glow faintly, a chain of light connecting him to a past he was only just beginning to grasp. Griphook took the quill back and examined the signature with a critical eye. He nodded, a small, almost imperceptible movement. The contract is sealed. The audit will commence immediately. A historical assessor will be assigned to your account. It will take time. How much time? Harry asked. That depends on what we find. Griphook stood, signaling the meeting was over. You will be notified when the preliminary report is ready. I suggest you return to your usual business. This is a matter for goblins now. It was a dismissal. Harry stood, feeling strangely lightheaded. He had just signed a contract in blood. He had just set something in motion he didn't fully understand. Griphook walked him to the door. As Harry reached for the handle, Griphook spoke again, his voice even lower. The Potter family was once great, Mr. Potter. Not merely wealthy, but influential. There were branches of the family that pursued knowledge over gold, magic over politics. Some of their acquisitions were not always strictly legal, even by wizarding standards. An audit will bring those shadows into the light. Harry turned to look at him. Griphook's black eyes were unreadable. What kind of acquisitions? Harry asked. Griphook's thin lips stretched into what might have been a smile. That, Mr. Potter, is precisely what the audit will determine. Good day. He closed the door, leaving Harry alone in the stone corridor, the weight of his decision settling on his shoulders like a leaden cloak. The contract was signed. The goblins were searching, and somewhere in the impenetrable dark beneath his feet, his family's secrets were stirring from their long sleep. He walked back through the marble hall, past the clinking of gold and the rustle of parchments, and out into the bright, oblivious sunshine of Diagon Alley. The world looked the same, but Harry felt irrevocably changed. He had asked a question. And now, he would have to live with the answer. As he stepped through the leaky cauldron and back into the Muggle world to find the nearest fireplace for the flow network, he couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on him. Not from the passers-by on the street, but from somewhere deeper. Older. The weight of gold, he was beginning to understand, was nothing compared to the weight of history. Chapter 2, Shadows in the Ledger. The burrow hummed with its usual chaotic symphony. A pair of self-knitting needles clicked away in a basket by the fire, a kettle whistled on the stove, and the clock in the hallway whirred and ticked as its various hands pointed to everything from mortal peril to tea. It was the safest sound in the world, Harry thought, as he sat at the kitchen table, poking at a slice of treacle tart. 3 days had passed since his visit to Gringotts. 3 days of helping Mrs. Weasley prepare for Bill and Fleur's wedding, of dodging questions about why he seemed distracted, of lying awake in Ron's cramped bedroom while the night pressed in around him. He hadn't told anyone about the audit. Not Ron, not Hermione, not even Mr. Weasley when he'd popped in to check on them. It felt private, somehow. A conversation between him and the ghosts of his family. But the secret sat inside him like a stone. "What's wrong with you?" Ron asked, collapsing into the chair opposite him and grabbing a cold sausage from a plate. "You've been staring at that tart for 10 minutes. It's not going to confess anything." Harry forced a shrug. "Just thinking. Dangerous habit." Ron grinned, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. They were all on edge, these days. The dark mark burned over homes. Disappearances were reported in the Daily Prophet every morning. The wedding felt like a held breath, a moment of peace before everything shattered. Hermione swept in from the garden, a book tucked under her arm and a smudge of dirt on her nose. She'd been helping Fleur with the flowers, though Harry suspected she'd really been finding a quiet corner to read. "Have you seen the Prophet today?" Another family in Ottery Street. Catchpole. She stopped, looking between them. "What?" "Nothing," Ron said quickly. "Harry's just being weird." "Harry's always weird," Hermione said, but her eyes lingered on him with that sharp, analytical gaze that missed nothing. "What is it?" Before Harry could deflect, the fireplace roared with green flame and Arthur Weasley stumbled out, soot-covered and pale. He was in his Muggle clothes, a tweed coat over a terribly mismatched shirt, but his expression was all wrong. Arthur was usually cheerful, curious, endlessly optimistic. Now he looked like a man who'd seen something he couldn't unsee. "Dad." Ron was on his feet. "What happened?" Arthur brushed ash from his sleeves, his movements mechanical. "The Ministry. It's..." He stopped, glancing at Harry. Something passed across his face. Pity. Concern. "There's been a development. I need to speak with Molly." But Molly was already coming through from the garden, her wand in her hand and her expression sharp. "Arthur. What's wrong?" He drew her aside, but in the Burrows' kitchen, privacy was an illusion. Their whispered words carried just enough for Harry to catch fragments. "Raid last night. Death Eaters. Ministry leak, and Harry's name." The stone in Harry's stomach grew heavier. He stood, his chair scraping against the floor. "Mr. Weasley. What is it?" Arthur turned, his face strained. For a long moment, he simply looked at Harry, as if trying to decide how much damage the truth would do. Then he sighed, the sound heavy with resignation. "There was a break-in at the Ministry last night," he said quietly. "The Department of Mysteries." Harry's blood went cold. He knew that department. He'd been there, in a lifetime that felt both yesterday and centuries ago. He'd watched Sirius fall through the veil there. "They took something," Arthur continued. "We don't know what yet. The department is sealed, the unspeakables are in chaos." "But Harry..." He hesitated. "Whoever broke in, they left a message. Written in blood on the wall of the main hall." Molly made a choked sound, her hand flying to her mouth. "What message?" Harry asked, though he already knew. He could feel it, a cold certainty spreading through his chest. Arthur's voice was barely a whisper. It said, "The Potters, debt comes due." The kitchen fell absolutely silent. Even the knitting needles stopped their clicking. Ron stared at his father, his face bloodless. Hermione's book slid from her grasp and hit the floor with a thud that sounded like a gunshot. Harry felt as though he'd been plunged into ice water. The Potters' debt. What debt? His parents had been murdered, their house destroyed, their lives stolen. What could they possibly owe? When? The word came out rough, unrecognizable. "Last night. Just after midnight," Arthur said. The Aurors are investigating, but, he spread his hands helplessly. There's no trace of the intruders. No magical signature they can identify. It's as if ghosts walked through the walls. Harry thought of Griphook's words, there are those who would be very interested in the results of a full audit. He thought of the blood quill, his signature burning into ancient parchment. 3 days. 3 days since he'd asked the goblins to dig into his family's past. And now this. The audit, he breathed. Everyone stared at him. What audit? Hermione demanded, her voice sharp with sudden suspicion. Harry, what audit? He hadn't meant to say it aloud. But the words were out now, hanging in the kitchen air like smoke. He sank back into his chair, his legs suddenly unable to hold him. I went to Gringotts, he said. 3 days ago. On my birthday, I got a letter about coming of age, and vault management. It said I could request a full audit of the Potter vaults. Historical audit. To find things that might be hidden, or lost, or, he ran a hand through his hair, tugging at the ends. I wanted to see if there was anything of my parents. Anything I didn't know about. The silence that followed was worse than the first. It was heavy, accusatory. You did what? Ron's voice cracked. Harry, you went to Gringotts alone and signed up for some deep magical investigation without telling anyone. After everything that happened with the locket, with the sword, with Griphook. I know, Harry said, the words tumbling out. I know it was stupid. But Griphook said it was private, that goblin law protected the results. I didn't think. No, Hermione said quietly. You didn't think. Or you didn't want to think. She knelt beside his chair, her face close to his, her eyes searching. Harry, what did you sign? Exactly. Word for word. He closed his eyes, trying to remember. A contract. A blood quill. I signed my name below my father's in this old ledger. Griphook said it bound me to the audit. That they would assign a historical assessor and notify me when they had a preliminary report. Hermione sat back on her heels, her expression troubled. A blood contract with goblins is incredibly binding. Ancient magic. You've essentially given them permission to examine every transaction, every deposit, every withdrawal from the Potter vaults going back centuries. And whatever they find becomes known. To them. To the Goblin Nation. The message said, the Potters, debt, Arthur said slowly, lowering himself into a chair. Not Harry's debt. The Potters. Plural. Generational. You think there's something in the vault, Ron said, his voice barely above a whisper. Something from way back. And someone doesn't want it found. Or someone wants it found before the goblins get to it, Hermione corrected. The Department of Mysteries break in, they were looking for something. Information, maybe. Or a weapon. Something connected to the Potters. Harry's mind raced. His parents had been in the Order of the Phoenix, yes. They'd fought Voldemort and died. But before that, his father's family had been pure bloods, old money, established. His mother had been Muggle-born, her family unremarkable. What could possibly connect them to the Department of Mysteries? What debt could span generations? Your grandmother, Molly said suddenly. Everyone turned to look at her. She was pale, but her eyes were focused, distant, as if she were reaching back through decades of memory. Doria Potter. She was a Black before she married Charles Potter. The name hung in the air like a curse. Black. The family that produced Sirius and his mad mother, Bellatrix Lestrange, Narcissa Malfoy. A family tree rotten with dark witches and wizards. Sirius never mentioned her, Harry said. He wouldn't have, Molly replied. She died before he was born, I think. But I remember my mother talking about her. Doria Black caused quite a scandal when she married Charles. The Blacks were always particular about blood purity, and Charles, while pure blood, was considered too progressive, too friendly with Muggle lovers and blood traitors. A faint, sad smile crossed her face. Sound familiar? Harry thought of his own parents, his father from an old family, his mother Muggle-born. The pattern repeated. It always repeated. She was disowned, Arthur said quietly. Struck from the Black family tree. But she was a Black. She would have known things. Had access to things. The Department of Mysteries studies death, time, space, thought, love, Hermione recited, her voice taking on the quality of someone reading from a textbook. The Unspeakables research the deepest mysteries of magic. If Doria Black Potter had knowledge of something the department wanted, or something Voldemort wants. It could be in the vault, Ron finished. Whatever it is. And the goblins are about to find it. Harry stood abruptly, his chair skidding back. I have to go back. I have to stop the audit. Hermione grabbed his arm. You can't. Blood contracts with goblins aren't like wizarding contracts. You can't just cancel them. The magic won't allow it. Then I have to warn them. Tell them what's happened. Maybe they can, I don't know, expedite it, or seal the results, or maybe they're already compromised, Arthur said grimly. Harry, the message at the ministry wasn't just a threat. It was a declaration. Whoever left it knows about the audit. They knew you'd understand the message. They're watching. Harry felt trapped, the walls of the cozy kitchen suddenly closing in. He thought of Griphook's black eyes, his warning, there are those who would be very interested in the results of a full audit. Not all of them would be friends of yours. The goblin had known. He'd tried to tell Harry, in his own way, and Harry had signed anyway, driven by nothing more than sentimental longing for parents he'd never known. I've made a mistake, he said quietly. A bad one. You made a human one, Molly said firmly, coming to stand beside him. She put a warm, flour-dusted hand on his shoulder. You wanted to know your family. There's no shame in that. The shame isn't the point, Harry said. The danger is, if Voldemort finds out what's in that vault before I do. Then we find out first, Ron said, with a sudden flash of the determination that made him a good chess player. We go to Gringotts. We demand answers. We're not completely useless, you know. Hermione's read every book ever written, and I'm here. Despite everything, Harry felt a flicker of warmth. Ron, don't get all soppy about it. Ron reddened. We're in this together. Yeah, whatever's in your vault, it's ours too. That's how this works. Hermione nodded firmly. He's right. We'll go tomorrow. First thing. And this time, we go prepared. The next morning dawned gray and overcast, a thin drizzle misting the air as they stepped through the leaky cauldron into Diagon Alley. The street was quieter than usual, the usual bustle subdued. People hurried past with their heads down, not meeting anyone's eyes. The war was creeping closer, and everyone could feel it. Gringotts rose before them, white and implacable. Harry's heart hammered as they climbed the steps, past the watchful goblin guards. Inside, the marble hall was cool and echoing. Fewer customers than usual. More goblins at the desks, their sharp eyes tracking every movement. Harry approached the same teller as before. The goblin recognized him immediately, his lip curling slightly. Mr. Potter, you're early. The audit is not complete. I need to speak with Griphook, Harry said. It's urgent. The goblin's eyes flicked to Ron and Hermione, then back to Harry. Griphook is not available. Then get someone else. A manager. Anyone. Harry leaned forward, lowering his voice. There was a break-in at the ministry 2 nights ago. A message was left. It mentioned the Potters. I need to know what's in my vault before someone else does. For a long moment, the goblin simply stared at him. Then, with a grunt, he slid off his stool and disappeared through the same door as before. They waited. The minutes stretched. Ron shifted his weight, clearly uncomfortable. Hermione studied the carved pillars, the enchanted chandeliers, the watchful goblins at every teller station. He's taking too long, she murmured. Before Harry could respond, the door opened. A goblin emerged, not Griphook, but an older, even more wizened creature with a pronounced limp and eyes the color of tarnished brass. He wore robes of fine black velvet, and his pointed teeth were visible in what might have been a smile. Mr. Potter, he said, his voice like stones grinding together. I am Ragnarok, director of Ancient Holdings. Please, come with me. Your companions as well. He led them through the door and down a corridor far more ornate than the one Harry had visited before. Tapestries lined the walls, depicting goblin history, battles, treaties, the founding of Gringotts. They passed offices, meeting rooms, and finally stopped before a massive iron door carved with scenes of dragons and warriors. Ragnarok touched the door with a long finger, and it swung inward silently. The room beyond was vast, a circular chamber with a high, domed ceiling. A table of dark, polished stone dominated the center, and around it sat 5 goblins. Griphook was among them, his face carefully blank. Please, sit, Ragnarok said, gesturing to 3 empty chairs facing the council. Harry sat, Ron and Hermione flanking him. The weight of 5 goblin stares was immense, assessing Harry felt like a specimen under glass. The audit, Ragnarok began, taking his place at the head of the table, has revealed complications. Complications. Harry's voice was steady, but his heart was pounding. Griphook spoke for the first time. The Potter vaults are not merely ancient, Mr. Potter. They are layered. Magically layered. There are compartments within compartments, seals upon seals. Some of them predate the founding of Gringotts itself. They were not created by goblins. Then who created them? The goblins exchanged glances. Ragnarok leaned forward. That is the question, isn't it? The seals bear magical signatures we do not recognize. They are old. Very old. Older than the Potter line, we believe. Which suggests that the Potters were not the original owners of everything in those vaults. Hermione drew a sharp breath. Custodians. They were custodians of something. Perhaps, Ragnarok agreed. Or perhaps they conquered it. Stole it. Inherited it through marriage or conquest. The records are incomplete. But one thing is certain. There is something in the deepest level of the Potter vaults that has not been touched in over 1,000 years. And whatever it is waking up. A chill ran down Harry's spine. Waking up. The seals are deteriorating, Griphook said. Slowly, but perceptibly. They were keyed to blood, to lineage. As the Potter line thinned, the magic weakened. Your signature, Mr. Potter, your blood on the contract, it was like a key turning in a lock. The vault knows its master has come of age. And it is responding. Harry thought of the blood quill, the way the names on the ledger had glowed. He thought of the message at the ministry, the Potter's debt comes due. Asterisk. What's in it? He asked. The deepest level. What's inside? Ragnarok's brass-colored eyes gleamed. We do not know. The seals prevent us from seeing. But we can tell you what the vault was built to contain, based on the enchantments surrounding it. He raised a hand, and the air above the table shimmered. Images formed, symbols, diagrams, flowing script in a language Harry didn't recognize. The vault was constructed to contain something that cannot be destroyed, Ragnarok said. Something that must be hidden, but also preserved. The enchantments are protective, yes, but also nourishing. Whatever is inside, it is not merely stored there. It is kept alive. Alive, Ron blurted. There's something alive in Harry's vault. For 1,000 years. Alive is perhaps the wrong word, Griphook corrected. Preserved. Sustained. Held in a state of potential. Harry's mind reeled. 1,000 years. Before the Potters were even called Potters. Before Hogwarts was founded. Something his ancestors had hidden, guarded, passed down through generations. And now it was his. Who else knows about this? Hermione asked sharply. The break-in at the ministry, someone was looking for information. Could they know? The goblins exchanged another glance. This one was different, darker. That, Ragnarok said slowly, is the other complication. The message at the ministry, the Potter's debt, we believe we know what it refers to. He waved his hand again, and the symbols dissolved, replaced by a genealogical chart. Harry saw names he recognized, Black, Potter, Peverell. And connected to them, other names, older names, names that seemed to ride on the parchment. The Potters, like many old families, made deals, Ragnarok said. Alliances. Pacts. Some with other wizarding families. Some with creatures. And some, he paused, letting the silence stretch. Some with forces beyond the usual understanding of magic. You're talking about dark magic, Harry said flatly. I am talking about power, Mr. Potter. Power has no morality. It simply is. Your ancestors understood this. They made choices, some wise, some foolish, some necessary. And one of those choices created a debt. A debt that has been passed down through the generations, waiting for the moment when it could be called due. When is that moment? Harry asked, though he already feared the answer. Ragnarok's gaze was unblinking. When the last Potter comes of age and claims his inheritance. When the vault opens fully. When the seals break and whatever is inside is released. The room spun around Harry. He gripped the edge of the stone table, feeling its cold solidity, the only real thing in a world that had suddenly become a nightmare. I'm not going to open it, he said. I don't want whatever's in there. Seal it again. Reinforce the seals. Leave it alone. You cannot, Griphook said, and for the first time, something like sympathy flickered in his black eyes. The contract you signed, Mr. Potter. The blood quill. It didn't just authorize an audit. It acknowledged you as the master of the vaults. The magic recognizes you now. The seals recognize you. They are responding to your existence, your proximity. Whether you open the vault or not, whatever is inside knows you are here. And it is waiting. Harry stared at him, the weight of 1,000 years pressing down on his shoulders. He had wanted to know his family. He had wanted something of his parents. Instead, he had awakened something ancient, something hungry, something that had been patient for centuries. And now it was calling to him. "We need to leave," Hermione said urgently, standing. "We need to think, to research, too." But before she could finish, the iron door burst open. A goblin messenger stood there, his face ashen beneath his usual pallor. "Director," he gasped. "The Ministry. Aurors. They're here. They're demanding access to the Potter vaults. They have a warrant signed by the minister himself." Ragnarok rose, his face hardening into something ancient and terrible. "On what grounds?" The messenger swallowed hard. "They claim the Potters harbored dark artifacts. That the vault contains evidence of crimes against the ministry. They're calling it." He glanced at Harry, fear in his eyes. "They're calling it a threat to national security. And they're not alone. Death Eaters are with them. In disguise, but we know. They've come to take whatever's in that vault. By force if necessary." Harry was on his feet, his wand in his hand though he didn't remember drawing it. Ron and Hermione moved close to him, their own wands out. The 5 goblins at the table rose as one. Ragnarok's face was a mask of fury. "Gringotts has never surrendered a vault to outside forces," he said, his voice ringing against the stone walls. "Not in 1,000 years. We will not start today." He looked at Harry, and in his brass-colored eyes, Harry saw something unexpected: respect. And a warning. "Mr. Potter, your debt is not yet due. But it will be. And when it is, you will need to choose. What kind of Potter will you be? The kind who runs from his inheritance, or the kind who faces it, no matter the cost?" Before Harry could answer, the distant sound of explosions echoed through the corridors. The ministry had arrived, and they were done asking permission. Harry gripped his wand tighter, the wood warm against his palm. Somewhere deep beneath his feet, in a vault that had waited 1,000 years, something stirred in the dark. Waiting for him. Chapter 3, The Siege of Gringotts. The first explosion shook dust from the domed ceiling. Harry felt it through the soles of his trainers, a deep vibration that resonated in his bones. The 5 goblins around the table moved with a speed that belied their aged appearances. Ragnarok barked orders in a language Harry didn't recognize, harsh and guttural, and 3 of the council members disappeared through side doors, their robes billowing. "You cannot stay here," Griphook said, rounding the table to face them. His black eyes were bright with something that might have been fear or fury, Harry couldn't tell which. "If the ministry finds you in Gringotts during an unauthorized intrusion, they will arrest you. Or worse. They're here for me," Harry said. "For the vault. I won't hide while. You will do exactly as I say." Griphook's voice cracked like a whip. "You are a client of this bank, Mr. Potter. Your safety is our responsibility. More importantly, your blood is now bound to the deepest vaults. If you are taken, if your blood is spilled or used against these seals," he stopped, his jaw working. "There are things in this earth that make dragons look like kittens. Do not make me summon them." Another explosion, closer this time. The floor shuddered. Ron grabbed Harry's arm. "Harry, he's right. We can't fight the whole ministry and whatever Death Eaters are with them. Not here. Not now." "He's also right about the seals," Hermione added urgently. "If they take you, if they force you to open that vault." "I know." Harry shook off Ron's grip but nodded. "Fine. Where do we go?" Griphook was already moving toward a section of the wall that looked like solid stone. He pressed his palm against it, muttering under his breath, and a door-shaped outline appeared, glowing faintly gold. "The Cartographer's Passage," he said. "It will take you to the level 7 transit hub. From there, you can reach any exit in the bank. But you must hurry. The passage will only remain open for 60 seconds. Hermione went first, then Ron. Harry paused at the threshold, looking back at Griphook. "Why are you helping us?" he asked. "After what happened with the sword." Griphook's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. "The sword was a theft. A betrayal. But it was also a transaction. You helped us escape Malfoy Manor. We are not entirely without honor, Mr. Potter, whatever wizards may believe." He paused. Also, if the ministry succeeds in breaching a Gringotts vault today, every goblin in this bank will fight to the death before allowing it. But we would prefer not to die. So go. Now. Harry went. The passage was narrow, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side. The walls were rough-hewn rock, glittering with veins of something that caught the golden light and threw it back in fragments. The air was cool and smelled of deep earth, of places where the sun had never reached. They ran. The passage sloped downward, then up again, twisting and turning in ways that made Harry lose all sense of direction. Behind them, the sounds of battle grew faint, then disappeared altogether, swallowed by the thickness of the stone. How far is this transit hub? Ron panted. He said level 7, Hermione replied, her voice echoing. The main lobby is level 1. We've gone down at least 3 levels, maybe 4. As if in answer, the passage opened suddenly into a cavern. It was enormous, easily the size of the main hall above, but instead of marble and chandeliers, this space was raw stone, lit by floating orbs of cold blue light. Tracks ran through it in half a dozen directions, some for the familiar mine carts, others for larger, more ominous vehicles that Harry didn't recognize. But it wasn't empty. A dozen figures stood waiting. Wizards. Aurors, by their robes, their wands out and ready. At their head stood a man Harry knew all too well. Dolores Umbridge smiled at him, her pink cardigan a jarring splash of color in the blue-lit gloom. Harry Potter, she said, her voice that same sickly sweet tone he remembered from detention. So good of you to save us the trouble of hunting you down. Harry's wand was in his hand before she finished speaking. Ron and Hermione moved to flank him, their own wands raised. Umbridge, Harry said, and the name tasted like poison. I should have known you'd be involved in something like this. Oh, this isn't my doing, dear boy. She took a step closer, and the oars behind her spread out, forming a semicircle that blocked access to the tracks. I'm merely a consultant these days. The ministry values my expertise in security matters. When we received word that you'd been conducting unauthorized business with goblins, well, someone had to ensure proper procedure was followed. Unauthorized. Hermione's voice shook with anger. Harry is of age. The vault is his by right. There's nothing unauthorized about it. Umbridge's smile widened, and Harry saw the cruelty behind it, the same cruelty that had forced him to carve words into his own flesh. The ministry has reason to believe the Potter Vault contains dark artifacts of considerable danger, she said. Artifacts that may have been used in the recent attack on the Department of Mysteries. We're here to secure those artifacts and take Mr. Potter into custody for questioning. This is insane, Ron burst out. Harry wasn't anywhere near the ministry that night. He was with us. At the Burrow. My mum and dad will vouch for him. Family vouching for family. Umbridge tutted. How touching. And how entirely worthless is evidence. The oars shifted, their wands trained on. The 3 of them. Harry counted quickly. 12. Maybe 13. Too many. Even if they fought, even if they somehow won, more would be coming. The explosions above had stopped, which meant either the goblins had surrendered or... No. Goblins didn't surrender. Last chance, Mr. Potter, Umbridge said. Lower your wand and come quietly. Resist, and I'll have no choice but to classify you as a hostile agent. The authorization I have allows for lethal force if necessary. Harry believed her. He'd seen what she was capable of when given even a sliver of power. With full ministry backing, there was no limit to what she'd do. But he also saw something else. A flicker of movement behind the oars, in the shadows at the edge of the cavern. Something large, moving quietly. He kept his eyes on Umbridge. You're making a mistake. Oh, I don't think so. She took another step forward. You see, I've waited a long time for this. Ever since that little incident in my office, with your pathetic friends and that bird. You embarrassed me, Mr. Potter. In front of the minister. In front of the school. I don't forget things like that. The movement in the shadows resolved into shape. A dragon. Not one of the ancient, winged beasts Harry had seen guarding the high-security vaults, but something else. Smaller, but still enormous, its scales the color of rusted iron, its eyes burning orange in the dim light. It was chained, he saw now, massive chains bolted into the rock, but the chains were long. Long enough. It's over, Umbridge said. Wands down. Now. Harry met her eyes. And smiled. I don't think so. He didn't look at the dragon. Didn't give it away. Instead, He raised his voice, pitching it to carry in the echoing cavern. I wonder, he said, how much dragon dung the ministry pays to have cleared off their level 7 transit hub. Must be a lot. Umbridge's smile faltered. What are you talking about? Behind her, the dragon shifted. One of the oars turned, saw it, and screamed. Chaos erupted. The dragon lunged, its chain snapping taut but still allowing it to sweep its massive head across the space where the oars stood. 3 of them were caught, thrown against the rock wall with sickening crunches. Others dove for cover, firing spells wildly. The dragon roared, a sound that shook the cavern and sent loose stones raining from above. Now, Harry shouted. They ran. Not toward the tracks, the dragon was blocking that path, but toward a side tunnel Harry had spotted, barely visible behind a pillar of natural rock. He didn't know where it led. He didn't care. Anywhere was better than here. Spells whizzed past them, green and red and blue. One caught Ron in the shoulder, and he stumbled, but Hermione grabbed him, kept him moving. Harry threw a shielding charm behind them, felt it absorb half a dozen impacts before shattering. The tunnel mouth loomed ahead. Harry dove through it, pulling Ron after him, Hermione right behind. For a moment they were in darkness, absolute and complete, and then Hermione's wand lit up, revealing a narrow passage that sloped steeply downward. Go, go, go. They ran. Behind them, the sounds of battle faded, the dragon's roars, the screaming, the crackle of spells, replaced by the pounding of their own feet and the rasp of their breath. How long they ran, Harry didn't know. Minutes. Hours. The passage twisted and turned, sometimes widening into small caves, sometimes narrowing so much they had to turn sideways to squeeze through. The air grew warmer, then cooler, then warmer again. They passed through a cavern filled with glowing mushrooms that cast an eerie purple light, and another where the walls were veined with something that looked like frozen silver. Finally, when Harry's legs were burning, and his lungs felt ready to burst, the passage opened into a space that made them all stop dead. It was a chamber. Vast, circular, with a ceiling lost in darkness above. The walls were covered in carvings, not goblin work, but something older, cruder. Scenes of battle, of worship, of figures that were not quite human raising their hands to the sky. In the center of the chamber, lit by a single beam of light that seemed to come from nowhere, stood a pedestal of black stone. And on the pedestal, a book. It was huge, bound in what looked like dragon hide, its pages edged in gold that gleamed even in the dim light. Chains of silver held it closed, wound around it 3 times and secured with a lock that bore no keyhole. What is this place? Ron whispered. Hermione moved forward slowly, her eyes wide. I don't know. I've never read about anything like this. It's not on any map of Gringotts I've ever seen. Harry felt it before he understood it. A pull, a warmth in his chest, right where his scar used to burn. Not pain, never that, but something else. Recognition. The book knew him. He walked toward it, his feet moving without conscious thought. Behind him, he heard Hermione call his name, but her voice seemed distant, muffled, as if coming through water. The pedestal was cold when he touched it. The book seemed to pulse under his fingers, a rhythm that matched his heartbeat. The silver chains gleamed, and the lock clicked. Not because he'd touched it. Not because of any spell. It simply opened, the tumblers turning with a sound like a sigh. The chains slithered away, coiling at the base of the pedestal like sleeping snakes. Harry, don't, Hermione's voice, closer now, urgent. But Harry's hand was already moving. His fingers touched the cover, felt the warmth of the dragon hide, the raised impressions of symbols he couldn't read but somehow understood. The book opened. Light exploded from between its pages. It wasn't blinding, not exactly. It was everywhere, filling the chamber, passing through them, through the walls, through the stone itself. Harry saw, for just an instant, visions. A castle on a cliff, but not Hogwarts. A forest of silver trees. A woman with eyes like stars, reaching for him. A man with a crown of flames, screaming in triumph. A door made of pure light, opening onto darkness. And then it was gone. The book lay open in his hands. The pages were blank. What was that? Ron breathed. He was pressed against the wall, his wand out, his face pale. What just happened? Hermione was staring at Harry, her expression a mixture of awe and terror. The seals, she whispered. Griphook said the seals were deteriorating. Said they were keyed to blood, to lineage. Harry, I think you just opened something. Harry looked down at the blank pages. He felt different, fuller, as if something that had been missing his entire life had just clicked into place. I don't understand, he said. What is this? Why is it here? As if in answer, words began to appear on the first page. Not written, not printed, but emerging from the parchment itself, rising like bubbles to the surface. They were in English, but in Old English, difficult to parse. Here lies the chronicle of the House of Potter, keepers of the old way, wardens of the threshold, bound by blood to that which waits beyond. Asterisk. Harry read the words aloud, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. When he finished, the book shuddered in his hands, and more words appeared. The time of waking is upon us. The last keeper has come of age. The dead approaches its reckoning. Seek the three, the cloak that hides, the stone that summons, the wand that conquers. Only together can they open the door. Only together can the debt be paid. Asterisk. The book went still. The words remained, burning into Harry's mind. The Deathly Hallows, Hermione breathed. Harry, it's talking about the Deathly Hallows. I know. Harry's voice was strange to his own ears. Calm, certain. I've had the cloak my whole life. My father's cloak. And the stone, the resurrection stone, it was in the snitch Dumbledore left me. I have it. But the wand, Ron said. The Elder Wand. It's Dumbledore's. Was Dumbledore's. No one knows where it is now. Harry thought of Dumbledore's tomb, of the white marble, of the rumors that Voldemort was searching for the most powerful wand in existence. I know where it is, he said quietly. Or at least, I know where it was. The book pulsed again, a wave of warmth that seemed to pass through Harry and into the chamber around them. The carvings on the walls began to glow, faintly at first, then brighter. The figures, those not quite human figures, seemed to move, to turn toward them. We need to go, Hermione said urgently. Now. Whatever we've triggered, we can't deal with it here. Not with Umbridge and the Aurors and who knows what else hunting for us. She was right. Harry knew she was right. But closing the book felt like tearing something away from himself. It belonged here, in his hands. It was his. He closed it anyway. The silver chain slithered back into place, winding around the cover, but the lock remained open. Waiting. Can we take it? Ron asked. If it's that important. I don't think we should move it, Hermione said. It's been here for centuries. Whatever magic is protecting it, whatever connection it has to this place, moving it could be disastrous. Harry agreed. But leaving it felt wrong too. He compromised by memorizing the chamber. Every carving, every detail. The way the light fell. The position of the pedestal. The feel of the air. I'll be back, he said to the book. I promise. The book seemed to shudder in response, a final pulse of warmth that faded as quickly as it had come. They found another passage leading out of the chamber, this one angling upward. They followed it in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Harry's mind churned with questions. The debt, the Hallows, the door. What did it all mean? What had his family been guarding for 1,000 years? The passage ended at a stone wall. Ron pushed against it, and it swung outward, revealing moonlight and cool night air. They stumbled out into a narrow alley, surrounded by the backs of shops and houses. Diagon Alley. But which part, Harry couldn't tell. We need to get back to the burrow, Hermione said. We need to tell Mr. and Mrs. Weasley what happened. We need to. She stopped. They all stopped. Because standing at the end of the alley, silhouetted against the moon, was a figure they all recognized. Tall, thin, with long white hair and a beard that flowed to his waist. Albus Dumbledore. But Dumbledore was dead. Harry had seen him fall. Had watched his body disappear into the depths of the astronomy tower. The figure stepped forward, and the moonlight caught his face. It was Dumbledore. But wrong. His eyes, usually so bright, so twinkling, were empty. Hollow. His skin had a grayish cast, like old parchment. Harry, the figure said, and his voice was Dumbledore's voice, but flat, emotionless. You've been busy. Harry raised his wand, his hand shaking. You're not him. You're not Dumbledore. No, the figure agreed. I'm not. But I know where he is. I know where all of them are. The dead, the waiting, the ones beyond the door. He tilted his head, a gesture so familiar it made Harry's heart clench. They're calling to you, Harry. Can you hear them? And then Harry did hear them. Faintly, at first, then louder. Voices. Hundreds of them. Thousands. Whispering. His name. Harry. 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 His mother's voice. His father's. Sirius's. Remus's. And others he didn't recognize, stretching back through centuries. Come to us, Harry. Open the door. Pay the debt. Come home. The figure smiled, and his teeth were too sharp, too many. The audit was only the beginning, he said. The vault was only the first lock. You've opened the chronicle now. The rest will follow, whether you want it or not. He raised his hand, and the alley dissolved into darkness. The voices swelled, became a roar, became silence. Harry woke on the cold stone floor of the alley, Ron and Hermione kneeling over him, their faces white with fear. You were gone, Ron said, his voice cracking. For like 5 minutes, you were just, your eyes were open but you weren't there. We couldn't wake you. Harry sat up slowly, his head pounding. The moon was still overhead. The alley was still empty. There was someone, he said. Someone who looked like Dumbledore. He spoke to me. He stopped. Because on the ground beside him, where his hand had been resting, there was a single silver chain. The lock from the book, open and empty, gleamed in the moonlight. He'd brought something back with him. Or something had followed. Either way, the game had changed. And Harry had the terrible feeling that it had only just begun. Chapter 4, The Weight of Inheritance. The burrow stood dark against the pre-dawn sky, a huddled shape of crooked roofs and leaning chimneys. Harry, Ron, and Hermione approached it through the garden, avoiding the main path, their footsteps muffled by dew-soaked grass. The house should have been a sanctuary, a place of warmth and safety. But as they drew closer, Harry saw the lights burning in the kitchen window, the shadows moving behind the curtains, and knew that sanctuary had already been breached. Not by Death Eaters, by worry. Mrs. Weasley met them at the back door, her wand in one hand and a frying pan in the other. The frying pan, Harry realized, was enchanted to hover beside her, its contents bubbling ominously. She took one look at them, mud-stained, exhausted, hollow-eyed, and her face crumpled. Inside. Now. They filed into the kitchen. Arthur was there, still in his ministry robes, his hair disheveled and his glasses askew. Bill and Fleur sat at the table, their hands intertwined. Fred and George were perched on the counter, their usual grins absent. Ginny stood by the fireplace, and when her eyes met Harry's, he felt something twist in his chest. Fear, longing, the desperate need to protect her from everything he'd just stumbled into. Sit down, Arthur said quietly. And tell us everything. They did. Hermione did most of the talking, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. She recounted the visit to Gringotts, the meeting with the Goblin Council, the revelation of the ancient vaults and deteriorating seals. Ron described the dragon, the escape through the tunnels, the chamber with the book. And Harry told them about the chronicle, about the words that had appeared, about the Deathly Hallows and the door and the debt. When he finished, the silence in the kitchen was absolute. Even the frying pan had stilled, its contents cooling into stillness. The Deathly Hallows, Bill said slowly. He was pale beneath his scars, his eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on alarm. You're telling me the Potter family has been guarding the secret of the Hallows for 1,000 years? Not guarding it exactly, Harry said. More like, holding something connected to them. The book said the Hallows are the key to opening the door. To paying the debt. And you have no idea what this door is. What lies beyond it? Arthur asked. Harry shook his head. The book didn't say. Just that the debt was coming due. And that thing in the alley, the thing that looked like Dumbledore, it said the dead were calling to me. Ginny made a small sound, quickly stifled. Harry didn't look at her. He couldn't. The lock, Hermione said suddenly. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the silver chain, placing it on the table. It gleamed in the lamplight, ordinary and utterly unremarkable. Except that it had been wrapped around a book that had waited centuries for Harry to find it. That came from the chronicle? Fred asked, leaning forward for a better look. It was on the book when we found it. After Harry touched it, the lock opened by itself. The chains fell away. And then, she hesitated. Then when we were leaving, Harry collapsed. When he woke up, this was beside him. Arthur picked up the lock, turning it over in his hands. No keyhole, he murmured. No visible mechanism. It opened because it was meant to open. Because Harry was meant to open it. That's a comforting thought, George muttered. Ancient prophetic book chooses Harry as its reader. What could possibly go wrong? This isn't a joke, George. Molly's voice was sharp. If the Ministry is already involved, if Death Eaters are working with them. They're not working with them officially, Arthur said. But Umbridge's presence at Gringotts confirms they have inside knowledge. Someone in the Ministry is feeding information to Voldemort's people. Or worse, someone in Voldemort's circle has infiltrated the Ministry. We need to tell the Order, Bill said. This is bigger than just Harry now. If Voldemort learns about the Hallows, about this door, about whatever the Potters have been hiding. He already knows. Harry's voice cut through the discussion like a blade. Everyone turned to him. The message at the Ministry. The Potters, debt comes due. That wasn't random. That was a declaration. They know about the audit. They know about the vault. And if they know about that, they might know about the Chronicle too. Or they know about the Hallows, Hermione said quietly. Voldemort's been obsessed with the Elder Wand for months. Dumbledore suspected it. If he's connected the Hallows to the Potter family somehow, he'd want Harry. Ron's voice was flat. Not just dead. Alive. To use. To force him to open whatever needs opening. The word hung in the air like a curse. Use. Force. Harry had spent his entire life being used by someone, Voldemort, Dumbledore, the prophecy, fate itself. The idea that it might never end, that he might always be a tool for others' purposes, made something inside him go very cold and very still. I won't let that happen, he said. Whatever this debt is, whatever's waiting beyond that door, I'll face it. But on my terms, not theirs. Molly rose from her chair and came to stand behind him, her hands resting on his shoulders. They were warm, solid, real. You're 17 years old, she said softly. You shouldn't have to face anything. You should be worrying about your NEWTs and which girl to take to the next Hogsmeade weekend. Her grip tightened. But the world doesn't care what you should have. So we'll face it together. All of us. Harry looked up at her, and for a moment he was 6 years old again, starving in a cupboard, dreaming of a mother who would hold him and tell him everything would be all right. He blinked the image away. What do we do first? He asked. It was Arthur who answered. You rest. It's almost dawn, and you've been through more tonight than most people experience in a year. We'll meet with the Order tomorrow, today, and decide our next move. But for now, you need sleep. Harry wanted to argue. Every instinct screamed at him to keep moving, to plan, to prepare. But exhaustion was a physical weight, pressing him into the chair. He nodded. Ginny caught his arm as he passed her on the way to the stairs. Her fingers were cool against his skin. Harry. Her voice was barely a whisper. Whatever this is, whatever you have to do, you're not alone. You know that, right? He wanted to kiss her. Wanted to pull her close and lose himself in the simple warmth of another person. But there were too many eyes, too many witnesses, too much uncertainty. He settled for squeezing her hand. I know. Sleep, when it came, was not restful. Harry dreamed of the chamber beneath Gringotts, but it had changed. The carvings on the walls were moving now, the not quite human figures performing rituals he couldn't understand. The pedestal stood empty, the book gone, but in its place was a door. Not a physical door, but an outline of light, pulsing with a rhythm that matched his heartbeat. The voices were back, thousands of them, whispering, calling, pleading. Harry, Harry, open the door, pay the debt, come home. He walked toward the light. Each step was agony, as if he were pushing through solid rock. The figures on the walls reached for him, their stone hands stretching, grasping. One touched his shoulder, and he felt a jolt of recognition so powerful it stopped him cold. His mother's face looked back at him from the carving. Not stone, but flesh, alive, her eyes bright with tears. Harry, she whispered. My brave boy. You've grown so much. Mom. His voice broke on the word. We're so proud of you. His father's voice now, from another figure. James stepped out of the wall, young and whole and smiling. Everything we did, everything we sacrificed, it was for you. Sirius was there too, grinning that reckless grin. Thought you'd gotten rid of me, pup. Not a chance. Remus. Tonks. Fred. No, not Fred. Fred was still alive, but the figure looked like him, older, wearier. And behind them, more faces, stretching into infinite darkness. All of them reaching for him. All of them calling his name. Come with us, Harry, Lily said, holding out her hand. Through the door. It doesn't hurt. It's just peace. Harry reached for her. His fingers were inches from hers when another voice cut through the dream like a blade. "Harry James Potter, you will wake up this instant." Asterisk. The voice was not gentle. It was not kind. It was sharp and furious and absolutely unmistakable. "Mrs. Weasley." He woke with a gasp, sitting bolt upright in Ron's bed. Sunlight streamed through the window, and downstairs he could hear the clatter of pots and the murmur of voices. Normal sounds. Safe sounds. But his hand was still outstretched, reaching for someone who wasn't there. Dash dash dash. The kitchen was chaos when he finally descended. Order members filled every available space. Kingsley Shacklebolt in his aura robes, Mad-Eye Moody with his magical eye spinning, Tonks who Harry was relieved to see alive and well with her hair a violent shade of pink, Lupin looking grayer and more tired than Harry remembered. Even Hagrid was there, squeezed into a corner, his face blotchy with emotion. They all turned when Harry entered. The silence that fell was heavy with unasked questions. "Morning," Harry said, and was immediately annoyed at how mundane the word sounded. "Have some breakfast." Mrs. Weasley thrust a plate of eggs and sausage into his hands. "You'll need your strength." He ate mechanically, listening as the conversation resumed around him. Kingsley was reporting on the ministry's official position. The Gringotts incident was being blamed on unknown insurgents. Harry's name had not been mentioned in any official capacity, and Umbridge had been placed on administrative leave pending investigation. Administrative leave, Moody growled. That woman should be in Azkaban. She led Death Eaters into the bank and they're giving her a paid holiday. We can't prove she knew they were Death Eaters, Kingsley said wearily. They were disguised, using polyjuice. As far as the ministry's concerned, she was acting on legitimate intelligence. Intelligence someone fed her, Arthur added. Someone who knew about the audit. Someone who knew about the Potter vaults. Lupin's eyes met Harry's across the room. The question is, how much do they know? And how much do we know? That was Harry's cue. He set down his plate and told them everything, the Chronicle, the Hallows, the door, the debt. He left out the dream. That felt too personal, too raw. But he told them about the figure in the alley, the thing that had worn Dumbledore's face and spoken with the voices of the dead. When he finished, the silence was even heavier than before. A door between worlds, Kingsley said slowly. The Deathly Hallows is keys. And a debt that's been owed for 1,000 years. He rubbed his face with both hands. This is beyond anything the ministry has ever dealt with. It's beyond anything any of us have dealt with, Lupin corrected. But that doesn't mean we ignore it. If Voldemort learns about this, if he gets his hands on the Hallows and uses them to open this door. What's on the other side? Tonks interrupted. That's what I want to know. What's so important that a family would guard it for a millennium? What's so dangerous that it has to be kept locked away? No one had an answer. Hagrid spoke up, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. There's old stories. Really old. Mida used to tell him, before he went to Azkaban. About a place where the veil between living and dead is thin. Where you can step through, if you know the way. He called it the threshold. The veil, Hermione breathed. The Department of Mysteries has a veil. In the Death Chamber. That's where Sirius, she stopped, glancing at Harry. I know where it is, Harry said flatly. I've seen it. Heard whispers from the other side. The Department of Mysteries, Arthur repeated. That's where the break-in was. That's where they left the message. They're not just interested in the Hallows. They're interested in the veil. They're interested in whatever's on the other side, Moody growled. And if Voldemort thinks he can get there through Harry, through the Potter bloodline. Then we need to get there first, Harry said. We need to understand what this debt really is. What the door really is. And we need to find the Elder Wand before Voldemort does. Hold on. Lupin held up a hand. Harry, you're talking about actively pursuing the Hallows. Actively seeking out the most dangerous magical artifacts in existence. That's what I have to do. Harry's voice was quiet but unshakable. The book chose me. The vault responded to me. The lock opened for me. Whatever this is, it's mine. It's my family's. I can't run from it. You can't face it alone either, Lupin said. I won't be alone. Harry looked at Ron, at Hermione. They've already proven that. Ron squared his shoulders. Obviously. Hermione nodded, though her expression was troubled. We'll need research. Books, histories, anything that mentions the Potters before they were Potters. And we'll need to talk to the goblins again. They know more than they're telling. The goblins are our allies in this, Harry agreed. At least for now. They hate the ministry more than they distrust us. We can work with that. Kingsley stood. I need to get back to the ministry. If anything changes, if I hear anything about the investigation, I'll send word. He paused at the door, looking back at Harry. Be careful, Potter. You're carrying more than you know. One by one, the Order members dispersed, until only the core group remained, the Weasleys, Lupin, Tonks, Hagrid, and Harry's two best friends. The kitchen felt emptier, but also more manageable. What now? Ron asked. Harry looked at the silver lock on the table, the only physical proof that any of it had happened. He thought of the book, waiting in the darkness beneath Gringotts. He thought of his mother's face in the dream, reaching for him, calling him home. Now we prepare, he said. We learn everything we can. And then we go back. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of research and preparation. Hermione commandeered the Burrow's small library and sent away for every book she could find on ancient bloodlines, goblin wizard treaties, and the history of the Deathly Hallows. Ron worked with his father to map the tunnels beneath Gringotts, using Arthur's ministry contacts to piece together a rough layout of the deeper levels. And Harry trained. Lupin became his primary instructor, drilling him in defensive magic, in offensive spells, in the kind of raw, instinctive combat that couldn't be learned from books. They spent hours in the orchard behind the burrow, wands flashing, until Harry could cast a shielding charm in his sleep and summon his wand from across the field with nothing more than a thought. Better, Lupin said one evening, as Harry disarmed him for the 5th time in a row. Much better. But combat isn't your biggest challenge, Harry. Harry lowered his wand, breathing hard. What is? Lupin's eyes were sad. Knowing when to fight, and when to walk away. The Hallows, they're tempting. They offer power, yes, but also the illusion of control. The Resurrection Stone doesn't really bring back the dead. It summons shadows, echoes. The Elder Wand doesn't make you invincible, it makes you a target. And the cloak. He paused. The cloak you've had all along. It's the only one that doesn't corrupt. Do you know why? Harry thought about it. Because it's not about power. It's about protection. Exactly. Your father used it to sneak around the castle, to play pranks, to avoid detection. But its true purpose, the reason it's a hallow, is because it hides you from death itself. Not from dying, but from death's gaze. It's the one gift that asks nothing in return. Except that I have to use it, Harry said. I have to hide. For now. Lupin clapped him on the shoulder. But hiding isn't the same as running. Remember that. The night before they were to return to Gringotts, Harry couldn't sleep. He slipped out of the house and walked through the garden, past the gnomes snoring in their holes, past the pond where the ghoul occasionally came to drink, until he reached the old oak tree at the edge of the property. He wasn't surprised to find Ginny there. She sat with her back against the trunk, a blanket wrapped around her shoulders, her hair loose and dark in the moonlight. She didn't look at him when he approached, but she shifted aside, making room. Couldn't sleep either? She asked. Never can, before something big. He sat beside her, close enough to feel the warmth of her through the blanket. What's your excuse? Worrying about an idiot boy who thinks he has to save the world all by himself. Harry smiled, though it felt fragile. I'm not alone. I have Ron and Hermione. You have me too. She turned to face him, and her eyes were fierce. I know you think you're protecting me by keeping me out of this. I know you think I'm safer here, away from whatever's waiting in that bank. But Harry, her voice cracked. I've spent 2 years watching you walk into danger. Watching you almost die. Watching you carry things no one should have to carry. And I can't just sit here and wait for news. I can't. I'm not trying to protect you from danger, Harry said quietly. I'm trying to protect you from me. From what I am. From what I might have to do. And what's that? He thought of the dream. Of his mother reaching for him. Of the door opening onto darkness. I don't know, he admitted. That's the worst part. I don't know what this debt is. I don't know what's waiting beyond that door. I don't know if I'm walking toward salvation or destruction or something in between. And I can't ask you to walk into that with me. Ginny was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was soft but steady. When I was 11, I watched you walk into the Chamber of Secrets to save my life. I didn't know you. I didn't know anything about you except that you were Harry Potter and you'd just done something impossibly brave. And I thought if I could ever be half as brave as that, half as good, I'd be proud. She took his hand. Her fingers were cold, but they gripped his tightly. I'm not 11 anymore. I know you now. I know your stupid recklessness and your terrible self-sacrificing instincts and your complete inability to ask for help when you need it. And I love you anyway. I love you because of it. So if you're walking into something dangerous, I'm walking with you. Not behind you. With you. Harry looked at her, really looked at her, and saw the woman she was becoming. Strong. Fierce. Unbreakable. Ginny. Don't argue with me, Potter. You'll lose. He laughed, and it felt like the first real laugh in weeks. I wasn't going to argue. I was going to say thank you. For what? For being you. For not letting me push you away. He stopped, searching for words. For making me feel like I'm worth coming back to. Ginny leaned in and kissed him. It was soft at first, then deeper, full of all the things they couldn't say. When they finally pulled apart, her cheeks were wet. You come back, she whispered. You come back, or I'll never forgive you. I'll come back, he promised. And he meant it. Dawn found them at the Leaky Cauldron, a larger group than Harry had anticipated. Ron and Hermione were there, of course. But so was Ginny, defiant and ready. So was Lupin, his expression grim but determined. And so, surprisingly, was Bill. Goblins respect me, he said simply when Harry questioned him. And I know more about ancient magic than anyone else in this group. You'll need me. They entered Diagon Alley to find it transformed. Armed wizards patrolled the streets, their aura robes unmistakable. Shops that had been open 2 weeks ago were boarded up. The atmosphere was tense, expectant, like the moment before a storm breaks. Gringotts loomed ahead, its white marble streaked with soot from the earlier attack. The bronze doors were flanked by twice the usual number of guards, and Harry could see figures moving behind the upper windows, goblins, watching, waiting. Here we go, Ron muttered. They climbed the steps together. The guards didn't stop them, but their eyes tracked every movement, their hands resting on weapons at their belts. Inside, the marble hall was nearly empty. A few goblins manned the teller stations, but there were no customers. The silence was oppressive. Harry approached the same teller as before. The goblin recognized him immediately and, without a word, slid off his stool and disappeared through the door. Minutes passed. Then the door opened, and Griphook emerged. Mr. Potter. His voice was formal, but his eyes held a warning. You've returned. I need to see the Chronicle again, Harry said. And I need to speak with Ragnarok. There's more at stake now than just my family's secrets. Griphook studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Follow me. But be warned, the bank is not what it was. The attack has made us cautious. There will be conditions. They were led through the same corridors as before, past offices and meeting rooms, until they reached the circular chamber with the stone table. Ragnarok was already there, along with the other council members. They looked older, wearier, but no less formidable. Mr. Potter. Ragnarok gestured to the chairs. Sit. Tell us what you've learned. Harry sat. So did the others. And then he told them, about the Chronicle's message, about the Deathly Hallows, about the door and the dead and the figure in the alley. He held nothing back. When he finished, the goblins exchanged glances. Ragnarok leaned forward, his brass-colored eyes gleaming. The threshold, he said softly. You speak of the threshold. You know it. Hermione asked eagerly. We know of it. All goblins do. It is the oldest story, the one told to children in the dark. A place where the living can pass into the realm of the dead, and the dead can reach back into the world of the living. It was sealed long ago, by those who understood the danger of such a passage. Sealed with 3 locks, each keyed to a specific power. The Hallows, Harry said. Ragnarok nodded. The cloak, to hide from death's gaze. The stone, to call the dead. The wand, to command them. Together, they can open the threshold. Separately, they are merely powerful artifacts. But together, he spread his hands. Together, they can unseal what was meant to remain sealed. And the Potters? Lupin asked. What was their role? The Potters were the last of the Threshold's guardians, Ragnarok said. Not the first, but the last. When the original wardens fell, one by one, it was the Potter line that inherited their duty. To protect the keys. To ensure the threshold remained closed. To pay the debt when it came due. What debt? Harry's voice was sharp. What did they owe? Ragnarok's gaze was ancient, unfathomable. Life, Mr. Potter. The threshold was not built, it was bought. With blood, with sacrifice, with the lives of those who understood that some doors must never be opened. The debt is the price of that understanding. And it has been passed down through generations, waiting for the moment when the last guardian would come of age and face the choice. What choice? Whether to open the door or seal it forever. Whether to pay the debt or refuse it. Whether to embrace your inheritance or destroy it. The room spun around Harry. He gripped the edge of the table, feeling its cold solidity. I don't want this, he said. I never asked for this. No guardian ever does, Ragnarok replied. But the choice is yours nonetheless. And you must make it soon. Because the one who wears Dumbledore's face, the one who spoke to you in the alley, he is not a ghost, Mr. Potter. He is something older. Something that has waited a very long time for the threshold to open. And now that it knows you exist, it will not stop until it has what it wants. What does it want? Ragnarok's voice dropped to a whisper. To come home. The words echoed in the silence, heavy with implications Harry couldn't fully grasp. But one thing was clear, the clock was ticking. The debt was coming due. And somewhere in the darkness, something ancient and patient was waiting for him to make his choice. He looked at Ginny, at Ron, at Hermione. He thought of his parents, of Sirius, of all the faces in his dream reaching for him. I need to see the Chronicle again, he said. And then I need to find the Elder Wand. Ragnarok nodded slowly. We will take you to the Chronicle. But the wand, that is your quest, Mr. Potter. Goblins do not interfere in wizard affairs. We only guard what is ours. Then guard it well, Harry said. Because whatever's coming, it's coming. For all of us. They rose from the table and followed Griphook into the depths of Gringotts, leaving the council chamber behind. The tunnel swallowed them, dark and cold, leading down toward a book that held the secrets of 1,000 years. And in the darkness, something smiled. Chapter 5, The Elder Wand's Trail. The passage to the Chronicle chamber felt different this time. The walls seemed to press closer, the air grew thicker, and the faint luminescence from the glowing fungi cast distorted shadows that danced at the edge of Harry's vision. He walked at the front of the group, Griphook at his side, the others strung out behind them in single file. Ginny's hand found his in the darkness. She didn't speak, but her grip said everything. I'm here. I'm not afraid. He wished he could say the same. The chamber opened before them, vast and circular, the carvings on the walls catching the light from their wands and throwing it back in fragments. The pedestal stood in the center, exactly as Harry remembered. And on it, the Chronicle waited. But something had changed. The book was open. Harry stopped dead, his wand rising instinctively. Behind him, he heard the others draw theirs. Griphook made a sound low in his throat, alarm, or perhaps anger. It wasn't open when we left, Hermione whispered. We closed it. The chains lay coiled at the base of the pedestal, exactly as before. But the book's pages were turned to somewhere near the middle, and the golden light that had previously illuminated the chamber now seemed to pulse from the book itself, a slow rhythm like a heartbeat. Stay back, Harry said. He approached the pedestal alone, each step deliberate, his wand ready for anything. The pages were covered in writing now. Not the sparse lines he'd seen before, but dense paragraphs, illustrations, diagrams. The ink was fresh, glistening as if just applied. And at the top of the right-hand page, in letters that seemed to burn. For the eyes of Harry James Potter only. He read, The Elder Wand, first of the Hallows, oldest and most dangerous. Crafted by death in a time before memory, given to Antioch Peverell who sought power above all else. It passed from hand to hand, leaving destruction in its wake, until it came to rest with the master of the Threshold's guardians. But the wand cannot be mastered. It can only be borrowed. It seeks always the stronger hand, the bolder wizard, the one who would claim it by force. And so it was hidden, not in a vault, not in a tomb, but in plain sight, waiting for the moment when it would be needed. The last guardian to hold it was Albus Dumbledore. He understood its nature, its danger, its hunger. He did not seek to master it, he sought to contain it. And when he fell, he arranged for its power to pass not to his killer, but to one who would not seek to use it. The wand recognizes its true master not by conquest, but by intent. The one who would wield it to open the threshold must not desire its power. Must not seek its allegiance. Must approach it with empty hands and an open heart. Asterisk. Only then will it yield. Asterisk. Only then can the door be opened. Asterisk. Harry read the passage twice, 3 times, letting the words sink in. Dumbledore had planned this, had arranged it, had known, somehow, that Harry would need the wand, not to fight Voldemort, but for something far older and far more dangerous. The wand recognizes its true master not by conquest, but by intent, he murmured. Behind him, Hermione gasped. Harry, that means, the Elder Wand's allegiance. I know. He turned to face them. Dumbledore didn't mean for Snape to be its master. He meant for me. Not because I'd defeat someone in a duel, but because I'd come for it with the right reason. To open the door. To pay the debt. But Voldemort's already searching for it, Ron said. He thinks if he gets it, he'll be unbeatable. He's already broken into Dumbledore's tomb. The tomb. Harry's blood ran cold. If Voldemort's already taken it. He hasn't. Bill stepped forward, his scarred face intent. I would have heard. The goblins would have heard. A theft of that magnitude, from Dumbledore's own tomb, it would be all anyone talked about. No, Voldemort's still searching. Which means the wand is still there. Or it's moved, Lupin said quietly. The Elder Wand doesn't stay where it's put. It has a will of its own. Harry looked back at the chronicle. More words were forming now, rising to the surface like bubbles in boiling water. The wand rests where it was placed, in the white tomb by the dark lake. But it will not wait forever. The one who seeks it with power in his heart draws near. The one who would claim it by force approaches. You must reach it first, Harry Potter. You must take it with empty hands. Asterisk. The time is short. The debt grows impatient. Go now, or all is lost. Asterisk. The words faded as he watched, sinking back into the parchment until the pages were blank once more. The golden light dimmed. The chamber fell into shadow. We have to go to Hogwarts, Harry said. Now. Tonight. That's insane. Ron's voice was sharp with fear. Hogwarts is crawling with Death Eaters. Snape's the headmaster. The Carrows are torturing students. You can't just walk in. I have the cloak. Harry pulled it from his pocket, the fabric shimmering in the dim light. I've gotten in and out of Hogwarts before. I can do it again. Not alone you can't. Ginny's voice was steel. I'm coming. Ginny. Don't you dare tell me to stay behind. I've been at that school. I've seen what they're doing. I know the passages, the shortcuts, the places the professors used to hide. You need me. She was right. He hated that she was right. Fine. But you do exactly what I say, when I say it. No arguments. Ginny's smile was fierce. Wouldn't dream of it. Hermione stepped forward. I'm coming too. You'll need someone who can think on their feet. And me, Ron added. Someone's got to watch your back while you're busy being heroic. Harry looked at them, his family, the only family that mattered. We go together. But if anything goes wrong, if we get separated, you get out. All of you. No waiting, no searching, no heroics. You get to safety. Promise me. One by one, they nodded. But Harry saw the looks they exchanged, the silent communication that said we'll promise anything now and do what we must later. He couldn't blame them. He'd do the same. The journey to Hogwarts took longer than it should have. With the Ministry on high alert and Death Eater patrols scouring the countryside, apparition was too risky. Instead, they traveled by a combination of flow powder, broomstick, and sheer determination, stopping at safe houses along the way. Aberforth Dumbledore's pub in Hogsmeade, an abandoned farmhouse that had once belonged to the Order, a cave that Lupin knew about that was shielded by ancient magic. By the time they reached the outskirts of Hogsmeade, 3 days had passed. 3 days of hiding, of jumping at shadows, of sleeping in shifts with wands in their hands. 3 days of Harry reading and rereading the passages he'd memorized from the Chronicle, trying to understand what waited for him. The village was dark when they approached it, the streets empty, the shop fronts boarded up. The Hog's Head was their destination, Aberforth's pub, the one place in Hogsmeade that might still offer sanctuary. Aberforth was waiting for them when they slipped through the back door. He looked older than Harry remembered, more worn, but his eyes were sharp and his wand was ready. Potter. His voice was a rumble. Heard you might be coming. Albus always said you'd be back. I need to get into the castle, Harry said. Tonight. Aberforth studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Figured as much. There's a passage, through the room of requirement. You know it. I know it. Then you know it's watched. The Carrows have students stationed there day and night. You'll have to be careful. We're always careful, Ron muttered. Aberforth's laugh was short and humorless. Sure you are. That's why you're still alive. He jerked his head toward a back room. Get some rest. You'll need it. I'll wake you at midnight. Midnight came too quickly. Harry had barely closed his eyes before Aberforth was shaking him awake, pressing a cup of strong tea into his hands. The others were already stirring, pulling on cloaks, checking wands. They gathered in the pub's main room, the only light coming from a single candle on the bar. Aberforth pointed to a mirror behind the counter. The passage starts there. Just walk through, it's an illusion. Comes out behind a tapestry on the 7th floor. From there, you're on your own. Harry nodded. Thank you. For everything. Aberforth's face softened, just for a moment. Albus believed in you, Potter. More than he believed in anyone. Don't prove him wrong. One by one, they stepped through the mirror. The sensation was like walking through cold water, a moment of pressure, then release, and then they were standing in a narrow stone corridor, the tapestry brushing against their faces. The castle was silent. Not the peaceful silence of sleeping students, but something heavier, more oppressive. The kind of silence that listened. Harry pulled out the cloak. It was barely large enough to cover all 5 of them, but they huddled close, pressing together, moving as one down the corridor. The room of requirement was on the 7th floor, but getting there meant crossing the grand staircase, passing the entrance to the Great Hall, navigating corridors that Harry had walked 100 times but now felt foreign, hostile. They made it to the 7th floor without incident. The corridor outside the room was empty, but Harry could feel the wards, thick, cloying magic that pressed against his skin. It's warded, Hermione breathed. Strongly. If we try to enter, whoever set them will know. Then we don't enter. Harry looked at the blank wall where the door to the room of requirement appeared when someone needed it. We need the room to become something else. Something that won't trigger the wards. Like what? Ron asked. Harry thought. The room became what you needed it to be. He didn't need a hiding place or a training ground. He needed a path. I need a way to the headmaster's office, he whispered. A way that doesn't exist. Nothing happened. Idiot, he muttered. The room doesn't work that way. Try something else, Ginny suggested. Something the room can actually become. Harry closed his eyes. He thought of Dumbledore's office. The spiral staircase. The portraits of past headmasters. The pensieve. The perch where Fawkes used to sit. I need a place where I can think, he said. A place where I can remember. When he opened his eyes, a door stood before them. It was ordinary, unremarkable, oak, with a brass handle. But Harry knew, with absolute certainty, that it hadn't been there a moment ago. He opened the door. The room beyond was not the room of requirement as he'd ever seen it. It was small, circular, lined with bookshelves. A fire crackled in a hearth. A comfortable armchair sat before it, and beside the chair, on a small table, rested a pensieve. But it was the walls that made Harry's breath catch. They were covered in portraits. Dozens of them. Hundreds. All of them empty. This isn't right, Hermione said softly. The room doesn't create portraits. It can't. Portraits are magically complex, tied to the original subject. These aren't portraits. Harry moved closer to one, studying the empty frame. It showed a landscape, a valley, a river, a castle on a hill. But the castle wasn't Hogwarts. It was older, stranger, built of black stone that seemed to absorb light. They're windows, Ginny said. Look, that one's moving. She was right. The landscape in the frame shifted, clouds drifting across a gray sky. In the distance, something moved, figures, too small to make out, walking toward the castle. The threshold, Harry breathed. This is what's beyond the door. How can the room show us that? Ron asked. How can it know? The room becomes what you need, Hermione said slowly. Harry needed to remember. Needed to understand. The room is showing him what his family guarded. What the debt protects. Harry turned from the portraits. The pensieve glowed softly, its contents silver and swirling. He approached it, looked down into its depths. Images formed. A man, an ancestor, by the look of him, with Harry's untidy hair and James's cheekbones, standing before a door made of light. Behind him, an army of shadows pressed forward, reaching, grasping. The man raised his hands, and the light blazed, driving the shadows back. But as they retreated, they screamed, a sound of such anguish that Harry stumbled back from the pensieve, his heart pounding. Harry. Ginny was at his side, her hand on his arm. What did you see? He told them. When he finished, Lupin spoke for the first time since they'd entered the castle. The first guardian. The one who sealed the threshold. The Potters didn't just inherit the duty, they earned it. Your ancestor stood against something and won. At great cost. The debt, Harry said. That's what the debt is. The price of that victory. And now it's coming due. He looked at the empty portraits again, at the landscapes that weren't landscapes, at the windows into a world that shouldn't exist. And he understood, finally, what he had to do. I need to get to Dumbledore's tomb. Tonight. Before Voldemort does. You can't go alone, Lupin said. I won't be alone. Harry looked at his friends. But the rest of you need to stay here. If something goes wrong, if the wards trigger, you'll need to get out fast. You can't do that if you're with me. The protests came immediately, loudly, from all sides. Harry waited them out, then spoke again. This isn't me being heroic. This is me being practical. The cloak only covers so many people. The more of us there are, the more likely we are to be seen. And if Voldemort is there, he stopped, swallowed. If Voldemort is there, I need to face him alone. Not because I want to, but because if we're all together, he can take us all at once. He'll take you anyway, Ginny said, her voice fierce. He'll kill you, Harry. Maybe. But if he does, you need to be alive to finish what I started. To get the wand. To open the door. To pay the debt. He took her hands in his. This isn't just about me anymore. It's about everything. And I can't do it alone, but I also can't do it with all of you at my side, because if we fall together, everything falls. The silence that followed was heavy, painful. One by one, they nodded. Ginny last of all, her eyes bright with tears she refused to shed. You come back, she whispered. You promised. I promised. He kissed her, quick and fierce, then pulled away. Wait here. If I'm not back by dawn, get out. Go to Aberforth. He'll help you. He didn't wait for their responses. He pulled the cloak over himself and walked out of the room, leaving them behind. The castle was a maze of shadows and whispers. Harry moved through it like a ghost, his footsteps silent, his breath held. The cloak hid him from sight, but it couldn't hide him from the wards. He felt them every time he passed a certain point, a prickle of awareness that made his skin crawl. The entrance to the headmaster's office was guarded by a stone gargoyle that had once greeted him with a cheery password. Now it simply stood, blank-eyed, unresponsive. Harry circled it twice before realizing, the wards didn't just guard the office. They guarded everything. And the gargoyle was part of them. He couldn't go through. He had to go around. The map. He'd left his marauder's map at the burrow, but he didn't need it. He knew this castle better than almost anyone alive. There was another way to the grounds, a passage from the third floor that led to a hidden door near the greenhouses. It was circuitous, dangerous, but it would work. He found the passage behind a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. It was narrow, dark, and smelled of damp earth. He followed it for what felt like miles, his wand lighting the way, until he emerged behind a crumbling wall near the greenhouses. The night air hit him like a wave, cold, clean, alive. He breathed it in, savoring the taste of freedom, then moved toward the lake. Dumbledore's tomb was a white marble sarcophagus on an island in the middle of the Black Lake. Harry had seen it once, at the funeral, through a haze of grief and rage. Now it gleamed in the moonlight, impossibly bright against the dark water. There was no boat, no bridge. The only way across was to swim. Harry stuffed the cloak into his pocket, waded into the water, and struck out for the island. The cold was immediate, shocking, stealing his breath. He swam hard, ignoring the numbness spreading through his limbs, focusing only on the white gleam ahead. His feet touched gravel. He crawled out of the water, shivering violently, and approached the tomb. It was sealed. Not with a lock, but with magic, old magic, powerful magic, the kind that Dumbledore himself had woven. Harry placed his hand on the cold marble and felt it hum against his palm. I'm sorry, he whispered. I'm so sorry, Professor. But I need what you left for me. The marble warmed under his touch. A seam appeared, running the length of the sarcophagus. With a soft sigh, the lid slid aside, revealing Dumbledore within. He looked peaceful. That was the worst part. He looked like he was sleeping, his hands folded on his chest, his face calm. In his hands, resting between his fingers, lay the Elder Wand. Harry reached for it. His hand was shaking, from cold, from fear, from grief. His fingers closed around the wood. It was warm, alive, and it spoke to him. Not in words, but in images. A flood of them, pouring into his mind. Dumbledore's life, flashing backward from the moment of his death to his childhood. His mother, his father, Ariana, Grindelwald, the duel that changed everything. The years of penance, of waiting, of hoping. And finally, a young man with messy black hair and green eyes, standing in his office, asking questions Dumbledore couldn't answer. "I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry. I should have told you everything. I should have trusted you. But I was afraid of what you'd become, afraid of repeating my mistakes. Forgive me." The images faded. Harry stood in the moonlight, the wand in his hand, tears freezing on his cheeks. "I forgive you," he whispered. "I understand." The wand pulsed once, warmly, then stilled. Harry looked at it, really looked at it. It was unremarkable, just a wand like any other. But he could feel its power, coiled and waiting, patient as death. "I don't want to use you," he said to it. "I don't want your power. I just need you to open a door. Will you help me?" The wand pulsed again. Agreement. Or perhaps acceptance. Harry tucked it into his belt, closed the tomb with a whisper of magic, and turned back toward the castle. He had what he came for. Now he just had to survive the night. The return journey was faster. The wand seemed to part the darkness before him, guiding his steps, warning him of wards and patrols. He reached the room of requirement just as the first gray light of dawn touched the windows. They were waiting. Ginny flew at him, wrapping her arms around him, checking him for injuries. Ron clapped him on the back. Hermione's eyes were bright with relief. Lupin simply nodded, but his smile was real. "I got it," Harry said. He pulled out the wand, held it up for them to see. The Elder Wand. "Now we just need to figure out how to use it." As if in response, the portraits on the walls began to fill. Figures appeared in each frame, men, women, children, some human, some not, all of them watching Harry with ancient, knowing eyes. One figure stepped forward, closer than the rest. He was tall, dark-haired, with features Harry recognized from the Pensieve. "The first guardian. Harry Potter," he said, his voice echoing as if from a great distance. "You have taken the first step. Now you must take the second. The Hallows must be united. The door must be found. And the debt must be paid." "When?" Harry asked. "Where?" The figure smiled, and it was not a comforting smile. "The door is where it has always been. Beneath your feet. Beneath the stone. Beneath the place where the dead whisper and the veil waits. The Department of Mysteries. The veil." Harry's blood turned to ice. "The debt will be called at the turning of the year," the figure continued. "When the old dies and the new is born. You have until then to prepare. Use the time wisely. And if I fail..." The figure's smile faded. "Then what was sealed will be unsealed. And all the world will pay the debt in your stead." The portraits faded. The room fell silent. Harry stood among his friends, the Elder Wand heavy in his hand, and felt the weight of 1,000 years pressing down on his shoulders. The turning of the year. 4 months. 4 months to understand, to prepare, to face whatever waited beyond the door. 4 months until the debt came due. "Right," he said, his voice steady despite everything. "We'd better get started." Chapter 6, The Veil Whispers. The journey back from Hogwarts was a blur of near misses and frozen moments. Harry led them through passages he'd never known existed, guided by a certainty that felt less like memory and more like instinct. The wand, he realized, was showing him the way. It pulsed against his belt with each correct turn, a warm reassurance in the freezing darkness. They emerged from a tunnel behind the Hog's Head just as dawn broke over Hogsmeade, painting the abandoned village in shades of golden rose. Aberforth was waiting, his face grim. "Trouble," he said before they could speak. "Death Eaters raided the burrow last night." The words hit Harry like a physical blow. Ginny made a sound, a small, broken noise, and Ron went white. "Everyone." Lupin's voice was sharp. "Is everyone all right?" Aberforth nodded. "Your mother's got teeth, Weasley. She had the wards up before they got within 100 yards. By the time they broke through, the house was empty. Order members got everyone out. They're scattered, but they're alive. Where? Harry demanded. Where did they go? Don't know. That's the point of scattering, so no one can tell what they don't know. Aberforth's eyes rested on Harry. But they'll find you, Potter. They always do. You need to move. Now. Harry wanted to argue, to search, to find Molly and Arthur and make sure they were safe. But Aberforth was right. The Death Eaters hadn't raided the burrow by accident. They were looking for him. And if he stayed, he'd lead them straight to everyone he loved. Where do we go? Hermione asked. It was Bill who answered. Shell Cottage. It's protected, Fleur's blood status, some old magic from her grandmother. Death Eaters won't find it easily. And it's close to the coast. Multiple escape routes if we need them. Harry looked at the others. Ron nodded tightly. Ginny's face was pale, but she was already moving toward the door. Shell Cottage it is. The cottage was small but sturdy, perched on a windswept cliff overlooking the sea. Fleur met them at the door with a mix of relief and fury, relief that Bill was safe, fury that they'd brought danger to her doorstep. But she let them in, fed them, gave them blankets and quiet corners to rest. Harry couldn't rest. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the burrow burning. Heard Ginny's broken sound, felt the weight of the wand against his hip, demanding attention. He sat on the cold sand outside the cottage, watching the waves crash against the shore, and tried to think. The door was beneath the Department of Mysteries. The veil. He'd stood before it once, watched Sirius fall through, heard the whispers from the other side. He'd thought they were ghosts, echoes of the dead. Now he understood, they were something else. Something waiting. The turning of the year. 4 months. It felt like both an eternity and no time at all. Footsteps in the sand. Ginny sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. Can't sleep either. Can't stop thinking. He didn't look at her. Your mom. Your dad. The twins. George. If something's happened to them because of me. Stop. Her voice was firm. You didn't raid the burrow. Death Eaters did. You didn't put my family in danger, Voldemort did. You're not responsible for the choices evil people make. Feels like I am. I know. She leaned her head against his shoulder. That's because you have a hero complex the size of the Great Hall. But it's not true, Harry. It's never been true. They sat in silence, watching the waves. After a while, Harry pulled out the Elder Wand. It gleamed in the moonlight, pale and dangerous. It doesn't feel evil, he said quietly. I thought it would. All those stories about death and destruction. But it just feels patient. The Chronicle said it recognizes intent, Ginny reminded him. You came to it with empty hands and an open heart. Maybe that's why it feels different to you. Maybe. He turned the wand over in his hands. Dumbledore had it for years. He used it to fight Grindelwald, to defend Hogwarts, to protect students. He wasn't corrupted by it. Dumbledore was also terrified of power, Ginny said. He spent his whole life afraid of becoming what he could have been. Maybe that's why the wand chose him too. Because he didn't want it. Harry thought about that. Thought about all the times he'd wished for more power, more strength, more ability to protect the people he loved. Thought about how different he was from Dumbledore, how much he wanted, how much he feared losing. I'm not like him, he said. I want things. I want to win. I want to live. He stopped. Ginny lifted her head, met his eyes. You want a future. That's not a crime, Harry. That's being human. A future with you. Her smile was soft, sad, beautiful. Yeah, that's the plan. He kissed her then, there on the cold sand with the waves crashing and the weight of the world pressing down. It tasted like salt and tears and something sweet beneath it all. Hope, maybe, or the stubborn refusal to give up. When they pulled apart, the first light of dawn was touching the horizon. We should go in, Ginny said. Hermione's probably got a 3-step plan already mapped out. Probably. Harry stood, offered her his hand. She took it, and they walked back to the cottage together. Hermione did, in fact, have a plan. We need to understand the threshold, she said, spreading parchments across the kitchen table. What it is, why it was sealed, what happens if it opens. Bill's been researching goblin legends. Lupin's been through the Order's archives. And I've found some references in here. She pushed a book toward Harry. It was ancient, bound in cracked leather, the pages yellowed with age. The title, in faded gold leaf, read Threshold, A History of the Veil and its Guardians. Where did you get this? Harry asked. Griphook. I sent a message via Bill's goblin contacts. He had it waiting at a drop point this morning. Hermione's expression was troubled. Harry, the things in this book, they're not just legends. They're histories. Detailed accounts of the Threshold's creation, the wars fought over it, the families who guarded it. The Potters are mentioned dozens of times. Harry opened the book. The first page bore a drawing, the same door of light he'd seen in the pensieve, surrounded by shadows that pressed against it, reaching. In the time before time, when the world was young and the boundaries between life and death were thin, there existed a place where the veil could be crossed. Not by ghosts, not by spirits, but by the living who dared, and the dead who remembered. This place was called the Threshold. For centuries, it was a site of pilgrimage, of power, of danger. The living sought counsel from the dead. The dead sought return to the living. And sometimes, too often, the boundaries blurred, and things that should have remained separate mingled, with terrible consequences. The last great war between the living and the dead ended not with victory, but with sealing. The greatest mages of the age, human, goblin, and other, joined their power to close the threshold, to bind it with 3 locks that could only be opened by 3 keys. The Hallows, as they would later be called. And they appointed guardians. Families bound by blood and magic to watch over the seals, to ensure they remained closed, to pay the debt when it came due. The Potters were among the last of these guardians. They did not seek the role, it was thrust upon them by marriage, by inheritance, by the slow attrition of the older families. But they accepted it, and for 1,000 years, they kept the faith. Now the time approaches when the debt must be paid. The last Potter has come of age. The seals are weakening. The threshold stirs. Whether the door will be opened or sealed forever depends on him. Harry looked up from the page. The kitchen was silent, everyone watching him. There's more, Hermione said quietly. The book describes the debt. What it actually is. She turned to a marked page and read aloud. The debt is the price of the sealing. When the great mages closed the threshold, they did not destroy it, they could not. Instead, they bound it with the lives of the guardians who came after. Each generation, a member of the guardian families must stand before the door and renew the seals. This is the debt. This is the sacrifice. And if it is not paid, if no guardian comes when the time turns, the seals will fail, and the threshold will open. The time turns at the end of the year, Bill said slowly. The turning of the year, that's when the old gives way to the new. When the boundaries are thinnest. Samhain, Lupin added. The wizarding world doesn't celebrate it the way muggles do, but the old magic still recognizes it. The night when the veil is at its most permeable. Harry's blood ran cold. Halloween. The night my parents died. No one spoke. The coincidence was too large, too cruel to comment on. The seals need to be renewed, Hermione continued. By a Potter. By you, Harry. At the threshold, on the turning of the year. That's the debt. And if I do it, what happens? The book didn't say. The pages that followed were blank, as if the knowledge was too dangerous to write down. The Chronicle might know, Ron offered. It showed you the wand's location. Maybe it can show you this too. Harry nodded slowly. Then we go back to Gringotts. We ask the goblins to take us to the Chronicle again. And we hope it has answers. They moved at night, always at night. The countryside was dangerous now, patrols on the roads, snatchers in the woods, Death Eaters at every checkpoint. They traveled by foot, by broom, by the skin of their teeth, sleeping in ditches and abandoned barns, eating what they could carry. By the time they reached Diagon Alley, Harry felt like a ghost himself, hollow, hungry, running on fumes and stubbornness. The alley was a ruin. Shops were boarded up, windows smashed, debris littering the cobblestones. Gringotts stood at the end, its white marble streaked with soot and something darker. Blood, maybe. Harry didn't want to think about it. The goblin guards recognized him. They didn't smile, goblins never smiled, but they stepped aside, letting him pass. Inside, the marble hall was empty. No customers. No tellers. Just echoes and shadows and the distant rumble of the mine carts deep below. Griphook appeared from a side door, his face even grimmer than usual. Potter, you should not be here. I need to see the Chronicle again. The Chronicle is not your personal library. You cannot simply visit whenever you wish. The debt, Harry said. I know what it is now. I know I have to renew the seals at the turning of the year. But I don't know what happens after. I don't know what I'm walking into. The Chronicle might. Griphook studied him for a long moment. His black eyes were unreadable, but something shifted in his expression, respect, maybe, or resignation. Follow me. The passage to the Chronicle chamber felt longer this time. Darker. The glowing fungi had died, leaving only the light from their wands to guide them. The walls pressed close, and Harry could feel something watching, not hostile, but aware. The threshold, he realized. It knew he was coming. The chamber opened before them, vast and silent. The pedestal stood in the center, and on it, the Chronicle waited. It was open, not to the middle, where Harry had read before, but to the very beginning. The first page. And on it, in letters that burned with golden light. Harry James Potter. The last guardian. The debt comes due. Below the words, an image formed. A door, not the door of light from his visions, but a physical door, old and dark, set into a wall of black stone. Before it stood a figure. Himself. Harry. Holding the Elder Wand in one hand, the Resurrection Stone in the other, the cloak around his shoulders. And beyond the door, shapes pressed close. Reaching. Waiting. To renew the seals, you must enter the threshold. You must walk among the dead. You must find the original covenant and bind it anew with your blood. Asterisk. This is the debt. This is the sacrifice. Asterisk. And if you fail, you will not return. Asterisk. The words burned into Harry's mind, searing and permanent. He read them again, and again, until they were carved into his memory. Walk among the dead, Hermione whispered. Harry. I know. He turned from the Chronicle. The others were gathered behind him, their faces pale in the golden light. Ginny's eyes were bright with unshed tears. Ron looked sick. Lupin's expression was carved from stone. When? Bill asked. The turning of the year. Halloween. Harry's voice was steady, calmer than he felt. That's when the seals are weakest. That's when I have to go in. Then we have until Halloween to prepare, Lupin said. To learn everything we can about the threshold, about the dead, about what you'll face. And about how to get you back out, Ginny added fiercely. Harry looked at her, wanted to tell her not to hope, not to plan, not to assume he'd survive. But the words wouldn't come. Because he needed her hope. Needed her faith. Needed something to hold onto in the darkness. Together, he said. Whatever happens, we face it together. The Chronicle pulsed once, a final golden flash, and then the words faded, leaving only blank parchment behind. They left Gringotts under cover of darkness, slipping through side streets and alleys, avoiding the patrols. Shell Cottage welcomed them back with warm light and Fleur's cooking, a brief respite from the cold and fear. But Harry couldn't rest. He sat on the beach again, watching the waves, the Elder Wand in his hands. It felt different now, heavier, more alive. As if it knew what was coming. Ginny found him there, as she always did. Penny for your thoughts. They're not worth a penny. But he shifted aside, making room for her. I'm scared, Ginny. The admission cost him something. He'd spent so long being brave, being the hero, being the one who didn't flinch. But here, in the dark, with the weight of 1,000 years pressing down, he couldn't pretend anymore. I know. She took his hand. I'm scared too. What if I can't do it? What if I go in there and I can't find the covenant, or I can't renew the seals, or I just die? Then we'll deal with that if it happens. Her voice was steady, even as her fingers trembled. But you're not going to die, Harry. You're too stubborn, too stupidly brave, too, she laughed, a wet sound. Too everything. He pulled her close, buried his face in her hair. She smelled like salt and sand and something floral, Fleur's soap, probably. It was the most human thing he'd experienced in weeks. I love you, he said. I don't say it enough. I don't show it enough. But I love you. And if I don't come back, don't. Her voice was sharp. Don't you dare say goodbye. Not yet. Not ever. Ginny. No. She pulled back, met his eyes. Her face was streaked with tears, but her gaze was fierce. You promised. You promised you'd come back. I'm holding you to that, Harry Potter. So you don't get to say goodbye. You only get to say, I'll see you soon. He looked at her, really looked at her, and saw the woman she was becoming. Strong, fierce, unbreakable. I'll see you soon, he said. She kissed him. And for a little while, the weight lifted. The weeks that followed were a blur of preparation. Hermione read every book she could find on the threshold, on the dead, on the rituals of ancient magic. Ron trained with Bill, learning combat spells and defensive magic. Lupin worked with Harry on mental protection, occlumency, they called it, though Harry had always been terrible at it. The dead will try to reach you, Lupin explained. They'll use your memories, your grief, your love against you. You have to be able to shield your mind, to keep them out. My mum, Harry said. My dad. Sirius. They'll be there. Possibly. Probably. The threshold is where the dead gather, where the veil is thinnest. You may see them. Hear them. They may even seem real. Harry thought of his dream, of his mother reaching for him, calling him home. The longing was so sharp it hurt. What if I don't want to keep them out? Lupin's eyes were sad. Then they'll take you with them. Not because they want to hurt you, but because they miss you. Because they love you. Because the dead are selfish, Harry, even when they don't mean to be. They'll pull you in and never let go. So I have to resist them. You have to resist the part of you that wants to go with them. The living part. The part that loves Ginny, that fights for Ron and Hermione, that refuses to give up. Lupin paused. That's the hardest part of any battle, Harry. Not fighting the enemy. Fighting yourself. Harry thought about that. Thought about all the times he'd wished for death, for peace, for an end to the constant struggle. Thought about how easy it would be to just let go. I won't, he said. I won't let go. I know. Lupin clasped his shoulder. That's why you'll survive. Halloween dawned cold and gray. The cottage was silent, everyone moving through their preparations with a kind of grim efficiency. Harry dressed in his warmest clothes, layered charms beneath them, the cloak secure in his pocket. The resurrection stone hung on a chain around his neck, cold against his skin. The elder wand rested in his hand, patient and waiting. Ginny helped him fasten the cloak, her fingers lingering on his shoulders. Same rules as before, she said. You go in, you do what you have to do, you come out. No heroics. No sacrifices. Just come out. I will. You'd better. He kissed her. It was long and slow and tasted like tears. When they pulled apart, the others were gathered behind her, Ron, Hermione, Lupin, Bill, Fleur. His family. His reason to come back. Time to go, he said. They disapparated together, the world spinning into darkness, and reappeared in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. It was empty. The fireplaces were cold, the desks abandoned, the fountain of the magical brethren dry and still. The ministry had fallen, Harry realized. Voldemort's people had taken over. But tonight, that didn't matter. Tonight, only one thing mattered. They moved through the corridors, past empty offices and darkened cubicles, until they reached the door to the Department of Mysteries. It stood slightly ajar, as if waiting for them. Harry pushed it open. The room beyond was circular, rotating slowly, doors set into the walls at regular intervals. Harry had been here before. He knew which door led to the death chamber. He led the way. The others followed in silence. The death chamber was vast, tiered seats rising in a circle around a sunken stone platform. In the center of the platform, arching toward the darkness above, stood the veil. Tattered black fabric hung from its frame, stirring slightly though there was no wind. And from beyond the veil, whispers. Harry, 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 asterisk, his name, over and over. Dozens of voices, hundreds, thousands. He walked toward it, his steps echoing in the silence. The veil rippled as he approached, the whispers growing louder, more urgent. Come to us, Harry. Come home. Pay the debt. Open the door. Asterisk. He stopped at the edge of the platform. The veil was inches away. He could feel the cold emanating from it, the pull, the longing. Behind him, Ginny's voice, Harry. He turned. She stood at the top of the steps, the others beside her. Her face was pale, but her eyes were fierce. Come back, she said. Remember, you promised. He nodded, took a breath, and stepped through the veil. The cold hit him first, not physical cold, but something deeper, the cold of absence, of loss, of everything that had ever been taken away. Then the whispers became screams, became silence, became light. He stood in a vast gray plain, stretching in all directions to a horizon that didn't exist. Above him, no sky. Below him, no ground. Just, gray. Endless, empty gray. And then they came. The dead. They rose from the gray like mist, taking shape, forming into figures he recognized. His mother, young and beautiful, her red hair glowing even in this colorless place. His father, glasses askew, grin wide. Serious, lean and laughing. Remus, tired but kind. And behind them, more faces, grandparents, great-grandparents, ancestors stretching back through centuries. Harry. His mother's voice was exactly as he remembered it from the dreams. You came home. I'm not home, he said. I'm here to renew the seals. To pay the debt. The dead shifted. Their expressions changed, sadness, longing, hunger. The debt, his father said slowly. Yes, the debt. You know about it. We know. Sirius stepped forward. We're part of it, Harry. All of us. The dead are the debt. Our peace, our rest, it's bound to the seals. If they fail, we don't just stay dead. We become something else. Something hungry. Then help me. Harry looked at them, at the faces he'd longed to see his whole life. Tell me where the covenant is. Tell me how to renew it. His mother reached for him. Her hand passed through his arm, leaving a trail of cold. We can't, she whispered. The dead can't interfere. That's the first rule. The only rule. Then why are you here? To say goodbye. Her eyes filled with tears that didn't fall. Really goodbye. Not the way it was before, torn away too soon. But properly. With love. Harry felt his own eyes burning. I don't want to say goodbye. I just found you. You'll find us again. When it's your time. But not yet. She smiled, and it was his mother's smile, warm and full of love. You have so much living to do, Harry. So much love to give. Don't waste it on the dead. Behind her, the other figures were fading, dissolving back into the gray. James raised a hand in farewell. Sirius grinned one last time. Remus nodded, proud and sad. And then they were gone. Harry stood alone in the gray, tears freezing on his cheeks. But in his chest, something burned, warmth, love, the stubborn refusal to give up. He walked on. The gray plain stretched endlessly, but Harry walked with purpose now. The elder wand guided him, pulsing gently, pointing the way. He didn't know how long he walked. Time didn't exist here, but eventually, he saw it. A door. Not the door of light from his visions, but a physical door, old and dark, set into a wall of black stone. The same door from the Chronicle. The threshold. He approached it. The door was covered in carvings, scenes of battle, of sacrifice, of binding. At its center, a single symbol, 3 circles intertwined, each containing a smaller symbol. The cloak, the stone, the wand. Harry placed his hand on the door. It was cold, but not the cold of the dead. The cold of something ancient, something patient, something waiting. I'm here, he said. Harry Potter. Last of the Guardians. I've come to pay the debt. The door opened. Beyond it was darkness. Not empty darkness, but full darkness, thick and alive. And in the darkness, a single point of light, a covenant, burning like a star, waiting to be renewed. Harry stepped forward. The darkness closed around him. And the door swung shut. Chapter 7, The Covenant of Blood. The darkness was not empty. Harry felt them before he saw them, presences pressing close, curious, hungry, ancient. They brushed against his mind like cold fingers, testing, probing, searching for weakness. The elder wand flared in his hand, pushing them back, but they regrouped immediately, swirling in the void just beyond the light's reach. Another guardian, they whispered, their voices like wind through dead leaves. So young, so full of life, so bright. The blood is strong in this one. The line endures. Harry gripped the wand tighter and walked toward the light. It was closer than it appeared, a few steps. And he stood before it. The covenant was a column of pure white fire, rising from an invisible floor to an invisible ceiling. It pulsed with a rhythm that matched his heartbeat, and within its depths, he could see shapes moving, figures, symbols, words in a language he couldn't read but somehow understood. Blood of the Guardian, the fire seemed to say. Blood of the covenant. Blood of the debt. He knew what he had to do. Harry drew the resurrection stone from beneath his shirt. It was warm against his palm, pulsing with its own light. He held it up to the covenant, and the fire reached for it, tendrils of white wrapping around the stone, drawing it in. The stone didn't burn. It floated in the heart of the covenant, spinning slowly, and as it spun, the fire changed. White became gold. Gold became crimson. And the crimson fire began to speak. Harry Potter. Last guardian. Blood of my blood. You have come to renew the covenant. Asterisk. Yes. His voice was steady, though everything in him wanted to run. Tell me what I have to do. The covenant was sealed with blood. With sacrifice. With the lives of those who came before. To renew it, you must offer the same. Your blood. Your sacrifice. Your life, willingly given. Asterisk. The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. You want me to die. We want you to give. Dying is easy, Harry Potter. Giving is hard. The covenant does not require your death, it requires your willingness to die. Your acceptance that this is bigger than you. Your surrender of the life you want for the life that is needed. Asterisk. Harry thought of Ginny. Of Ron and Hermione. Of the future he dreamed of, a cottage, a family, peace. All of it slipping away. If I give that up, if I surrender, what happens to me? You return. Changed, but whole. The covenant takes what you offer and leaves the rest. But you must offer freely. Willingly. Without reservation. If you hold back even a part of yourself, the covenant will fail, and the threshold will open. Asterisk. The fire pulsed, and Harry saw, briefly, terrifyingly, what would happen if the threshold opened. The dead pouring through like a tide. The living overwhelmed, consumed, replaced. A world of gray, of hunger, of endless waiting. No, he wouldn't let that happen. I offer, he said. Freely. Willingly. Without reservation. I offer my life, my future, my dreams, everything I want to be. Take it. Use it. Renew the covenant. The fire blazed. It rushed at him, engulfing him, and Harry screamed. Not with pain, there was no pain. But with loss. With grief. With the terrible knowledge of everything he was giving up. He saw Ginny's face, felt her kiss, heard her laugh. Gone. He saw Ron's grin, Hermione's stubborn frown, the three of them together against the world. Gone. He saw children, his children, children he'd never have, running through a sunlit garden. Gone. All of it, stripped away, fed into the covenant, becoming fuel for the fire that would save the world. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Harry fell to his knees. The covenant burned before him, steady and strong, its crimson light warm and gentle. The resurrection stone floated at its center, transformed, no longer a stone, but a heart of living fire, beating in time with his own. It is done. Asterisk. The voice was different now. Softer. Almost kind. The covenant is renewed. The debt is paid. You may go, Harry Potter. Last guardian. First of the new. Asterisk. First of the new. Harry's voice was raw. What does that mean? But the covenant didn't answer. The fire dimmed, the light faded, and Harry was alone in the darkness. He stood. The elder wand was still in his hand, warm and steady. The cloak was still around his shoulders, heavy and real. But something was different. Something had changed. He felt lighter. As if a weight he'd carried his whole life had been lifted. As if the constant pressure of expectation, of duty, of destiny had finally eased. He was free. The door appeared before him, the same old, dark door, but now it stood open, showing the gray plain beyond. He walked toward it, stepped through, and found himself back in the death chamber. They were waiting. Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Lupin, Bill, Fleur. Their faces were pale, streaked with tears, but when they saw him, they gasped. Harry. Ginny's voice was barely a whisper. Your hair. He looked down. A strand had fallen across his eyes, and it was white. Pure white, like Dumbledore's, like someone who had aged decades in moments. He touched his face. No wrinkles. No lines. Just, different. The covenant, he said. It took something. My future, maybe. My dreams. He looked at Ginny, and his heart ached with what he'd lost. I'm sorry. She crossed the distance between them in 3 strides and threw her arms around him. Idiot, she sobbed into his chest. Stupid, brave idiot. You came back. That's all that matters. The others gathered around, hands on his shoulders, his back, his arms, touching, confirming, celebrating. Ron was crying openly, not bothering to hide it. Hermione was trying to be composed and failing utterly. It worked. Lupin asked. The covenant is renewed. Harry nodded. The debt is paid. The threshold is sealed. For another 1,000 years, at least. Lupin's eyes were bright. You did it. You actually did it. We did it, Harry corrected. I couldn't have, I wouldn't have, without all of you. The veil behind him rippled once, a final whisper that might have been gratitude or farewell. Then it stilled, becoming just a piece of tattered cloth in an empty room. They emerged from the ministry into a changed world. Dawn was breaking over London, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold. But it wasn't just the sun, the air itself felt different. Lighter, cleaner, as if a fog had lifted that no one had even realized was there. What is it? Ron asked, sniffing the air. The threshold, Hermione said softly. It was affecting everything. Leaking, maybe. Now that it's sealed. She shrugged, at a loss for words. They apparated back to Shell Cottage in groups, too exhausted to do anything but collapse into beds and chairs. Harry fell onto the small cot in the corner and was asleep before his head hit the pillow. He dreamed of the Grey Plain, but it was different now. The dead were still there, but they were distant, peaceful, going about whatever existence the dead had. And standing at the edge of his dream, watching him with gentle eyes, were his parents. Thank you, his mother's voice said. For everything. For living. For loving. For letting go. We're proud of you, son. His father's voice, warm and strong. So proud. Live well, Harry. Serious, grinning that reckless grin. For all of us. The dream faded. Harry slept without dreams for the first time in years. He woke to the smell of bacon. For a moment, he was disoriented. The ceiling was wrong, the light was wrong, everything was wrong. Then memory crashed back, and he sat up so fast the room spun. Ginny was sitting in a chair by the window, watching him. She smiled when he met her eyes. Morning. Or afternoon, actually. You slept 14 hours. 14, he looked at the window. Sunlight streamed through, warm and golden. Did something happen? Nothing happened. That's the point. She came to sit on the edge of his cot. The world didn't end. The threshold didn't open. You saved everyone, again, and then you slept like the dead. Which is a terrible phrase to use, given the circumstances, but you get the idea. Harry laughed. It felt strange, rusty, unused. But good. How are you feeling? Ginny asked, her eyes searching his face. Really? He considered the question. Physically, he was fine, tired, but fine. Emotionally, that was harder. He'd given up so much. A future. A family. Dreams he hadn't even known he'd had until they were gone. But sitting here, with Ginny beside him, the weight didn't feel as heavy as it should. I don't know, he admitted. Different. Lighter. Like I've been carrying something my whole life and I finally put it down. He touched his white hair. Except for this, apparently. I like it. Ginny ran her fingers through it. Makes you look distinguished. Like a young Dumbledore, but with better fashion sense. Dumbledore wore purple robes with stars on them. Exactly. Better fashion sense. He pulled her close, burying his face in her hair. She smelled like soap and salt and home. Ginny, what I gave up, I don't know what it means for us. For the future. I don't even know if I have a future anymore. She pulled back, met his eyes. Harry James Potter. Listen to me. You're alive. You're here. You're sitting in front of me, breathing, talking, being your usual self-sacrificing idiot self. That's the future. Everything else is just details. But, no buts. We'll figure it out. Together. Like we always do. She kissed him, soft and sweet. Now get up. Ron's been threatening to eat your bacon for the last hour, and Hermione's got about a million questions about the Covenant. The kitchen was chaos. Ron was indeed hovering over a plate of bacon, swatting at George's reaching hand. Fred was trying to charm the teapot to pour directly into his mouth. Mrs. Weasley was attempting to cook enough food for an army while simultaneously scolding everyone within reach. And Mr. Weasley was reading the Daily Prophet with an expression of dawning wonder. Harry. Ron abandoned the bacon when he saw him. You're awake. Finally. Tell George that bacon is not a community resource. It is if I take it, George said, and snagged 3 pieces while Ron was distracted. Hermione appeared at Harry's elbow, a book already in her hand. I've been researching the effects of covenant renewal on the physical body, and I think I understand why your hair changed. The temporal displacement. Hermione. Harry's voice was gentle. Can it wait? Just for a bit. She looked at him, really looked, and something in her expression softened. Of course. I'm sorry. I was so worried. I know. Me too. He hugged her, quick and fierce. But it's over now. We're all here. That's what matters. Mr. Weasley looked up from his paper. Harry, you need to see this. He handed over the prophet. The headline read, Ministry in Shambles, Death Eater Influence Exposed. Below it, a list of names, Umbridge, Yaxley, others Harry didn't recognize, and a detailed account of their arrest and removal from power. What happened? Harry asked. Last night, while you were, wherever you were, something changed. The wards the Death Eaters had placed on the Ministry collapsed. People started remembering things they'd been obliviated to forget. Evidence appeared out of nowhere. By dawn, half the senior staff were in custody and the other half were fleeing for their lives. The Covenant, Hermione breathed. It wasn't just sealing the threshold. It was restoring balance, pushing back the dark magic that had been building for years. Harry thought of the fire, of the offering he'd made, of the light that had blazed through the darkness. Had he done this? Had his sacrifice somehow rippled outward, affecting more than just the threshold? It doesn't matter how it happened, he said. Only that it did. Voldemort. Nothing in the paper about you-know-who, Ron said, his mouth full of bacon. But if his people are falling, he can't be far behind. Harry wasn't so sure. Voldemort wasn't the type to go quietly. He'd fight, claw, destroy everything around him before he'd admit defeat. But for now, just for this moment, Harry allowed himself to hope. The weeks that followed were strange and wonderful and terrible all at once. Strange, because Harry didn't know what to do with himself. He'd spent his entire life reacting, to the Dursleys, to Voldemort, to prophecies and destinies and the weight of expectation. Now, for the first time, there was nothing to react to. The world was slowly putting itself back together, and he was just there. Wonderful, because he was surrounded by people he loved. The burrow was rebuilt, stronger than before, and Harry spent long days there, helping with repairs, playing chess with Ron, reading with Hermione, walking with Ginny through the orchards and fields. Terrible, because the nightmares came back. Not the old nightmares, those had faded with the Covenant. New ones. Dreams of the Grey Plane, of the dead reaching for him, of the fire consuming everything he loved. He'd wake gasping, drenched in sweat, and lie awake until dawn, afraid to close his eyes again. Ginny knew. She didn't say anything, but she started sleeping in his room at the burrow, curled against his back, her warmth an anchor in the darkness. On the worst nights, she'd hold him and whisper stories, about Hogwarts, about Quidditch, about nothing at all, until the shaking stopped. It'll get better, she said one night, when the moon was full and the nightmares had been particularly bad. It always does. How do you know? Because you're still here, still fighting, still you. She pressed her forehead to his. The nightmares are just memories, Harry. They can't hurt you anymore. He wanted to believe her. He was trying. December came, cold and bright. The burrow was decorated for Christmas, Molly's doing, despite protests from everyone that it was too soon, too much, too frivolous. But the lights and tinsel and ever-present smell of baking seemed to lift everyone's spirits, and even Harry found himself smiling more often. On Christmas Eve, an owl arrived with a letter bearing the Hogwarts crest. Harry opened it with trembling hands. Mr. Potter, it is my pleasure to inform you that, following a thorough review of the circumstances surrounding your departure from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the Board of Governors has voted unanimously to award you full NEWT credentials in defense against the dark arts, charms, transfiguration, and potions. Furthermore, you are hereby invited to return to Hogwarts for the spring term, should you wish to complete your education in a more traditional manner. The castle has been restored, the staff reinstated with some welcome changes, and the students are eager to see the return of its most famous graduate. We would be honored to have you. Professor Minerva McGonagall, Headmistress. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he read it aloud to the assembled Weasleys. The silence that followed was broken by Ron's whoop of joy. NEWTs. Without taking the exams. That's brilliant. And an invitation to return, Hermione added, her eyes shining. Harry, you could go back. Finish school. Have a normal year. Normal. The word felt foreign, impossible. But looking at the letter, at McGonagall's familiar handwriting, Harry felt something stir, a longing he'd thought the Covenant had taken. "What will you do?" he asked Ron and Hermione. They exchanged glances. "We were thinking," Ron said carefully, "about joining the Aurors. After the war, they're desperate for people. And with everything we've been through, we'd be shoe-ins," Hermione finished. "But only if you're coming too." Harry looked at Ginny. She was watching him, her expression unreadable. "What about you?" he asked. "What do you want?" "I want to play Quidditch." Her smile was small but real. "Professionally. The Holyhead Harpies have been scouting me. But that's a year away, at least. I've got to finish school first. So we'd all be at Hogwarts together." Harry looked at the letter again. "For one last year." "It's not the last year of anything," Ginny said quietly. "It's the first year of everything else." Harry thought about that. About the future stretching ahead, uncertain but possible. About all the things he'd thought he'd lost, that were maybe still within reach. "Okay," he said. "I'll go." The cheers that followed were deafening. The train to Hogwarts left King's Cross on September 1st, just as it always had. But everything else was different. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, watching the countryside roll past. They weren't hiding, weren't planning, weren't preparing for battle. They were just teenagers, going back to school. Well, mostly. Harry's white hair drew stares wherever he went, and the whispers followed him down the corridor. But they weren't hostile whispers, just curious. The boy who lived, returned to finish what he'd started. The feast that night was the best Harry could remember. McGonagall's speech was short and heartfelt, the food was abundant, and the atmosphere was lighter than it had been in years. Even the Slytherins seemed subdued, their usual sneers replaced by something almost like respect. After dinner, Harry slipped away from the crowd and walked the familiar corridors alone. He passed the spot where he'd first heard the basilisk, the wall where the fat lady's portrait had been slashed, the staircase where he'd fallen through Peeves's prank. Every corner held a memory, some good, some terrible, all of them his. He ended up on the astronomy tower, looking out over the grounds. The lake gleamed in the moonlight. The forbidden forest loomed dark and mysterious. And somewhere below, in a white tomb on an island, Dumbledore rested. "I did it," Harry whispered to the night. "I paid the debt. I renewed the covenant. I hope I made you proud." The wind stirred, carrying with it a whisper that might have been a voice. "Always." Harry smiled. For the first time in a long time, it reached his eyes. The year that followed was everything Harry had hoped for and nothing he'd expected. Classes were easy. After facing Death Eaters and Ancient Covenants, NEWT-level magic felt almost trivial. Quidditch was a joy, even without the house cup at stake. And the quiet moments, studying in the library with Hermione, playing chess with Ron, walking the grounds with Ginny, were precious beyond measure. But it wasn't all easy. The nightmares continued, though they grew less frequent. The white hair remained, a constant reminder of what he'd given up. And sometimes, in the quietest moments, he'd feel a pull, a longing for the Grey Plane, for the dead who waited there, for the peace he'd glimpsed but couldn't have. Ginny understood. She didn't try to fix it, didn't offer solutions. She just stayed, patient and steady, until the longing passed. "It won't always be like this," she said one night, as they watched the stars from the astronomy tower. "The missing them, the wanting, it'll fade. Will it? Not completely. But it'll become part of you, instead of something you fight." She leaned against him. "My brothers say that's what grief is. Not something you get over. Something you learn to carry." Harry thought about that. About his parents, about Sirius, about all the faces in the Grey Plane. They were part of him now, woven into who he was. He couldn't change that. Didn't want to. "I can carry it," he said. "As long as I'm not carrying it alone." Ginny's hand found his in the darkness. "You're not. You never will be." Graduation came in a blaze of June sunshine. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, watching as students received their NEWT results, their futures unfolding before them. When his own name was called, when McGonagall handed him his certificate with tears in her eyes, he felt something shift, a door closing, another opening. Afterward, they gathered on the grounds, families and friends mingling in the warm afternoon light. Molly was crying, of course. Arthur was taking photographs with a battered old camera. Fred and George were setting off fireworks that spelled out, "We did it." In giant letters. Ron found Harry near the lake, Hermione on his arm. "So," Ron said, "Auror training starts in September. You still in?" Harry looked at Ginny, who was talking with her mother a few feet away. She caught his eye and smiled. "Yeah," he said. "I'm in." "Brilliant." Ron grinned. "The three of us, fighting crime. They won't know what hit them." "4," Hermione corrected. "Ginny's already applied for the Harpies, but she'll be based in Holyhead. That's not far from headquarters." "4," Harry agreed. "Definitely 4. They stood together, watching the sun set over the lake. Behind them, laughter and music drifted from the castle. Ahead, the future stretched, uncertain and bright. Harry thought of the Covenant, of the fire, of everything he'd given up. He thought of his parents, of Sirius, of all the faces in the Grey Plain. He thought of the debt, paid at last. And then he stopped thinking. He just stood there, surrounded by the people he loved, and let himself be happy. It was enough. It was everything. Chapter 8, The Weight of Peace. 3 months after graduation, Harry discovered that peace was its own kind of battle. Auror training was brutal, not because the exercises were difficult, though they were, but because it required him to think like a soldier when all he wanted was to forget he'd ever been one. The instructors, many of them veterans of the First War, pushed recruits to their limits and beyond, weeding out anyone who couldn't handle the pressure. Harry could handle pressure. He'd handled Voldemort. He'd handled the Covenant. He'd handled walking among the dead and coming back changed. What he couldn't handle was the stillness. At night, alone in his small flat above Weasley's wizard wheezes, the silence pressed in. No Ron snoring in the next bed. No Hermione's quiet page turning. No Ginny's warmth at his back. Just him and the darkness and the memories. The nightmares had changed again. Now he dreamed of the Covenant, of the fire consuming his future, of watching his children he'd never have, fade into nothing. He'd wake reaching for them, his hands grasping empty air, and lie there until dawn, trying to remember how to breathe. Ginny noticed. Of course she did. She visited when she could, between her own training with the Harpies, and those nights were the only ones he slept through. "You're not okay," she said one evening, curled against him on his narrow bed. "You keep saying you are, but you're not." "I'm fine." The words came automatically, a shield he'd built years ago. "Harry." Her voice was gentle but firm. "I'm not leaving until you tell me the truth." He stared at the ceiling, at the cracks in the plaster, at the way the streetlight outside painted shadows on the walls. "The truth." What was the truth? "I don't know who I am anymore," he said finally. "For 17 years, I was the boy who lived. The chosen one. The one who had to fight, to sacrifice, to die if necessary. And now," he laughed, a hollow sound. "Now I'm just Harry. Just some bloke with white hair and nightmares. And I don't know what to do with that." Ginny was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was thick. "You're not just some bloke. You're the bravest person I know. The stupidest, too, but mostly the bravest." She propped herself up on one elbow, looking down at him. "You don't have to be the chosen one anymore. You get to choose now. What you want, who you want to be. And if I don't know what I want, then you figure it out. Slowly. One day at a time." She traced a pattern on his chest, over his heart. "And you let the people who love you help." He pulled her close, buried his face in her hair. She smelled like the burrow, like home. "I love you," he said. "I don't say it enough. You say it when it matters." She kissed his neck. "Now sleep. You've got training tomorrow, and I've got to be on a broom at dawn." He slept. No nightmares. Auror training lasted 18 months. By the end, Harry could disarm a suspect before they finished drawing their wand, could cast a shield charm that would stop a killing curse, could track a wizard through the most complex anti-apparition wards. He graduated top of his class, alongside Ron and Hermione, and was assigned to a special task force dealing with the remnants of Voldemort's organization. The work was necessary but grim. Death Eaters who'd gone underground, dark artifacts hidden in unexpected places, families still loyal to a cause that had already lost. Harry threw himself into it, partly because he believed in it, partly because it gave him something to do besides think. Ginny's career flourished. She made the Harpies, starting lineup in her first year, her talent on a broom earning her comparisons to some of the greatest players in history. She traveled constantly, but she always came back to Harry, and those reunions were the brightest spots in his gray existence. Ron and Hermione got married on a perfect summer day, surrounded by family and friends. Harry stood as best man, gave a speech that made half the guests cry, and danced with Ginny until his feet ached. For a few hours, the weight lifted, and he remembered what joy felt like. But it always came back. The case that broke something in Harry started like any other. A tip about a Death Eater hideout in the mountains of Wales. A raid at dawn. Standard procedure, the kind of thing he'd done dozens of times. But when they breached the door, when the spells started flying, when Harry found himself face to face with a man he'd last seen at Malfoy Manor, Fenrir Greyback, something shifted. The fight was brutal. Greyback was stronger than he looked, faster, more feral. He fought like an animal, using teeth and claws alongside his wand, and Harry felt the wolf's magic pressing against his shields, trying to break through. They cornered him in a back room. Greyback, bleeding from half a dozen wounds, backed against a wall. His yellow eyes fixed on Harry, and he smiled. "The little Potter," he rasped. "I remember you. At the manor. So scared, so brave, and now look at you, an Auror. Fighting for the good guys." He laughed, a wet sound. "You think this changes anything? You think killing me makes you clean? I'm not going to kill you," Harry said. "You're going to Azkaban." Greyback's smile widened. "Azkaban. You think that scares me? I've been in worse places. I've been where you've been, little Potter. I've walked among the dead. And let me tell you a secret." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. "They remember you. All of them. They're waiting." Harry's blood went cold. "What do you know about the dead? I know they don't forget. I know they don't forgive. And I know." Greyback lunged, faster than should have been possible, his claws raking across Harry's chest before a dozen stunning spells brought him down. The wounds weren't deep, but they burned. Not with physical pain, with something else. Something that felt like the Grey Plane, like the cold of the dead, like the Covenant's fire reaching for him again. Harry stumbled back, clutching his chest. Ron was at his side, shouting something, but the words were muffled, distant. The room spun. The walls dissolved. And then he was falling. He woke in St. Mungo's, Ginny asleep in a chair beside his bed, her hand wrapped around his. The lights were dim, the room quiet, and for a moment he didn't remember what had happened. Then it came back. Greyback. The claws. The fall. He looked down at his chest. Bandages covered the wounds, but he could feel them, not healing, not fading. Just there. Burning with a cold that never stopped. A healer came, checked his vitals, asked questions he answered automatically. The wounds weren't healing normally, she said. They seemed resistant to magic. They'd never seen anything like it. Harry knew what it was. Greyback hadn't just scratched him, he'd marked him. With something from beyond the veil. Something the wolf had picked up in his own wanderings among the dead. "The dead remember you. They're waiting." The words echoed in his mind, a prophecy he hadn't asked for. Recovery was slow. The wounds eventually closed, but the cold remained, a permanent chill in his chest, a reminder that the dead hadn't forgotten him. He returned to work, but something had changed. The cases that had once felt urgent now seemed trivial. The victories hollow. Ginny noticed. She always noticed. "You're pulling away," she said one night, in their flat. They'd moved in together after her second year with the Harpies. "I can feel it. Like you're already half gone. I'm here." But even to himself, the words sounded false. "Are you?" She sat beside him on the couch, took his face in her hands. "Harry, look at me. Really look." He did. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears, her jaw set in that stubborn way he loved. "I'm scared," she whispered. "Not of you, for you. You've been different ever since that night. Like you're waiting for something. Like you've already decided you're not staying." "I haven't decided anything." "Then what is it? What's happening inside that stupid, beautiful head of yours?" He wanted to tell her. Wanted to explain about the cold, about Greyback's words, about the feeling that the dead were reaching for him even now. But the words wouldn't come. They stuck in his throat like stones. "I don't know," he said finally. I don't know." Ginny held him then, tight and fierce, and Harry let himself be held. For a little while, the cold receded. The letter came on a Tuesday, delivered by an owl Harry didn't recognize. The envelope was cream-colored, sealed with wax imprinted with a symbol he knew well, 3 circles intertwined, each containing a smaller shape. The Hallows. He opened it with shaking hands. Harry Potter. The covenant weakens. Not through any fault of yours, the renewal was sound. But something has changed. Something has disturbed the balance. The dead grow restless. The threshold stirs. Asterisk. We must speak. Come to the place where it began. Come alone. Asterisk. The Chronicle. Harry read the letter 3 times, then burned it in the fireplace. Ginny was away with the Harpies, Ron and Hermione on a case in Scotland. He was alone with a choice that felt like no choice at all. He went. Gringotts was different now, busier, brighter, the wounds of the war slowly healing. The goblins recognized him, nodded respectfully, and led him without question to the chamber where the Chronicle waited. The book was open. The words on its pages glowed with that familiar golden light. You feel it, don't you? The cold, the pull, the dead reaching for you. Asterisk. Yes. Harry's voice was hoarse. Greyback marked me with something from beyond the veil. The wolf walked among the dead and brought something back. Not a curse, a connection. A thread linking you to the threshold. The dead feel you now, Harry. They remember your sacrifice. They want you back. Asterisk. Can it be broken? A pause. The golden light flickered. It can. But the cost is high. Higher than before. You must return to the threshold. You must face the dead who remember you. And you must sever the thread yourself. Asterisk. And if I don't, the thread will grow. The pull will strengthen. Eventually, perhaps years from now, perhaps sooner, you will cross whether you choose to or not. And this time, there will be no returning. Asterisk. Harry stared at the words, at the truth they held. He'd thought the debt was paid. He'd thought he was free. But freedom, it seemed, was just another word for a different kind of cage. When? The turning of the year. When the veil is thinnest. You have 3 months to prepare. Asterisk. 3 months. Ginny's season would be over by then. She'd be home. She'd be waiting. She'd be devastated. I need to tell her. Yes, you do. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Telling Ginny was the hardest thing Harry had ever done. She listened in silence as he explained. The cold, the thread, Greyback's mark, the Chronicle's warning. When he finished, she sat motionless for a long moment, her face pale. No. The word was quiet, final. Ginny. No. Louder now. You're not going back there. You're not walking into that place again. I won't let you. It's not a choice. If I don't go, the thread will keep growing. I'll end up there anyway, and then I won't come back at all. Then we find another way. There has to be another way. She was on her feet now, pacing. Hermione can research. The goblins, they know things. We can fight this, Harry. We can. Ginny. He caught her arm, pulled her to a stop. I've looked. There is no other way. The Chronicle was clear. I have to do this. Then I'm coming with you. No. I don't care what you say. I said no. His voice was sharper than he intended. She flinched, and he hated himself for it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But you can't. The dead, they'll use you. They'll use my love for you against me. You'd be a weapon in their hands, and I can't. His voice broke. I can't lose you that way. Ginny's eyes were bright with tears, but her chin was set. And what about me? What am I supposed to do while you're in there, facing who knows what, possibly dying? I'll come back. He pulled her close, held her tight. I promised you before, and I kept that promise. I'll keep this one too. You can't promise that. You don't know. No, I don't. He pulled back, met her eyes. But I know I'll fight. With everything I have. Because you're here. Because I have a life I want to live. Because I'm not ready to let go. She kissed him then, fierce and desperate, and Harry kissed her back with everything he had. Dash dash dash. The 3 months that followed were a strange kind of limbo. Harry continued working, continued living, continued being Harry. But underneath it all was the countdown, the knowledge that every day brought him closer to the threshold. He told Ron and Hermione. Ron wanted to fight something, to find a solution, to punch the problem until it went away. Hermione buried herself in research, looking for any alternative, any loophole, any way out. They both offered to come, and he refused them both for the same reason he'd refused Ginny. If I don't come back, he told them, someone needs to be here. To protect the ones I love, to keep fighting. That's you. They didn't like it, but they accepted it. The turning of the year came cold and clear, a winter night with stars like ice above London. Harry stood in the atrium of the ministry, alone, the elder wand in his hand, the cloak around his shoulders, the stone cold against his chest. He'd said his goodbyes. To Ginny, in the dark of their flat, holding each other until dawn. To Ron and Hermione, with promises and tears. To the Weasleys, to Lupin, to everyone who'd become his family. Now he walked through the corridors, past the empty offices, to the door of the Department of Mysteries. It opened at his touch, as if it had been waiting. The death chamber was exactly as he remembered. The veil hung in its arch, tattered and still. But beyond it, he could feel them, the dead, waiting, reaching, remembering. He stepped onto the platform. The cold in his chest flared, answering the cold beyond the veil. "I'm here," he said. "I've come to sever the thread." The veil rippled. A voice emerged from its depths, not the chorus he remembered, but a single voice. Familiar. Beloved. Harry. Asterisk. His mother. "Come to us. We've missed you so much." Asterisk. The pull was almost unbearable. Every instinct screamed at him to step forward, to let go, to finally rest. But he thought of Ginny. Of her face in the dawn light. Of her laugh. Of her stubborn, fierce love. "I can't," he said. "I'm sorry. I can't stay." "You don't have to stay. Just visit. Just for a moment. Let us see you. Let us hold you." Asterisk. The veil shimmered, and she stepped through. Lily Potter stood before him, exactly as she had in his dreams. Red hair, green eyes, smile that was his smile. She opened her arms. "Harry. My baby. My brave, beautiful boy." His feet moved without permission. One step. Two. He was close enough to touch her, to feel the warmth that radiated from her despite the cold. "Mom." The word was a sob. "I'm here. I'm right here." Her arms closed around him, and for a moment, just a moment, he was home. Then he felt it. The cold beneath her warmth. The hunger beneath her love. The thread, pulsing between them, drawing him in. He pulled back. Her eyes widened. "Harry. What's wrong? You're not really her." His voice shook. "You're a memory. A shadow. The dead, they're using her to pull me in." "Harry, no. I'm sorry." He stepped back, out of her arms. The cold in his chest blazed, but he ignored it. "I love you. I'll always love you. But I can't stay. I have to live." Her face crumpled. For a moment, she looked exactly as she must have looked when she said goodbye to him as a baby, placing him on the Dursleys' doorstep. "I understand," she whispered. "Go. Live well, my love." She faded. The veil stilled. Harry stood alone on the platform, tears freezing on his cheeks. But the cold in his chest was gone. The thread was severed. He turned and walked out of the death chamber, out of the department, out of the ministry, and into a world that was waiting for him. Ginny was there, in the atrium, wrapped in a cloak against the cold. She ran to him, threw her arms around him, held him so tight he couldn't breathe. "You came back," she sobbed. "You stupid, brave, wonderful man, you came back. I promised." He held her just as tight. "I'll always come back." Outside, dawn was breaking over London, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold. The first day of a new year. The first day of everything else. Harry kissed his wife, for she was his wife now, in every way that mattered, and let himself believe that finally, after everything, he'd earned the right to be happy. Chapter 9, The Threads That Bind. 3 years passed like water through fingers. Harry stood in the kitchen of their small cottage on the outskirts of Ottery Street, Catchpole, watching Ginny chase a tiny red-headed tornado through the garden. James Sirius Potter, age 2, had discovered the joy of running away from his mother, and he approached the task with the same determination his father brought to everything else. "He's got your stubborn streak," Harry murmured, smiling. "In your hair," Ginny called through the open window, catching James mid-escape and swinging him into her arms. The boy's laughter carried across the grass, bright and carefree. Harry's hand drifted to his chest, to the spot where the cold had once lived. It was warm now, like the rest of him. The thread was gone. The dead were silent. For the first time in his life, he was simply living. The Auror office had promoted him to senior investigator after the Greyback incident, though he suspected it had more to do with his name than his skills. Ron had been promoted alongside him, and they worked cases together when they could. Though Ron's growing family, he and Hermione had a daughter, Rose, just 6 months old, kept him closer to home. Hermione had revolutionized the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, her reforms making the system fairer, more just, more compassionate. She was being talked about for minister one day, though she waved off the suggestions with a dismissive hand. And Harry. Harry was content. The nightmares had faded to nothing. The weight that had pressed on him for so long had lifted, replaced by the simple pleasures of fatherhood, marriage, and the quiet rhythm of days. But contentment, he was learning, was not the same as peace. It started with small things. A dream of his mother, not the hungry shadow from the threshold, but a gentle presence, watching him with sad eyes. She didn't speak, didn't reach for him. Just stood at the edge of his sleep, fading when he tried to focus. A chill that passed through the cottage one summer afternoon, though the fire was blazing and the windows were closed. Ginny felt it too, shivering despite the heat. And the whispers. Faint, distant, like wind through leaves. Not words, not yet. Just the awareness that something was listening. Harry didn't tell anyone. He told himself it was nothing, residue from the threshold, memories working themselves out. But the cold spot on his chest, the one that had been warm for 3 years, began to prickle. On James's 3rd birthday, the owls came. Dozens of them, descending on the cottage like a snowstorm of feathers and parchment. Each carried a letter, each letter bore the same symbol, 3 circles intertwined, the Hallows. Ginny stood in the garden, James clutched to her chest, as Harry tore open the first envelope. Harry Potter. The covenant is broken, not by you, by another. One who has found a way to reach the threshold without the Hallows, without the debt, without sacrifice. The dead are stirring. The veil weakens. You must return. You must find the one who breaks the covenant. You must stop them before the threshold opens fully. Come alone. Come quickly. The Chronicle. Harry read it twice, then handed it to Ginny. Her face paled as she read. No. The word was sharp, final. No. You're not going back there. Ginny. You promised. Her voice cracked. You said you were done. You said the thread was severed. You said. I know what I said. He took her hands, James squirming between them. But this isn't about me. This is about everyone. If the threshold opens, then we find another way. We send someone else. There is no one else. His voice was gentle but firm. The covenant is keyed to my blood. The threshold knows me. If someone's breaking it from the other side, I'm the only one who can stop them. Ginny stared at him, her eyes bright with tears she refused to shed. James, sensing the tension, buried his face in her neck. How long? She whispered. I don't know. The Chronicle didn't say. And if you don't come back. Harry pulled her close, James between them, the 3 of them wrapped in a desperate embrace. I'll come back, he said. I promised you before, and I kept that promise. I'll keep it again. You can't promise that. I know. But I'm promising anyway. The journey to Gringotts was a blur of gray skies and heavier thoughts. Harry moved through Diagon Alley like a ghost, unseen, unheard, his mind already reaching toward the darkness beneath. The goblins were waiting. Griphook led him to the Chronicle chamber without a word, his face grim. The book was open, its pages flickering with urgent light. He comes. The Breaker. He has found a way, a path the dead showed him, a secret even the Guardians didn't know. He seeks not to open the threshold, but to control it. To use the dead as weapons. To make himself a god. You must stop him, Harry Potter. Before he crosses. Before he learns what even the dead fear. Who? Harry demanded. Who is it? The pages rippled, and an image formed. A face Harry knew, had known, had fought, had thought defeated. Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry's blood turned to ice. She's dead. I saw her fall. The dead do not always stay dead. Not when they are called. Not when they are willing. Bellatrix Lestrange made a bargain before she died, a bargain with something beyond the veil. In exchange for her service, it promised her return. Promised her power. Promised her revenge. She's a ghost. Worse. She is something the dead fear. A wraith. A thing that should not exist. And she has found the hidden path to the threshold. If she crosses, if she reaches the covenant, she'll control it, use it. Harry's mind raced. How do I stop her? You must follow her. Through the hidden path. Into the place where the dead gather. And you must destroy her, truly destroy her, before she reaches the covenant. Asterisk. And if I fail? The chronicle's light dimmed. Then the threshold opens. Not gradually, as it would have before, but all at once. The dead will pour through. And there will be no stopping them. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The hidden path was not in the Department of Mysteries. It was in a place Harry had never expected to return to. The graveyard in Little Hangleton, where Voldemort had risen and where so much had begun. He stood among the headstones, the Elder Wand in his hand, the cloak around his shoulders, the stone cold against his chest. The night was moonless, the stars hidden by clouds, and the air smelled of rain and something else, something rotten. The grave of Tom Riddle Sr. stood before him, its marble headstone cracked and stained. But it was the grave beside it that drew his attention, a newer grave, unmarked, where something had been buried in secret. The earth churned. Something rose from it. Not Bellatrix, not yet. Just a ripple in the air, a shimmer like heat haze, a whisper that might have been a voice. Harry Potter. The Guardian comes. Asterisk. Where is she? His voice was steady, though his heart hammered. She walks the path. She seeks the covenant. You are too late. Asterisk. I'm never too late. He stepped forward, into the shimmer, and the world dissolved. Dash dash dash. The path was not like the Great Plain. It was narrow, twisting, bordered by shadows that moved and breathed. The dead lined it on either side, reaching for him as he passed, but they didn't touch. Couldn't touch. The hallows protected him, the cloak hid him from their gaze, the wand blazed a trail through their darkness, the stone anchored him to the world of the living. He walked for what felt like hours. Time had no meaning here. Space shifted and reformed, the path. Always ahead, the shadows always pressing close. And then he saw her. Bellatrix Lestrange was not the woman he remembered. She was something else now, a wraith of smoke and fury, her eyes burning with green fire, her form flickering between solid and insubstantial. She moved ahead of him on the path, faster than he could run, her laughter echoing in the darkness. Potter. Her voice was a shriek of delight. Little Potter, come to play. I knew you'd follow. I knew you couldn't let me have this. Bellatrix. He ran, the wand blazing. Stop. The threshold can't be controlled. You'll destroy everything. Everything. She laughed again. Everything took everything from me. My master. My family. My life. What do I care about everything? She vanished around a bend. Harry sprinted after her, the shadows grasping at his cloak, missing by inches. The path opened suddenly into a vast chamber, the Covenant Chamber, but changed. The column of fire that had once burned here was dim, flickering, nearly dead. And at its base, reaching for it with hands that smoked and crackled, stood Bellatrix. No. Harry cast without thinking, a spell he'd never used, never practiced, pulled from some deep well of instinct. Golden light erupted from the Elder Wand, slamming into Bellatrix, throwing her back from the Covenant. She screamed. The sound was terrible, not human, not alive, the cry of something that should never have existed. You cannot stop me, Potter. I am already dead. I am beyond your little spells. Then I'll send you further. He advanced on her, the wand blazing. Bellatrix scrambled backward, her form flickering, her eyes wild. The covenant is mine. The dead obey me. I will. You will do nothing. A new voice. Deep. Ancient. Familiar. The covenant flared, and from its heart stepped a figure Harry knew. His mother. But not the hungry shadow from before, something else. Something real. Lily. Bellatrix's voice cracked. You're dead. I am the covenant. Lily's voice echoed with power. I am the sum of every guardian who gave their life to protect the threshold. And you, Bellatrix Lestrange, have broken the oldest law. The law means nothing to me. Then let the law mean something to you now. Lily raised her hand, and the covenant blazed. Fire engulfed Bellatrix, not consuming but cleansing, burning away the wraith, the bargain, the existence she'd stolen. She screamed and screamed and screamed. And then she was gone. Silence. Harry stood before the covenant, his mother before him, the fire warm on his face. Mom. The word was barely a whisper. Harry. She smiled, and it was her smile, warm, loving, real. You did well. You always do well. I don't understand. You're the covenant. I am part of it. All the guardians are. We gave our lives to protect the threshold, and in return, we became its heart. When you renewed the covenant, you renewed us too. He thought of the fire, of the offering he'd made, of the lives he'd fed into its heart. I didn't know. No, you couldn't. That was the price. She stepped closer, close enough to touch, though he knew she wasn't really there. But now you do. And now you must make a choice. What choice? The Covenant is weak. Bellatrix's attack damaged it more than you know. It needs to be renewed again, properly, fully, with a guardian willing to become part of it forever. Harry's blood ran cold. You mean? I mean someone must stay. Must become the Covenant's new heart. Must guard the threshold for all time. You. The word was a sob. You want me to stay? No. Her eyes were gentle, sad. I want you to choose. Not because you have to, but because you want to. Because you understand what's at stake. Harry thought of Ginny. Of James. Of the life he'd built, the love he'd found, the future stretching ahead. I can't. His voice broke. I can't leave them. I promised. I know. Lily's hand touched his face, warm and solid. I know, my love. And I would never ask you to break that promise. Then what do I do? She smiled. You go home. You live your life. You love your family. And you trust that we, all of us who came before, will find another way. Another way. There is no other way. The Chronicle said. The Chronicle knows what it knows. But we, the Covenant, we know more. She leaned forward, kissed his forehead. Go, Harry. Live. Love. Be happy. That's all we ever wanted for you. But, go. The Covenant blazed. The chamber dissolved. And Harry woke on the cold ground of the graveyard, dawn breaking over the headstones, the Elder Wand still in his hand. Dash dash dash. He stumbled home through a series of fireplaces and apparitions, too exhausted to think, too overwhelmed to feel. Ginny met him at the door, James in her arms, her face a mask of fear and hope. Harry, I'm back. He fell into her arms, James pressed between them, and for a long moment they just held each other. Is it done? For now. He pulled back, met her eyes. The Covenant is weak. It needs someone to stay, to become its heart. But my mother, the Covenant, she said there was another way. She told me to come home. Ginny's eyes widened. Your mother. She's part of it. Part of the Covenant. All the Guardians are. He touched her face, memorizing every line. She told me to live. To love. To be happy. That's all they ever wanted. Oh, Harry. Tears streamed down her face. Oh, my love. James, confused by the tears, reached up and patted his mother's cheek. Mummy's sad. No, baby. Ginny laughed through her tears. Mummy's happy. So happy. They stood there in the doorway of their cottage, the sun rising behind them, and Harry let himself believe that maybe, just maybe, the story was finally over. But in the back of his mind, a whisper lingered. The Covenant's words, we will find another way. Not we have found. We will. Asterisk. The search continued. The Guardians worked. And somewhere beyond the veil, something waited. But not today. Today, there was breakfast to make, a son to chase, a wife to love. Today, there was life. And Harry intended to live every moment of it. Chapter 10, The Guardian's Vigil. 5 years. Half a decade since Harry had last stood before the Covenant, since he'd watched his mother's face fade into firelight, since he'd chosen life over duty and come home to the people he loved. The cottage had grown. An extension charm, courtesy of Hermione, had added 2 bedrooms and a proper garden where vegetables battled valiantly against weeds. James was 8 now, all gangly limbs and untamed hair, already showing signs of the magical talent that would likely get him into trouble at Hogwarts. Albus Severus, Al, for short, had just turned 5, a quiet, thoughtful child with his mother's eyes and his father's tendency to brood. And Lily Luna, 3 years old and already ruling the household with an iron fist wrapped in a sugar-coated smile, had everyone wrapped around her tiny finger. Harry stood at the kitchen window, watching his children chase each other through the garden, their laughter carrying on the summer breeze. Ginny was at practice with the Harpies, a big match coming up, the league finals, and wouldn't be home until late. Ron and Hermione were expected for dinner, along with their daughter Rose, who was James's best friend and partner in crime. It was ordinary. It was perfect. But in the quiet moments, when the children were asleep and the house was still, Harry felt it. Not the cold, that had never returned. Not the pull, the dead were silent. But in awareness, a sense that something was watching, waiting, holding its breath. The Covenant had said they would find another way. 5 years later, he still didn't know what that meant. Dinner was chaos, as always. Ron arrived first, Rose on his shoulders, Hermione following with a basket of vegetables from their own garden. The children erupted into delighted shrieks and disappeared into the garden, their games resuming with renewed vigor. "How's the case?" Harry asked, handing Ron a butterbeer. Ron made a face. "Tedious. Tracking down illegal portkey manufacturers. You'd think people would learn, but no, every few months, some bright spark decides to undercut the ministry and make a few galleons on the side. At least it's not Death Eaters. Thank Merlin for small mercies." Ron glanced toward the garden, where James was attempting to levitate a frog, with limited success. "He's getting strong. Too strong. McGonagall's already written, wants to keep an eye on him for early admission to the program for gifted students. Like father, like son." Harry smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Ron noticed, he always noticed, after all these years. "What is it?" "Nothing. Just," he shook his head. "Old ghosts." Ron's expression sobered. "The threshold. Not the threshold itself. Just a feeling. Like something's coming. Something I can't see." They stood in silence for a moment, watching their children play. Then Ron clapped him on the shoulder. "Whatever it is, we'll face it together." "Like always." Harry nodded. But the feeling didn't fade. That night, after the guests had gone and the children were asleep, Harry sat alone in the garden. The stars were bright overhead, the air cool with the approach of autumn. In a few weeks, James would start at Hogwarts. The first of his children to go. The first of many partings. Footsteps on the grass. Ginny, home from her match, still in her traveling cloak. Couldn't sleep. Just thinking. He shifted, making room for her on the bench. She sat close, her warmth seeping into him. About James. About all of them. About the future. About, he hesitated. About the covenant. Ginny stiffened slightly, then relaxed. "It's been 5 years, Harry. Whatever they were planning, wouldn't it have happened by now? I don't know. The dead work on different timescales. A moment to them could be decades to us. And you feel something. Something specific." He shook his head. "Just awareness. Like they're waiting. Like they're watching." Ginny was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was soft. "Maybe they are. Maybe they're watching you live, Harry. Watching you be happy. And maybe that's enough." He turned to look at her, really look at her. 32 years old, still beautiful, still fierce, still his. "I love you," he said. "I don't say it enough. You say it when it matters." She kissed him, soft and sweet. "Now come to bed. You'll worry yourself into an early grave, and the children need their father." He let her pull him up, let her lead him inside, let the warmth of their life together chase away the shadows. But in the back of his mind, the watching continued. September 1st dawned bright and golden. James was a whirlwind of excitement, his trunk packed and repacked half a dozen times, his owl, a scruffy little thing he'd named Pigwidgeon Jr., hooting frantically from her cage. Albus clung to Harry's hand, torn between excitement for his brother and fear of being left behind. Lily, too young to understand, simply wanted to know when the cake would appear. King's Cross was chaos, as always. Families swarmed the platform, students calling to friends, owls hooting, cats yowling, the occasional toad escaping from its box. Harry guided his family through the crowd, memories pressing close, his own first journey, so many years ago, alone and terrified and hopeful. James spotted Rose almost immediately, and the two of them vanished into a compartment with a group of other first years. Ron and Hermione were already there, helping Rose settle in. "He'll be fine," Ginny said, reading Harry's expression. "He's brave and smart and has more people who love him than he knows what to do with." "I know." Harry watched the compartment window, catching glimpses of James's animated face. "It's just hard. Letting go always is." The train whistle blew. Parents began to disembark, last hugs exchanged, last words whispered. James appeared at the window, waving frantically. Harry waved back, Ginny beside him, Albus in his arms, Lily on Ginny's hip. The train pulled away. James's face grew smaller, gone. "Well," Ginny said, her voice slightly thick. "That's that." Albus tugged Harry's sleeve. "Daddy, will James write to us?" "Every week, probably. Your brothers never met a sentence he couldn't stretch into a paragraph." They walked back through the barrier, back into the Muggle world, back toward home. But Harry felt the shift, the turning of a page, the start of a new chapter. His son was at Hogwarts now, walking the same corridors he'd walked, learning the same magic he'd learned, making his own friends, his own memories, his own story. And somewhere beyond the veil, the watching continued. Winter came early that year, bringing snow and ice and the kind of cold that seeped into bones. Hogwarts sent regular owls. James was thriving, made friends with a boy named Scorpius Malfoy of all people, was decent at Quidditch, terrible at potions. Harry wrote back every week, long letters full of advice and encouragement and love. Albus started showing signs of magic, accidental, unpredictable, the usual chaos of a 5-year-old wizard. Lily enchanted her toys to follow her around the house, much to the family cat's dismay. Life continued, ordinary and precious. But on the night of the winter solstice, Harry woke to find the cottage silent and still, and a figure standing at the foot of his bed. He reached for his wand before his brain caught up, but the figure raised a hand, pale, luminous, familiar. "Peace, Harry. I mean you no harm." Lily. His mother. But different now, more solid, more real, dressed in robes that seemed woven from starlight. "Mom." He was on his feet, Ginny stirring beside him. "What? How?" "The Covenant has found another way." Her smile was gentle, sad, hopeful. "We, all of us who became its heart, we have been searching. And we have found a solution." Ginny was awake now, her wand in her hand, her face pale. "What kind of solution?" Lily's gaze shifted to her, warm and assessing. "You love him. I can see it. Feel it. It's beautiful." "Mom." Harry's voice was sharp. "What solution?" Lily turned back to him. "The Covenant needs a guardian. Someone to watch over the threshold, to renew the seals, to ensure the dead remain at peace. But that guardian doesn't have to be dead. Doesn't have to give up their life." "What do you mean?" "The guardians who came before, they gave everything because they had no choice. The Covenant was new, untested, hungry. It demanded sacrifice because sacrifice was all it understood. But we have taught it, over the centuries. Shown it that there are other ways. Other offerings." She stepped closer, close enough to touch. Her hand, when it cupped his cheek, was warm, not the cold of the dead, but something else. Something alive. "You have given enough, Harry. More than enough. The Covenant knows this now. It accepts this. But it still needs a guardian. Someone to watch. Someone to care. Someone who will be there when the veil thins, when the dead grow restless, when the threshold needs reassurance." "A living guardian," Harry breathed. "Someone who stays in the world of the living but watches the world of the dead." "Yes. Me. No." Lily's smile widened. "Not you. You have a life here. A family. A future. The Covenant doesn't want to take that from you." She paused. "But the guardianship must pass to someone with Potter blood. Someone young, with decades ahead of them, who can learn to walk between worlds without losing themselves in either." Harry's blood ran cold. "No. Not my children. You can't. Not taken. Chosen. Willingly. When they are ready. When they understand." Lily's eyes were bright with tears. "I would never take a child from their parent, Harry. I am a parent. I know what that would cost." "Then what are you saying?" "I'm saying the guardianship is a choice. An inheritance. Something that can be accepted or refused. James, Albus, Lily, they will each be offered the chance, when they come of age. To watch. To guard. To walk between worlds. And they will each be free to say no." Harry stared at her, his mind reeling. "And if they all say no? Then the Covenant will wait. And hope. And trust that one day, a Potter will say yes." She touched his face again. "This is the best we could do, Harry. The only way we could find to honor your sacrifice while freeing you from it. The Covenant will never call you again. You are released. Truly released. Released." The word echoed in his mind, carrying a weight he hadn't known he was still carrying. "But my children will have a choice. The same choice you never had. The same choice every guardian before you never had." She smiled. "Isn't that a gift?" He thought about it. Thought about the weight he'd carried, the sacrifices he'd made, the moments he'd lost. Thought about James, bright and brave, already so much like his father. Thought about Albus, quiet and thoughtful, watching the world with knowing eyes. Thought about Lily, fierce and loving, already so much like her mother. A choice. A real choice. Not destiny, not prophecy, not debt. Just choice. "Yes," he said. "It's a gift." Lily nodded. Then I'll go. The covenant waits, and I am part of it now. But I'll watch, Harry. I'll watch them all. And when the time comes, I'll be there, not to take, but to offer. She began to fade, her form growing translucent. Mom, wait. She paused. Thank you. For everything. For watching over me. For coming back. His voice broke. For being my mother, even when you couldn't be there. Her smile was the last thing to fade, bright and warm and full of love. Always, my brave boy. Always. She was gone. Harry stood in the darkness, Ginny's arms around him, tears on both their faces. Outside, the snow continued to fall, silent and pure. And somewhere beyond the veil, the watching continued, but now it felt like blessing, not burden. The years unfolded like chapters in a book Harry had never expected to read. James went to Hogwarts, flourished, became head boy. Albus followed, quieter but no less brave, making friends in unexpected places. Lily arrived with a bang, quite literally, setting fire to the Sorting Hat before it could even touch her head, and carved her own path through the castle with the same fierce determination her mother had shown. Each of them, on their 17th birthday, received a visitor in the night. A woman with red hair and green eyes, who spoke of choices and guardianship and walking between worlds. Each of them listened, considered, and made their decision. James said no. He wanted to play Quidditch, to travel, to see the world. The Covenant understood. Albus said no. He wanted to study, to learn, to understand magic. In all its forms. The Covenant understood. Lily said yes. She was 18 when she accepted, just finished with Hogwarts, already showing signs of the power that would make her one of the most formidable witches of her generation. She understood what she was choosing, the weight, the responsibility, the loneliness. She understood and she chose anyway. I'm not you, she told Harry, on the night before her first walk to the threshold. I'm not going to carry this alone. I'm going to have friends, a life, love. But I can also do this. I can watch. I can guard. I can be there when the dead need reassurance. Harry looked at his daughter, his fierce, loving, impossible daughter, and saw echoes of everyone he'd ever loved. His mother's eyes, Ginny's determination, James's courage, Albus's wisdom, and something entirely her own. I'm proud of you, he said. So proud. She hugged him tight. I know. That's why I can do this. The years passed. Harry aged, as humans do, the white hair that had marked his sacrifice slowly spreading to become a crown of silver. Ginny's career flourished, then faded into coaching, then into grandmotherhood. Ron and Hermione grew old together, still bickering, still loving, still the best friends anyone could ask for. James married a French witch he'd met during his Quidditch years and produced a brood of red-headed children who terrorized the cottage every summer. Albus became a renowned magical theorist, his books required reading at Hogwarts, his quiet nature hiding a brilliance that reshaped how magic was understood. Lily walked between worlds, a guardian in truth, and visited often, always with stories, always with warmth, always with love. And on a summer evening, when the garden was golden and the laughter of grandchildren filled the air, Harry sat on his bench and watched the sun go down. Ginny was beside him, her hand in his, her hair now silver too. Happy? She asked. He thought about it. Thought about the long road that had brought him here, the pain, the loss, the sacrifice. Thought about the children, the grandchildren, the life they'd built together. Thought about the Covenant, at peace now, guarded by a daughter who had chosen to carry on the legacy. Yeah, he said. I am. She leaned against him, and they watched the stars come out. Somewhere beyond the veil, a woman with red hair and green eyes smiled, and turned back to her vigil. The threshold was quiet. The dead were at peace. And Harry Potter, finally, was free. Chapter 11, The Weight of Years. Time moved differently after Lily accepted the guardianship. Harry noticed it in small ways first, the way the seasons seemed to blur together, the way his children's faces changed too quickly, the way Ginny's hair gradually turned from fiery red to soft silver. He was 63 now, an age he'd never expected to reach, and every morning he woke grateful for another day. The cottage had grown again. Grandchildren came and went, their laughter filling the rooms, their toys scattered across every surface. James visited often with his French wife Delphine and their 3 children, Jacques, Victoire, and little Fleur, named after her great-aunt. Albus came less frequently, buried in his research, but when he appeared he brought books and theories and a quiet joy in explaining his work to anyone who would listen. Lily appeared most often of all, stepping out of thin air with stories of the threshold, of the dead, of the peace that had settled over both worlds since she'd taken up her vigil. But tonight, the cottage was quiet. The grandchildren were asleep in their various rooms. Ginny dozed in her chair by the fire, a book open on her lap. And Harry sat at the kitchen table, staring at a letter that had arrived by owl an hour ago. It was from Hogwarts. From McGonagall. No, not McGonagall anymore, she'd retired years ago, but the new headmistress, a woman Harry didn't know. The letter was formal, polite, and utterly unexpected. Dear Mr. Potter, it is with great pleasure that I invite you to deliver the annual Founders' Day address at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Your unique perspective on the history of our school, your heroic contributions during the wars, and your ongoing connection to the magical community make you an ideal choice to inspire the next generation of witches and wizards. Asterisk. We would be honored by your presence. Asterisk. Harry read the letter again. Founders' Day. He'd attended a few over the years, sitting in the audience while various dignitaries spoke. He'd never imagined being asked to speak himself. What's that? Ginny was awake, watching him with those still bright eyes. Hogwarts. They want me to give the Founders' Day address. She raised an eyebrow. Are you going to? I don't know. I'm not exactly a public speaker. You gave a speech at Bill and Fleur's wedding. You gave a speech at Ron and Hermione's. You've talked to groups of Aurors, addressed ministry officials, told stories to your grandchildren. You can talk to a few hundred students. That's different. Those were people I knew. This is, he gestured vaguely. This is Hogwarts. The whole school. What would I even say? Ginny rose, came to stand behind him, her hands on his shoulders. You'd say what you always say. The truth. About courage and love and choosing to do the right thing even when it's hard. She kissed the top of his head. You'd be brilliant. You always are. He reached up, covered her hand with his. When did you get so wise? About the time I married the most stubborn man in Britain. Had to learn fast. He laughed, and the weight of the letter felt a little lighter. Founders' Day arrived on a crisp October morning, the kind of day that smelled of fallen leaves and wood smoke and magic. Harry apparated to Hogsmeade and walked the familiar path to the castle, his breath misting in the cold air. Hogwarts rose before him, unchanged and ever-changing. The same towers, the same battlements, the same magic thrumming through every stone. But the faces were different now, students who hadn't been born when he'd walked these corridors, teachers who knew him only from books. The new headmistress, a sharp-eyed woman named Professor Clearwater, met him at the entrance. Mr. Potter. Thank you so much for coming. She shook his hand firmly. The students are beside themselves with excitement. You're something of a legend here, you know. Harry smiled uncomfortably. I just lived through some interesting times. She laughed. Modest as well. Come, I'll show you to the staff room. The feast starts in an hour. The castle hadn't changed. That was the strangest part. Every corridor held a memory. Here was where he'd hidden from Filch. There was where he'd first kissed Cho, around that corner was the entrance to the Room of Requirement. The portraits greeted him by name, some familiar, some new. The ghosts drifted through walls, pausing to nod or wave. He stopped outside the great hall, looking at the huge oak doors. Bring back memories? Clearwater asked. All of them. He touched the wood, felt the magic pulse beneath his fingers. This place saved my life. More than once. It's saved a lot of lives, over the years. That's what Hogwarts does. They walked on. The feast was overwhelming in the best way. Hundreds of students filled the 4 long tables, their faces turned toward the staff table where Harry sat between Clearwater and the elderly deputy headmaster. The food was excellent, the conversation pleasant, and the attention constant. He could feel hundreds of eyes on him, watching his every move. After dinner, Clearwater rose and tapped her glass. The hall fell silent. Tonight, we are honored to have a very special guest. Most of you know his name, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the hero of the Battle of Hogwarts, one of the greatest wizards of our age. She paused for the applause that swept through the hall. But more than that, he is a former student, a husband, a father, and now a grandfather. He has agreed to share some thoughts with us tonight. Please welcome Mr. Harry Potter. Harry rose, walked to the lectern, and looked out at the sea of faces. For a moment, his mind went blank. Then he saw, in the front row, a familiar shock of red hair, his grandson Jacques, visiting from Beauxbatons for the occasion. And beside him, a girl who looked so much like a young Hermione that it had to be Rose's daughter. He smiled. "I'm not good at speeches," he began. "Anyone who knows me will tell you that. I tend to say what I think, sometimes before I've thought it, and I've spent a lot of my life apologizing for things that came out wrong." A ripple of laughter. "But your headmistress asked me to talk about what I've learned, and I've learned a few things over the years. So I'll try." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "When I was 11 years old, I walked through these doors for the first time. I didn't know anything about magic. I'd grown up with muggles who hated it, who hated me, who did everything they could to stamp it out of me. But when I walked into the Great Hall, when I saw the enchanted ceiling and the floating candles and all of you, well, all of you who came before, I knew I was home." He looked out at the students, some rapt, some fidgeting, some whispering to friends. It didn't matter. He spoke to the ones who were listening. "I learned a lot at Hogwarts. How to cast spells, how to brew potions, how to turn a badger into a water fountain, though I never quite mastered that one." More laughter. "But the most important things I learned weren't in any classroom. They were in the friendships I made, the choices I faced, the moments when I had to decide what kind of person I wanted to be." He thought of Ron, of Hermione, of all the times they'd stood together against impossible odds. "I had a lot of help. More than I deserved. My friends, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, they saved my life more times than I can count. Not just with magic, but with loyalty, with love, with refusing to give up on me even when I was being an idiot." He smiled at the memory. "Which was often." More laughter, warmer now. "And I had teachers who believed in me, even when I didn't believe in myself. Professor McGonagall, who pushed me harder than anyone because she saw what I could become. Professor Lupin, who taught me that kindness and strength weren't opposites. And Professor Dumbledore," he paused, the name still heavy after all these years. "Professor Dumbledore, who made mistakes, who had regrets, who carried burdens I couldn't imagine, but who never stopped fighting for what was right." The hall was silent now, truly silent. "I'm not telling you this to make you think I'm special. I'm not. I'm just a person who had extraordinary things happen to him, and who was lucky enough to have extraordinary people by his side. The reason I'm telling you this is because you're all at the beginning of your own stories. And I want you to know that the choices you make here, the friends you choose, the risks you take, the way you treat people who are different from you, those choices matter. They matter more than your grades, more than your Quidditch scores, more than anything you'll learn from a book." He leaned forward, gripping the edges of the lectern. "The world out there is complicated. There's darkness in it, and cruelty, and things that will try to break you. But there's also light. There's love. There's the knowledge that you're not alone. And if you hold on to that, if you build connections with people who see you, who believe in you, who love you, then you can face anything. I know. I did." He straightened, smiled at the sea of young faces. "So that's my advice. Make friends. Be kind. Stand up for what's right, even when it's hard. And remember, you're never as alone as you feel. There's always someone who cares. Always." The applause began slowly, then built into a roar. Students were on their feet, clapping, cheering, some wiping their eyes. Harry stepped back from the lectern, overwhelmed, and Clearwater was there, shaking his hand, saying something he couldn't hear over the noise. In the front row, Jacques was beaming, and beside him, the girl who looked like Hermione was crying. Harry had said what he came to say. After the feast, after the crowds had dispersed and the students had returned to their common rooms, Harry walked the corridors alone. He didn't know where he was going, his feet carried him on instinct, past familiar landmarks, through hidden passages, until he found himself standing outside the door to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle that guarded it was different now, a stone badger instead of a stone griffin. But it recognized him, or perhaps recognized something in him, and it stepped aside without a word. The spiral staircase carried him up. The office was empty, Clearwater was elsewhere, attending to headmistress duties, but the portraits were awake. Dumbledore smiled at him from behind the desk. Snape, in a corner, nodded once. McGonagall beamed. "Harry, my boy." Dumbledore's voice was as warm as ever. "That was quite a speech. Was it okay?" "I wasn't sure. It was perfect. Honest, heartfelt, exactly what they needed to hear. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "You've grown into a remarkable man, Harry. I always knew you would." Harry looked at the portrait, at the painted eyes that held so much of the real Dumbledore's wisdom and warmth. "I used to be angry at you," he said quietly. "For not telling me things. For keeping secrets. For making me carry so much alone. I know. And I don't blame you. But I understand now why you did what you did. You were trying to protect me, not from Voldemort, but from the weight of knowing too much too soon. From becoming what you'd become." Dumbledore's expression grew sad. "I made many mistakes, Harry. The greatest was in thinking I had to carry my burdens alone, and in assuming you would do the same. You proved me wrong. You surrounded yourself with people who loved you, who supported you, who made you stronger. That was your greatest victory, not defeating Voldemort, but learning to let people in." Harry thought of Ginny, of Ron and Hermione, of his children and grandchildren. Dumbledore was right. That had been the hardest lesson, and the most important. "Thank you," he said. "For everything. For believing in me. For giving me a chance." Dumbledore smiled. "It was my honor, Harry. Now go home. Your family is waiting." Harry nodded, turned to leave, then paused. "Professor, is there really an afterlife? A place where people go after?" Dumbledore's portrait was silent for a moment. Then, softly, "I believe so. I believe that death is but the next great adventure. But what form it takes, what awaits beyond, that, I think, is different for everyone." Harry thought of the threshold, of the grey plane, of the dead who waited there. He thought of his mother, of Sirius, of all the faces he'd seen in that place between worlds. "I hope you're right. I usually am." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Or at least, I like to think so." Harry laughed, and left the office, and walked out of Hogwarts into the cool October night. The cottage was warm and bright when he returned. Ginny was waiting by the fire, a book in her lap, though she hadn't turned a page in hours. How was it? Terrifying. Exhilarating. Strange. He sat beside her, let her take his hand. "I talked to Dumbledore's portrait afterward." "Oh, what did he say?" "That I'd grown into a remarkable man. That my greatest victory was learning to let people in." He squeezed her hand. "He was right about that." Ginny smiled. "He usually was." They sat in comfortable silence, watching the fire dance. After a while, Harry spoke again. "Ginny, do you ever think about what comes after? After we're gone?" She was quiet for a moment. "Sometimes. I think about seeing Fred again. And my uncles. And all the people we lost." She turned to look at him. "Why? I saw my mother, at the threshold. Not the shadow, the real her. She was part of the Covenant, part of the Guardians. She told me she was proud of me. She should be. We all are. But I wonder, will I see her again? When my time comes, will I see all of them?" Ginny's hand tightened on his. "I don't know. But I hope so. I hope there's somewhere we all end up, together, where the fighting stops and the loving goes on." "That's beautiful. It's what I believe. What I have to believe." She leaned her head on his shoulder. "But that's a long way off, Harry Potter. You're not going anywhere for a good long while." "No." He kissed her hair. "I'm not. The years continued their gentle march. Grandchildren became teenagers, became adults, had children of their own. The cottage grew quieter, then louder again as great-grandchildren arrived to fill the spaces. Harry's hair turned completely white, his face lined with laugh lines and the marks of a life fully lived. Ginny passed first, on a spring morning when the garden was in full bloom. She went peacefully, in her sleep, her hand in Harry's, a smile on her face. Harry held her for a long time afterward, tears streaming down his face, and whispered everything he'd never said enough. His children gathered. His grandchildren. His great-grandchildren. They filled the cottage with love and grief and the complicated business of saying goodbye. Harry moved through it all like a ghost, present but not present, his heart still with Ginny. After the funeral, after the crowds had dispersed and the cottage had grown quiet again, Lily found him in the garden, sitting on the bench where he'd sat with Ginny so many times. "Dad." She sat beside him, took his hand. "How are you?" "Empty." His voice was hoarse. "Lost. Like half of me is gone." "I know. I felt it too, all of us did. But Dad, she's at peace. She's with Fred, with her brothers, with everyone she lost. I saw her, at the threshold, just for a moment." She was happy. Harry looked at his daughter, his fierce, loving, impossible daughter, who walked between worlds and brought messages from the dead. She was smiling, laughing, telling me to take care of you. Lily's eyes were bright. She said to tell you she'd wait. However long it takes, she'd wait. Harry closed his eyes, and for the first time since Ginny's passing, he felt something other than grief. Hope. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you for that. Lily squeezed his hand. Always, Dad. Always. 5 more years passed. Harry grew frailer, slower, his world shrinking to the cottage, the garden, the visits from family. He was 93 now, one of the oldest wizards in Britain, and he felt every year in his bones. But he wasn't afraid. The threshold held no terror for him, he'd walked it before, faced what lay beyond. Made his peace with it. What waited for him now wasn't darkness, but reunion. Ginny, his parents, Sirius, Remus, all the faces he'd loved and lost. On a winter night, with snow falling softly outside and a fire crackling in the hearth, Harry sat in his chair and felt the end approach. Not painfully, just a quiet awareness, a sense that the story was reaching its final page. Lily was there, as she always was in the important moments. She knelt beside his chair, took his hand. Dad, it's time. I know. His voice was barely a whisper. Is she there? Waiting. Lily closed her eyes, reaching with whatever sense allowed her to perceive the threshold. When she opened them, she was smiling through tears. She's there. Mom, Grandma and Grandpa, Uncle Sirius, Professor Lupin, all of them. They're waiting. Harry smiled. Good. That's good. He looked around the room one last time, at the photos on the mantel, at the worn armchair where Ginny used to sit, at the faces of his children gathered around him. James, gray-haired now but still with that mischievous glint. Albus, quiet and wise, his eyes full of love. Lily, the guardian, the bridge between worlds. Tell them I love them, he whispered. All of them. Every single one. We will, Dad. We will. Harry closed his eyes. The fire crackled. The snow fell. And somewhere beyond the veil, a woman with red hair and a man with glasses and a whole crowd of people he'd loved were waiting with open arms. He took a breath, let it out, and stepped into the light. Chapter 12, The Reunion. The light was not light as Harry had known it. It was warmth, yes, and brightness, but also sound and scent and the press of countless presences. He floated in it, suspended, aware of everything and nothing at once. For a moment, an eternity, he simply existed, letting the light wash through him, healing wounds he hadn't known he still carried. Then, gradually, the light began to take shape. He stood on grass. Green grass, soft and cool beneath his bare feet. Above him, a sky of impossible blue, dotted with clouds that moved in patterns too deliberate to be random. Around him, trees, oaks and beeches and willows, their leaves rustling in a breeze that carried the scent of flowers and something else, something that smelled like home. Beautiful, isn't it? He turned. Ginny stood behind him, young again, her hair the fiery red of their youth, her eyes bright with laughter and love. She wore a simple white dress, and she was smiling. His voice caught. You're here. I've been waiting. She opened her arms, and he walked into them, felt her warmth, her solidity, her absolute realness. I've been waiting so long. They held each other for a time that had no measure. When they finally pulled apart, Harry looked around at the strange landscape. Where are we? Somewhere between. The threshold calls it the way station, a place where souls gather before moving on, or before choosing to stay. She took his hand. Come on. There are people who want to see you. They walked through the meadow, past trees that seemed to lean toward them, past flowers that turned to watch them pass. In the distance, Harry saw shapes, figures, gathered under a vast oak that must have been ancient when the world was young. As they drew closer, the figures resolved into faces he knew. His mother was the first to reach him. Lily ran across the grass, her red hair streaming behind her, and threw her arms around him with a force that would have knocked him over if he'd been less substantial. Harry. My baby. My brave, beautiful boy. She was crying, laughing, holding him like she'd never let go. You're here. You're finally here. Behind her, his father approached more slowly, his eyes bright with tears behind those familiar glasses. James Potter wrapped his arms around both of them, and for a long moment, the three of them stood together, a family complete at last. We watched you, James said, his voice rough. We couldn't interfere, couldn't help, but we watched. Every moment, every battle, every victory. We were so proud. I know. Harry's voice broke. I felt you. Sometimes. In the quiet moments. That was us, Lily confirmed. Reaching as far as we could. Letting you know you weren't alone. More figures approached. Serious, lean and laughing, his grin as reckless as ever. He grabbed Harry in a bear hug that lifted him off the ground. Pup, you made it. Took you long enough. He set Harry down, clapped him on the shoulder. Ginny's been wearing a path in the grass, pacing and waiting. Have not, Ginny protested, but she was smiling. Remus was next, quiet and dignified, but with a warmth in his eyes that spoke of years of friendship. Harry, it's good to see you whole. You too, Professor. You too. Remus, he corrected gently. We're beyond titles here. More and more faces. Tonks, her hair a brilliant purple, her arm linked with Remus's. Fred Weasley, who swept Harry into a hug and whispered, "Tell George I'm watching. Tell him to stop eating so many cauldron cakes." Mad-Eye Moody, gruff but nodding with something like approval. Dobby, wide-eyed and beaming, tugging on Harry's sleeve. "Harry Potter Sir is here." Dobby knew Harry Potter Sir would come. And behind them, hundreds more, faces from portraits, from memories, from the long history of the Potter family. Ancestors who had guarded the threshold before him, who had given their lives to protect the living from the dead. One figure stepped forward from the crowd, and Harry's breath caught. Dumbledore. Not the painted image from the portrait, but the man himself, tall, imposing, with that familiar twinkle in his blue eyes. He wore robes of deep purple embroidered with stars, and he smiled as he approached. "Harry, my boy. Welcome, Professor." Harry's voice was barely a whisper. "I don't understand. You're really here. I am really here. As much as any of us can be." Dumbledore's gaze swept over the gathered souls. "The threshold is not the end, Harry. It is merely a transition. We who have passed beyond continue to exist, to love, to watch over those we left behind. And now, you have joined us. But I just died. A few minutes ago, I was. Time moves differently here." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "What felt like moments to you has been years to us. But we have waited patiently. We knew you would come when you were ready." Harry looked around at the gathered faces, his family, his friends, his ancestors. They were all here, all waiting, all welcoming him home. "There's so much I want to ask," he said. "So much I want to understand. And you will have time. All the time in the world, or beyond it." Dumbledore gestured toward the great oak. "But first, there is someone else who wishes to speak with you. Someone who has waited longer than any of us." The crowd parted, and Harry saw her. A woman, young and beautiful, with hair as white as his own and eyes that held the depth of centuries. She wore robes of silver that seemed to shimmer with inner light, and when she smiled, it was like the sun coming out. "Hello, Harry." Her voice was music. "I am Ignota Peverell, the first of our line to guard the threshold." Harry stared. You're the one who started it all. Who accepted the guardianship." "I am." She moved toward him, her steps leaving no trace on the grass. "I made the choice, so long ago, to stand between the living and the dead. I did not know then what that choice would mean, how it would echo through centuries, how it would shape the lives of my descendants. But I have watched, I have seen, and I have waited for this moment." "What moment?" "The moment when the last guardian returns home. When the circle closes. When the debt, finally and fully, is paid." She reached out, took his hands. Her touch was warm, alive, real. "You did well, Harry Potter. Better than any of us could have hoped. You bore the weight with grace, you made the hard choices, you loved with your whole heart. And because of you, the threshold is at peace." "I had help," he said. "So much help." "Yes. That is what made the difference. You understood what so many guardians forgot, that the burden was never meant to be carried alone." She smiled. "Now, at last, you can rest. You can love. You can simply be." She released his hands and stepped back, rejoining the crowd. But her eyes remained on him, warm and proud. Ginny was at his side again, her hand in his. "Well," she asked, "what do you want to do first?" Harry looked around at the meadow, at the trees, at the gathered souls who loved him. He thought of all the battles, all the losses, all the years of carrying weight that should have been too heavy. And he thought of this, peace, finally, truly, completely. "I want to see it all," he said. I want to meet them all. I want to learn their stories, hear their voices, know them as I never could when I was living. He squeezed Ginny's hand. And I want to do it with you. Ginny's smile was radiant. Then let's begin. The days that followed, if they could be called days, were a revelation. Harry walked through the waystation with Ginny at his side, meeting soul after soul, hearing story after story. He met great-grandparents who had died long before he was born, who held him and wept and told him how proud they were. He met distant cousins he'd never known existed, who welcomed him into their fold without hesitation. He met heroes and ordinary people, witches and wizards and even a few muggles who had somehow found their way to this place between worlds. Each meeting was a gift. Each story a thread in the tapestry of who he was. Lily walked with him often, her arm linked through his, filling in gaps in his knowledge about the family he'd never known. She told him about her own childhood, about her parents, about the sister she'd lost and the love she'd found. James joined them sometimes, adding his own memories, his own laughter, his own love. Sirius was a constant presence, always ready with a joke or a story or a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. They spent long hours together, talking about everything and nothing, making up for the years they'd been denied. And Dumbledore was there when Harry needed him, offering wisdom without pressure, guidance without control. They spoke of many things. Of magic and mortality, of love and loss, of the choices that shape a life. I was wrong about so much, Dumbledore said one day, as they sat beneath the great oak. I thought I knew what was best. I thought my secrets protected you. But in the end, it was your openness, your willingness to trust, that saved us all. You did what you thought was right, Harry said. That's all any of us can do. Perhaps. But intention does not excuse consequence. I have had time, much time, to reflect on my mistakes. And I have learned, as you did, that the only way forward is through love. He smiled. You taught me that, Harry. In the end, you taught me what I should have known all along. One day, or what felt like a day, Harry found himself walking alone. The waystation stretched around him, beautiful and strange, but he felt a pull toward something he couldn't name. He followed it through meadows and woods, past streams that sang and hills that breathed, until he came to a place he recognized. The gray plain. But it was different now. The gray had softened to silver, and the endless horizon was dotted with lights, souls, he realized, moving peacefully through their existence. The dead were no longer hungry, no longer reaching. They were simply there. And standing at the edge of the plain, waiting for him, was a figure he knew. Severus. Snape turned. He looked as he always had, pale, intense, wrapped in darkness, but there was something different in his eyes. A peace that had never been there in life. Potter. His voice was the same, low and penetrating. I wondered if you would come. I didn't know I was coming. I just felt pulled. Snape nodded. This place calls to those who have unfinished business. Those who need to say things left unsaid. Harry looked at him, at the man who had saved his life so many times, who had loved his mother, who had died for a cause he believed in. I never thanked you, Harry said. For everything. For protecting me, even when you hated me. For giving me the memories that helped me understand. For loving my mother enough to carry that weight your whole life. Snape's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. I did not do it for thanks. I know. But you deserve it anyway. They stood in silence for a long moment, the silver plain stretching around them. She's here, you know, Harry said quietly. My mother. She's in the waystation. If you wanted to. No. Snape's voice was firm. What I felt for her was real, but it was also mine. I will carry it, and cherish it, and leave her in peace. He paused. But tell her I am glad she is happy. Tell her I am glad she has you. Harry nodded. I will. Snape turned to go, then paused. Potter. You did well. Against all expectations, you did well. It was, Harry realized, the highest compliment Snape could give. Thank you, Severus. Snape nodded once, and walked into the silver plain, disappearing among the lights. The waystation held no shortage of wonders. Harry discovered that he could visit memories, not his own, but the memories of others, preserved in the fabric of this place like photographs in an album. He watched his parents' wedding, saw them dance and laugh and love. He watched Sirius's childhood, saw the boy beneath the bravado, the loneliness beneath the grin. He watched Dumbledore's greatest regrets, and understood at last the weight the old man had carried. He also discovered that he could create. With a thought, he could shape the waystation to his will, building cottages, planting gardens, creating spaces that felt like home. He built a replica of the burrow, chaotic and warm, and filled it with Weasleys. He built a small cottage by a lake, just like the one he'd shared with Ginny, and filled it with quiet moments and soft light. And always, Ginny was there. They walked together, talked together, loved together, making up for all the years they'd lost and all the years ahead. One day, or night, or moment, Lily found him alone by the lake. Harry. She sat beside him, her presence as warm as it had always been. You've been here a while now. How are you feeling? Peaceful, he said. For the first time in my life, really peaceful. She smiled. Good. That's what we wanted for you. Mom, can I ask you something? Anything. When you were alive, when you had me, were you scared? Knowing Voldemort was after you, knowing you might not survive. Lily was quiet for a moment. Terrified, she admitted. Not for myself, for you. For what would happen to you if we didn't make it. Every night, I'd hold you and wonder if it would be the last time. But you stayed. You fought. Of course. You were our son. There was no choice to make. She took his hand. Being a parent means being scared, Harry. It means knowing you can't protect your children from everything, and loving them anyway. It means choosing, every day, to put them first. Harry thought of his own children, of James, Albus, Lily. Of the fear he'd felt when they were born, the terror that he'd fail them, the joy of watching them grow. I understand now, he said. What you felt, what you sacrificed. Lily's eyes were bright. You were worth it. You were always worth it. They sat together by the lake, mother and son, finally at peace. Time passed. Harry explored, learned, grew. He became part of the waystation's fabric, as much a resident as any soul who had been there for centuries. The other souls accepted him, welcomed him, loved him. But always, in the back of his mind, there was a question. What came next? He asked Dumbledore. Next. The old man's eyes twinkled. Why, whatever you wish, my boy. Some souls choose to move on, to whatever lies beyond even this. Others choose to stay, to watch over the living, to exist in this peaceful in-between. Still others choose to be reborn, to start anew, to experience life again with fresh eyes. Can I do that? Be reborn? You could. But you would not remember this place, or the people you loved. You would begin again, completely new. Harry thought about that. About starting over, forgetting everything, Ginny, his children, his parents, all of it. The idea was unbearable. I think I'll stay, he said. At least for now. Dumbledore nodded. I thought you might. This place suits you, Harry. You have found your peace. Centuries passed, or perhaps only moments. In the waystation, time was what you made of it. Harry watched his descendants live and die, love and lose, struggle and triumph. He saw the Potter line continue, grow, spread through the magical world. He saw Lily, the guardian, grow old and pass beyond, joining them in the waystation at last. He saw James's grandchildren, Albus's great-grandchildren, generations upon generations of the family he'd started. And through it all, Ginny was beside him. They aged together in this place without age, their love deepening with each passing moment that wasn't a moment. One day, if it could be called a day, Lily the younger found them by their lake. Dad, Mum, she was smiling, but there was something in her eyes. There's someone here to see you. Someone new. Harry looked at Ginny, then back at his daughter. Who? Come see. They walked through the waystation, past meadows and woods, past souls who nodded and smiled, until they reached the great oak where Harry had first arrived. And standing beneath it, looking around with wide, wondering eyes, was a young man with messy black hair and bright green eyes. He was maybe 17. He wore clothes that Harry recognized, Hogwarts robes, slightly too large, covered in the kind of dirt that came from adventures. And on his forehead, faint but unmistakable, was a scar. Harry's breath caught. Who? He couldn't finish. The young man turned, saw them, and his face broke into a smile that was James's smile, Lily's smile, Harry's own smile. Hi, he said. I'm Harry. Harry Potter. He looked at the older Harry, at Ginny, at Lily. I just died, I think. Everything's a bit confusing. He rubbed the back of his neck in a gesture so familiar it hurt. But someone told me I should come here. That there were people waiting for me. Harry stepped forward, his heart so full it might burst. There are, he said, his voice rough with emotion. There are so many people waiting for you, Harry. So many people who love you. The young man, this new Harry, this echo of himself, looked at him with those bright green eyes. Are you? Me? Harry laughed, the sound carrying across the meadow. In a way, it's complicated, but I'm family. We all are. He opened his arms. Welcome home. The young Harry hesitated for just a moment. Then he stepped forward, into the embrace, and Harry held him tight, holding himself, holding his past, holding all the pain and hope and love that had brought him here. Ginny joined them, and Lily, and then more, James and Lily and Sirius and Remus and a crowd of Weasleys, all gathering around this new soul, this newest Potter, welcoming him home. The waystation blazed with light. And Harry, the older Harry, looked up at the sky that wasn't a sky and smiled. This was what it was all for. This was why he'd fought, why he'd sacrificed, why he'd carried the weight for so long. Not for himself, for this. For the moment when another scared, brave, lonely child could find his way home. The circle was complete. The debt was paid. And love, as it always had, won in the end. Chapter 13, The Echoes of Choice. The waystation hummed with the energy of new arrivals. Harry stood apart from the crowd gathered around the young version of himself, watching as soul after soul approached to offer welcome. It was strange, profoundly strange, to see his own face looking back at him with that mixture of bewilderment and hope. Strange, but also beautiful. Ginny found him there, slipping her hand into his. You're not going to greet him. I will. Later. Right now, he needs the others more. He watched as Lily, his mother, knelt before the boy, taking his hands, speaking words he couldn't hear. The boy's face crumpled, and he fell into her arms, sobbing. He's been alone so long. Just like I was. Not anymore. Ginny squeezed his hand. That's what this place is for. Healing. They watched for a while longer as the crowd slowly dispersed, leaving the young Harry with his parents, with Sirius, with the family he'd never had. Then Ginny tugged gently on Harry's hand. Come on. There's something I want to show you. They walked away from the great oak, away from the gathering, into the rolling meadows of the waystation. The grass whispered beneath their feet, and the air carried scents of flowers and honey and something else, something that made Harry think of birthdays and Christmases and all the best moments of his life. Where are we going? You'll see. They crested a hill, and Harry stopped. Below them lay a valley, a vast, beautiful valley filled with cottages and gardens and winding streams. But it wasn't the landscape that stole his breath. It was the people, hundreds of them, thousands, moving through the valley, sitting on benches, walking hand in hand, laughing and talking and simply existing. And among them, faces he recognized. Who are they? He whispered. Everyone, Ginny said. Everyone who ever loved a Potter. Everyone who was loved by a Potter. Everyone whose life was touched by the choices our family made. She gestured across the valley. The Potters have been around a long time, Harry. We've touched a lot of lives. Harry walked down into the valley, and as he did, faces turned toward him. Smiles spread. Hands reached out. A woman approached him, old, or what passed for old here, with kind eyes and a familiar shape to her face. You must be Harry, she said. The one who finally paid the debt. I'm Euphemia. Your great-great-grandmother, I think. The lines get blurry after a while. Harry took her hand. It's an honor. The honor is mine. She squeezed his fingers. We've all been watching you, you know. For generations. Every Potter who came before, watching over you, cheering you on, crying with you when things were hard. Her eyes glistened. You did so well, child. So well. More approached. A man with Harry's eyes and James's grin, Fleemont Potter, the inventor of Sleekeasy's hair potion. A woman with a no-nonsense air and a gentle smile, Doria Black Potter, who had been disowned for love and never regretted it. Generation after generation, reaching back through centuries, all of them welcoming him home. And at the center of the valley, standing before a cottage that looked remarkably like the one Harry had shared with Ginny, stood a figure he hadn't expected to see. Harry. The voice was warm, familiar, impossible. It's good to see you again. Harry stared. Professor Quirrell. The man laughed, a genuine laugh, not the nervous titter Harry remembered from his first year. No, no, though I suppose I did wear that face for a while. He stepped forward, and as he did, his features shifted, becoming someone else. Someone Harry had only seen in portraits and memories. Merlin. Harry's voice cracked. The figure smiled. Among other names. Your world calls me many things, Merlin, Myrddin, Emrys. But here, in this place, I am simply a soul, like any other. Harry sank onto a nearby bench, his legs suddenly weak. I don't understand. You're real. You're here. I am as real as any of us. Merlin sat beside him. I was born, I lived, I died, a very long time ago, by your world's reckoning. But death is not the end, Harry. It's simply a change of state. But you're Merlin. The greatest wizard who ever lived. Merlin's eyes twinkled, and for a moment, he looked remarkably like Dumbledore. Greatest, perhaps. But greatness is not the same as goodness, Harry. I made mistakes. Terrible mistakes. I let power corrupt me, for a time. It took centuries, and this place, to heal from that. Harry looked out at the valley, at the thousands of souls living in peace. Is this heaven? Is that what this is? Labels. Merlin waved a hand. Heaven, hell, the afterlife, the waystation, all just words for something words can't capture. This is a place of rest. A place of healing. A place where souls come to understand themselves, to make peace with their choices, and to decide what comes next. And what does come next? After this, Merlin smiled. That, my young friend, is the great adventure. Some souls stay here forever, content in the peace they've found. Others choose to move on, to whatever lies beyond even this. And still others choose to return, to be reborn, to experience life again with new eyes and a new chance. Have you ever returned? Once. A long time ago. I lived as a wizard named Ambrose, in a time of great darkness. I made different choices that time, better ones, I hope. He paused. But I always come back here, in the end. This is home, in a way no physical place ever was. Harry thought about that. About starting over, forgetting everything, becoming someone new. The idea was both terrifying and strangely appealing. What about them? He gestured toward the valley. All the Potters. Will they stay? Some will. Some won't. That's the beauty of this place, the choice is yours. Always yours. Merlin rose. But I didn't come to talk philosophy. I came to give you something. He reached into his robes and withdrew a small, leather-bound book. It was old, ancient, the leather cracked and faded with time. What is it? The true history of the Potters. Not the sanitized version, not the legends, not the stories passed down through generations. The truth, written by those who lived it. He placed it in Harry's hands. You've earned the right to know, Harry. All of it. Harry looked at the book, felt its weight, its warmth. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Some of it is hard to read. But all of it is true. Merlin began to fade, his form growing translucent. We'll meet again, Harry Potter. This place ensures it. And he was gone. Harry spent the next, he didn't know how long, reading. The book was vast, its pages seemingly endless, each one filled with stories he'd never heard. He read about the first Potters, who weren't called Potters at all. They were Linfred of Stinchcombe, a healer and potioneer whose creations laid the foundation for the family's wealth. He read about the Potters who fought alongside Merlin, who stood against dark wizards long before Voldemort was born, who made choices, good and bad, that echoed through centuries. He read about the Potters who guarded the threshold before the duty passed to them, who struggled with the weight just as he had. He read about those who failed, who let the debt consume them, who were lost to the Great Plain and never returned. And he read about those who succeeded, who found ways to carry the burden without breaking, who passed on not just the duty but the wisdom to survive it. One story stopped him cold. And in the year of our Lord 1542, Thomas Potter faced the greatest trial of any guardian. His wife, Eleanor, had died in childbirth, leaving him with a newborn daughter and a grief so vast it threatened to consume him. The threshold called to him, as it calls to all guardians in their darkest moments, promising reunion with his lost love if only he would step through. Thomas stood at the veil for 3 days and 3 nights. He heard Eleanor's voice, felt her presence, ached to join her. But in the end, he turned away. Not because he stopped loving her, but because he loved their daughter more. He chose life, chose responsibility, chose to be present for the child who needed him. Asterisk. That choice saved him. It also saved the threshold, for if Thomas had crossed, the covenant would have been broken and the debt would have fallen to an infant who could not pay it. His love for his daughter, his choice to live, preserved the line for generations to come. Asterisk. Harry closed the book, tears streaming down his face. He understood Thomas Potter in a way he'd never understood anyone. The grief, the temptation, the love that pulled in two directions at once. He'd felt it himself, standing before the veil, hearing his mother's voice, aching to join her. But he'd chosen life, chosen Ginny, chosen his children. The same choice, made centuries apart. The same love, echoing through time. He closed the book and looked up. Ginny was sitting beside him, her presence as steady as it had always been. You found something. An ancestor. Thomas Potter. He made the same choice I did, chose life, chose love, chose to stay. Harry wiped his eyes. I'm not alone. I never was. All these Potters, all these guardians, they made the same choices, faced the same struggles, loved the same way. Ginny took his hand. That's what family is, Harry. Not just blood, not just names. It's the choices we make, the love we carry, the way we show up for each other across centuries. He looked at her, his wife, his partner, his love, and felt the truth of her words in his bones. I love you, he said. I don't think I said it enough when we were alive. You said it when it mattered. That's enough. She kissed him softly. Now come on. There's someone who wants to meet you. The someone turned out to be a young woman with white hair and eyes that held centuries. Ignota Peverell stood by the lake where Harry had sat with his mother, her silver robes shimmering in the light that wasn't light. She smiled when she saw him. Harry, I hoped you would come. You're the first guardian, the one who started it all. I am the one who accepted the burden, yes. But I did not start it. The threshold existed long before I was born. I simply agreed to guard it. She gestured for him to sit, and he did, Ginry beside him. Do you know why I made that choice? No, because I was afraid. Her smile was sad. Not of the dead, of the living. Of the war, the chaos, the cruelty I saw around me. I thought that by guarding the threshold, I could escape it all. I could hide in duty, in sacrifice, and never have to face the messy, painful business of being alive. Harry stared at her. But you're a legend. The Peverells are. Legends are lies we tell ourselves to make the past manageable. Her voice was gentle but firm. I was young, Harry. Younger than you when you faced Voldemort. And I was terrified. I hid behind the covenant for centuries, never truly living, never truly loving, until it was too late. But you're here, in the waystation, at peace. Because I finally learned what you knew all along. She reached out, touched his hand. Life is not something to escape. It is something to embrace, with all its pain, all its loss, all its impossible beauty. The guardians who came after me, who bore the burden without hiding from life, they were the true heroes. Not me. Harry thought of his parents, who had loved so fiercely they died for it. Of Sirius, who had spent years in Azkaban and never lost his ability to care. Of Dumbledore, who had made terrible mistakes but never stopped trying to do better. Of Ginny, who had loved him through everything. I don't think you're a failure, he said. I think you did the best you could with what you knew. That's all any of us can do. Ignota's eyes glistened. Thank you, Harry. That means more than you know. They sat together by the lake, three guardians from different centuries, bound by blood and choice and the weight of what they'd carried. And for a little while, they simply were, not legends, not heroes, just people, sharing a moment of peace. The young Harry found him eventually. He appeared at the edge of the lake, hesitant, his green eyes wide with wonder and uncertainty. The older Harry smiled and gestured for him to sit. Hey. The young man settled onto the grass, his movements awkward, uncertain. This is weird. Really, really weird. You get used to it. Harry paused. Well, no, you don't. But it stops being quite so overwhelming after a while. They sat in silence for a moment, watching the light play on the water. I met my parents, the young Harry said quietly. My real parents. They're amazing. My mum is so warm, so loving. And my dad, he's exactly how I imagined. Goofy and brave and, he shook his head. I don't understand why they had to die. Why I had to grow up without them. The older Harry felt the familiar ache in his chest. I asked that question for years. Decades. I never got an answer that made sense. Then how do you live with it? You just do. You carry it. And you let the people who love you help carry it too. He looked at his younger self, saw the pain and confusion and desperate hope in those green eyes. It gets easier. Not because you stop missing them, you never stop missing them. But because you build a life that's worth living. You find people who become your family. You love them, and they love you back, and eventually that love is big enough to hold the grief too. The young Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then, in a small voice, "Did you find that? A life worth living?" "I did." The older Harry smiled. "I married the most amazing woman. I had 3 incredible children. I watched them grow up, have families of their own, live lives full of love and joy. I made friends who became brothers and sisters. I fought for what was right, and sometimes I won, and sometimes I lost, but I never stopped fighting." He reached out, put a hand on his younger self's shoulder. "And now I'm here, in this place, with all of them, everyone I ever loved. Everyone who ever loved me. Yes, I found a life worth living. 1,000 lives worth living." The young Harry's eyes were bright with tears. "I don't know if I can do that. Be that brave. Be that strong." "Yes, you do." The older Harry's voice was firm. "You've already been braver than you know. Every day you survived, every choice you made, every time you got up when you wanted to stay down, that was you. That was always you. Not the prophecy, not the name, not the scar. You." The young man stared at him, and something in his expression shifted, a weight lifting, a door opening. "How do you know?" "Because I was you. And I know what you're capable of." He squeezed his shoulder. "Now go. Your parents are waiting. There are people who love you, who've been waiting their whole deaths to meet you. Go be with them." The young Harry nodded, rose, and took a few steps toward the valley. Then he turned back. "Thank you. For everything. Thank me by living, really living, when you get the chance." The young man smiled, a real smile, full of hope, and walked toward the valley where his family waited. The older Harry watched him go, feeling something settle in his chest. A completion. A peace. Ginny appeared beside him, slipping her hand into his. That was beautiful. He deserved to hear it. "I wish someone had told me, when I was his age." "You told yourself. That's even better." She leaned against him. "What now?" Harry looked out at the valley, at the thousands of souls living in peace, at the family that stretched back centuries and forward into eternity. "Now we wait," he said. "For whoever comes next. For whoever needs welcoming. For whoever finds their way home." Ginny smiled. Together. Always together. They stood by the lake, hand in hand, watching the light play on the water. Behind them, the waystation hummed with life and love and the endless possibilities of souls at peace. And somewhere in the distance, a new soul arrived, and the welcoming began again. Chapter 14, The Weight of Welcome. The waystation had a rhythm, Harry was learning. Not a schedule, nothing so mundane, but a pulse, a heartbeat that resonated through every meadow and stream and gathering of souls. New arrivals came in waves, sometimes singly, sometimes in groups, and each time the community responded with the same gentle welcome. Harry had become part of that welcome. It started small. A soul would appear beneath the great oak, disoriented and afraid, and Harry would approach with a quiet word, a steadying presence. He'd learned from watching his mother, from watching Dumbledore, from watching all the souls who had welcomed him. He knew what to say, what not to say, when to speak and when to simply be there. "You're good at this," Ginny observed one day, or what passed for a day. They sat on their bench by the lake, watching a new arrival being led into the valley by a cluster of Weasleys. "Natural, almost. I had good teachers." He squeezed her hand. "And I know what it's like to arrive somewhere strange and scary and alone. If I can make that even a little easier for someone else." "Then you will." She smiled. "That's who you are, Harry. Always have been." The new soul was a young woman, barely out of childhood, with dark skin and close-cropped hair and eyes that held the shock of sudden death. Harry recognized the look, had seen it on countless faces since arriving here. The confusion, the fear, the desperate grasping for something familiar. He rose. "I'll be back." Ginny nodded. "I'll be here. The girl's name was Amara. She'd been 17, a 7th year at Ouagadougou, killed in a magical accident during a practical examination. One moment she'd been casting, the next, nothing. Then here. I don't understand, she kept saying, her voice small and frightened. I was just taking a test. It was supposed to be simple. A transfiguration. I've done it 100 times. Harry sat with her beneath the oak, letting her talk, letting her process. He didn't offer comfort, not yet. Just presence. Just witness. I had plans, she continued, her voice cracking. I was going to be a healer. Go back to my village, help my people. My mum sacrificed everything to send me to school. And now, she broke down, sobbing. Harry waited. When the tears subsided, he spoke. I know it doesn't help right now. But your mum, she'll know you didn't waste her sacrifice. She'll know you loved her, that you wanted to help, that you would have done amazing things if you'd had the chance. He paused. And she'll carry that love with her for the rest of her life. That doesn't end, just because you're here now. Amara looked at him with red-rimmed eyes. How do you know? Because I lost people too. My parents, when I was a baby. People I loved, when I was young. And the love, it never went away. It just changed. Does it get easier? Being dead? Harry considered the question. It gets different. The pain fades, not completely, but enough. And you find people here. People who understand. People who become family. He gestured toward the valley. They're waiting for you, Amara. All of them. They don't know you yet, but they will. And they'll love you. That's what this place does. Amara was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, she rose. Will you come with me? To the valley. I don't want to go alone. Harry stood, offered his arm. I'd be honored. They walked together through the meadow, past the great oak, toward the valley where thousands of souls waited. As they approached, figures began to emerge, souls who had felt the pull of a new arrival, who came to offer welcome. An older woman with kind eyes and a warm smile stepped forward first. Amara, I'm Ngozi. I was a healer too, in my time. Come, let me show you around. Amara hesitated, looking back at Harry. He nodded encouragement. Go. I'll be here if you need me. She went, Ngozi's arm around her shoulders, disappearing into the crowd of welcomers. Harry watched until he couldn't see her anymore, then turned back toward the lake. Ginri was waiting, as she always was. Another one saved, she said. Not saved. Welcomed. There's a difference. Same thing, in this place. He sat beside her, let her warmth seep into him. How many, do you think? How many souls have come through since I arrived? I don't know. Thousands. Tens of thousands. Time doesn't work the same here. It feels like a lot. Every time I turn around, there's someone new, someone lost, someone who needs. He stopped, searching for the word. Someone who needs what you needed, when you first arrived, Ginny finished. Someone who needs to know they're not alone. Yeah, he leaned his head on her shoulder. Is it always going to be like this? New souls, new grief, new welcomes. For as long as there are souls, yes. That's what this place is. A way station. A stopping point between what was and what will be. She kissed his hair. But you don't have to welcome them all, Harry. You're allowed to rest too. I know. He sighed. I can't not help. It's not in me. I know. That's why I love you. They sat by the lake, watching the light play on the water, and for a little while, Harry let himself simply be. The next arrival was harder. He came alone, no group, no cluster, just a single soul materializing beneath the oak. He was young, maybe 30, with haunted eyes and the kind of stillness that spoke of deep trauma. Harry felt the pull toward him, as he always did, and walked across the meadow to offer welcome. But when he got close enough to see the man's face, he stopped. He knew those eyes, knew that haunted expression, knew the way the man held himself, as if expecting an attack at any moment. Harry. The man's voice was rough, uncertain. Harry Potter. Yes. Harry approached slowly, carefully. And you are. The man laughed, a bitter, broken sound. You don't recognize me. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Why would the great Harry Potter remember someone like me? Something clicked in Harry's memory. A face, glimpsed in passing. A name, spoken in whispers. Colin Creevy. The man's eyes widened. You do remember. Of course I remember. Harry closed the distance between them, gripped the man's shoulders. You died at Hogwarts. During the battle. You were so young. 16. Colin's voice cracked. I was 16. I snuck back into the castle because I wanted to fight. Wanted to help. And he stopped, his face crumpling. I wasn't brave enough. I wasn't strong enough. I died hiding in a corridor, trying to cast a spell I'd only just learned. Harry pulled him into an embrace, felt the man's body shake with sobs. You were brave enough to come back, he said fiercely. You were brave enough to fight when you didn't have to. That's more than most people ever do. Colin clung to him, crying, and Harry held on, letting the grief pour out. He remembered Colin, the eager first year with his camera, always underfoot, always asking questions, always so desperately wanting to be part of something. He'd died in that battle, one of so many, and Harry had never had time to grieve him properly. Now, in this place between worlds, he could. Days, or weeks, or months, passed. Harry continued his work of welcome, meeting soul after soul, hearing story after story. Some were easy, children who had died young, elderly souls who had lived full lives, people who passed peacefully in their sleep. Those arrivals were sad, but also peaceful, their grief tempered by acceptance. Others were harder, victims of violence, of war, of sudden tragedy. Souls who arrived screaming, fighting, refusing to believe they were dead. Those took time, patience, and often the intervention of souls who had been through similar trauma. Harry learned to read the signs. The way a soul held itself. The look in its eyes. The subtle vibrations in the air around it that spoke of unfinished business, of lingering attachment to the world of the living. And always, he was there. Not as the hero, not as the chosen one, but simply as a presence, a hand to hold, a voice to speak, a witness to the impossible transition from life to whatever came next. One day, or night, or moment, Ginny found him alone by the lake, staring at the water. You're thinking. Always. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Today was hard. Colin. That, and others. A family, mother, father, 2 children. Killed in a fire. They arrived together, holding hands, still burning. He closed his eyes. I couldn't help them. Couldn't reach them. They just kept screaming. Ginny sat beside him, took his hand. Some souls take longer. Some need to burn through the trauma before they can accept help. You know that. I know. But knowing doesn't make it easier to watch. No, it doesn't. She was quiet for a moment. Do you want to stop? Just for a while. Let others take the welcome. Harry thought about it. Thought about the endless stream of souls, the endless grief, the endless need. Thought about the peace he'd found here, and how easily it could be consumed by the work. No, he said finally. This is what I'm supposed to do. I feel it, in a way I never felt anything when I was alive. This is my purpose now. Ginny nodded slowly. Purpose. That's a strong word. It's the right word. I spent my whole life being pushed by prophecy, by destiny, by other people's expectations. This, he gestured at the valley, at the meadow, at the endless sky. This is mine. I chose it. I choose it, every moment. Then I'm with you. However long it takes, whatever it costs. She squeezed his hand. Together. They sat by the lake, watching the light, and for a little while, the grief of the day faded into something bearable. The soul appeared at twilight, if twilight existed here, and Harry felt the pull before he saw the figure. He walked across the meadow, expecting another lost soul, another story of sudden death and unfinished business. But when he reached the oak, he stopped. It was a child, a girl, no more than 7, with tangled dark hair and eyes that held more wisdom than years. She stood perfectly still, her gaze fixed on something in the distance, and when she turned to look at Harry, he felt his heart clench. Hello, she said. Her voice was small but steady. Are you the one who welcomes people? I'm one of them. Harry knelt to her level. What's your name? Ariana. She said it simply, as if it were the most ordinary name in the world. But to Harry, it was anything but ordinary. Ariana Dumbledore. She tilted her head, studying him. You knew my brothers. I knew Albus. He was. Harry paused, searching for words. He was a great man. A great wizard. He talked about you sometimes. Ariana's expression didn't change, but something shifted in her eyes. He blamed himself. For what happened to me. For what happened to us all. Yes. He carried that guilt his whole life. He shouldn't have. She looked away, toward the valley. It wasn't his fault. It wasn't anyone's fault. I was just different. Broken. And the world doesn't know what to do with broken things. Harry's heart ached. You weren't broken. You were hurt. There's a difference. Ariana looked back at him, and for the first time, a small smile touched her lips. That's what my mother used to say. Before she died. She paused. Is she here? My mother. My father. I don't know. I haven't met them. But if they're here, we can find them. Ariana nodded slowly. Then she reached out and took Harry's hand. Her fingers were cool, but not cold, the temperature of a child who had been dead for a century. Will you stay with me? Until we find them. Of course. They walked together into the valley, hand in hand, and Harry felt the weight of history settle around them. Ariana Dumbledore, whose death had shattered a family, whose loss had shaped the choices of one of the greatest wizards who ever lived. She was just a child, just a soul, like any other, looking for home. They found her mother first. Kendra Dumbledore was a stern-faced woman with grief etched into every line of her being, and when she saw Ariana, she fell to her knees with a cry that echoed across the valley. They clung to each other, mother and daughter, and Harry stepped back, giving them space. Then came Percival, Ariana's father, who had died in Azkaban for defending his daughter. The reunion was quieter, but no less powerful, a family whole again, after more than a century of separation. Harry turned to leave, but Ariana's voice stopped him. Thank you. She stood apart from her parents, her small face serious. For bringing me here. For not being afraid of me. I was never afraid of you, Ariana. And I'm glad I could help. She nodded, then turned back to her parents. Harry walked away, leaving them to their reunion, and felt something shift in his chest. A completion, a healing, a small piece of the world set right. Ginny was waiting by the lake when he returned. That was beautiful, she said. What you did for that family. I just walked with her. That's all. That's everything. She pulled him down beside her. You keep saying it's nothing, Harry. But it's not nothing. It's the most important thing anyone can do. Be present, be kind, be there when someone needs you. He leaned against her, let her warmth seep into him. Is that what I did? When I was alive, was that enough? It was more than enough. You saved the world, Harry. But more than that, you loved people. You showed up for them. You made them feel seen. She kissed his temple. That's why so many souls know your name here. That's why they trust you. Not because you're Harry Potter, the hero. Because you're Harry, the man who cares. He closed his eyes, let her words sink in. For so long, he'd measured himself by what he'd done, the battles won, the enemies defeated, the world saved. But here, in this place between worlds, those things didn't matter. What mattered was the small moments, the quiet kindnesses, the simple act of being present for another soul. I think I'm finally understanding, he said. What it's all for. Why we're here. Why? To love. To be loved. To help each other carry the weight. He opened his eyes, looked out at the valley where thousands of souls lived in peace. Everything else, the fighting, the striving, the fear, that's just noise. This is the signal. Ginry smiled. Took you long enough. He laughed, and the sound carried across the water, bright and free. Better late than never. They sat together by the lake, watching the light that never changed, and Harry felt, for the first time since arriving, completely at home. The waystation hummed around them, full of souls and stories and the endless work of welcome. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the man who died, the soul who chose to stay, Harry Potter was exactly where he belonged. Chapter 15, The Stories We Carry. The valley had become home. Harry knew its every curve now, the way the meadows rolled into hills, the paths that wound between cottages, the streams that sang as they wound through the landscape. He knew the souls who lived there, too, thousands of them, each with a name, a story, a place in the great tapestry of the waystation. Some he knew well. His parents, of course, who had a cottage near the lake and welcomed him whenever he visited. Sirius, whose laughter echoed across the valley and who had become a beloved figure to generations of new arrivals. The Weasleys, all of them, including Fred, who ran a joke shop that somehow functioned without any actual products, just memories of laughter that were somehow better than the real thing. Others he knew in passing. Faces he recognized, names he'd learned, stories he'd heard snippets of between welcomes. The valley was vast, and he couldn't know everyone, but he tried. He always tried. Ginny had found her own rhythm here. She spent time with her brothers, with her parents, with the vast network of Weasleys that seemed to multiply the longer they were here. But she always came back to Harry at the end of each day, if it could be called a day, and they sat by their lake and talked about everything and nothing. "New arrival today," she said one evening. "Young woman, maybe 20. Drowned in a river near her village. She's having a hard time accepting it. Who's helping her? Your mum. She's got away with the young ones. Makes them feel safe." Harry smiled. His mother had become one of the primary welcomers in the valley, her warmth and empathy drawing souls to her like moths to flame. It suited her, he thought. In life, she'd been denied the chance to nurture her own child beyond infancy. Here, she nurtured hundreds. "Any word from Albus?" he asked. Ginny shook her head. "He's deep in research again. Something about the nature of memory in the afterlife. He says he's close to a breakthrough." Harry laughed. "Some things never change. Thank Merlin for that." She leaned against him. "Do you ever miss it? The living world?" He considered the question. He thought of his children, grown and gone. His grandchildren, great-grandchildren, the sprawling family he'd left behind. He thought of the cottage, the garden, the simple pleasures of a life fully lived. "I miss them," he said finally. "The ones I left behind. But the living world itself." He shook his head. "I was ready. When it was my time, I was ready. And now, are you happy here?" He looked out at the valley, at the lights beginning to appear as souls lit their cottages against a night that never quite came. He thought of the work, the welcome, the endless stream of souls who needed what he could give. "Yeah," he said. "I'm happy. The next morning, if it could be called morning, Harry felt a pull toward the great oak. It was different from the usual summons. Stronger. More urgent. He walked quickly through the meadow, past souls who nodded greetings, until he reached the tree. A man stood beneath it. Old, by the look of him, with white hair and a beard that reached his chest. He wore simple robes, nothing remarkable, but there was something in his bearing that spoke of authority, of power long held and wisely used. Harry approached slowly. "Welcome. I'm Harry. I help new arrivals get settled." The man turned, and Harry's breath caught. He knew those eyes. Had seen them in portraits, in memories, in the flesh of descendants. Blue eyes, bright with intelligence and something else, something that looked remarkably like amusement. Harry Potter. The man's voice was warm, rich, exactly as Harry had always imagined it. "I've heard a great deal about you. Godric Gryffindor." Harry's voice was barely a whisper. You're really here. I am as real as any of us." Gryffindor smiled, and it was like the sun coming out. "Though I confess, I didn't expect such a warm welcome. It's been some time since I last visited this place." "Visited? You haven't been here." "I've been elsewhere." He waved a hand vaguely. "Exploring, learning. The universe is vast, Harry Potter, and death is only the beginning of discovery." He looked around at the meadow, the valley, the souls moving in the distance. "But I felt a pull to return. A sense that I was needed." Harry didn't know what to say. Godric Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders, a legend among legends, standing before him, talking as casually as an old friend. "I don't understand," he managed. "Why would you be needed here? Now?" Gryffindor's eyes twinkled. "That, I think, is what we're about to discover." They walked together through the valley, Gryffindor greeting souls he recognized, and there were many, centuries of them, with nods and smiles and occasional embraces. Harry walked beside him, still struggling to process who he was with. "You're uncomfortable," Gryffindor observed. "Why?" "Because you're, Harry gestured helplessly. "You're Godric Gryffindor. You founded Hogwarts. You're one of the greatest wizards who ever lived. And you're Harry Potter. You defeated Voldemort. You paid the debt. You saved the world, more than once, from what I hear." Gryffindor's smile was gentle. "We're both just souls here, Harry. The titles we carried in life mean nothing in this place. But I made mistakes. Terrible mistakes. I let pride blind me, let ambition corrupt my judgment. I argued with my closest friends, drove them away, let our shared dream crumble into bitterness." He paused, his expression shadowed. "Salazar and we were brothers once. Closer than brothers. And I let him go. I let him walk away, convinced of his own righteousness, and I never tried to bring him back." Harry stared at him. "You mean Slytherin?" "I mean my dearest friend, who became my greatest enemy because I was too stubborn to listen." Gryffindor sighed. We all have regrets, Harry. Even founders. Even legends. The only difference is that I've had a very long time to make peace with mine. They walked in silence for a while, past cottages and gardens, past souls who smiled and waved. Finally, Gryffindor spoke again. Tell me about the debt. About the threshold. I've heard whispers, but I want to hear it from you. So Harry told him. The whole story, the audit, the chronicle, the revelation of the covenant. His first journey through the veil, the grey plane, the covenant of fire. The renewal, the sacrifice, the choice to live. Bellatrix's return, Lily's intervention, the final resolution. Gryffindor listened without interrupting, his expression growing more serious with each revelation. You gave up your future, he said when Harry finished. Your dreams, your hopes, the life you might have lived. You gave them to the covenant. I gave what I had too. What was needed. And then you came back. Chose life, chose love, chose to be present for your family. Gryffindor nodded slowly. That took more courage than any battle, Harry Potter. More strength than any spell. It didn't feel courageous. It felt like the only choice I could make. That's what courage is. Not the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it. Not the certainty of right, but the willingness to do what seems necessary. Gryffindor stopped walking, turned to face him. You remind me of someone. Someone I loved very much. Who? Rowena. Gryffindor's eyes were distant, remembering. She had that same quality, the ability to see what needed to be done and do it, without hesitation, without regret. It cost her everything, in the end. But she never wavered. Harry thought of Ravenclaw, of the diadem, of the daughter Rowena had lost. She must have been remarkable. She was. They all were, Rowena, Helga, Salazar. We built something extraordinary together, and then we let it tear us apart. He shook his head. I've had centuries to regret that. To wish I'd been wiser, more patient, more willing to listen. But you can't change it. No. But I can learn from it. And I can help others learn too. He looked at Harry with those bright blue eyes. That's why I'm here, I think. To help you understand something important. What? That the debt wasn't just about the threshold. It was about connection. About the bonds between living and dead, between past and future, between choices made and consequences faced. He gestured at the valley around them. This place, the Waystation, it exists because of those bonds. Because souls matter. Because love matters. Because every choice, every sacrifice, every moment of courage ripples outward forever. Harry thought about that. Thought about his parents, who had died for him. About Sirius, who had fought through Azkaban to be with him. About Dumbledore, who had carried guilt for a century and still found the strength to guide him. About Ginny, who had loved him through everything. The stories we carry, he said slowly. They're not just memories. They're part of us. Part of this place. Yes. Gryffindor smiled. And the stories you've carried, the burdens, the grief, the love, they've shaped not just you, but everyone you've touched. Every soul you've welcomed here. Every life you've saved. Every choice you've made. Harry looked out at the valley, at the thousands of souls living in peace. He thought of Amara, the girl from Ouagadougou, now thriving among healers who had come before. Of Colin Creevey, finally finding peace after decades of guilt. Of Ariana Dumbledore, reunited with her family after more than a century. I didn't do that, he said. They did. The souls themselves. You created the space. You offered the welcome. You showed them that they weren't alone. Gryffindor's hand rested on his shoulder. That's not nothing, Harry. That's everything. Gryffindor stayed in the valley for a time, how long, Harry couldn't measure. He visited with souls, told stories of the founding, laughed and wept and remembered. He became part of the community, as all souls did, his legend fading into the simple reality of his presence. And then, one day, he was gone. Harry found himself beneath the great oak, staring at the space where Gryffindor had last stood. There was no sign of departure, no dramatic farewell, just absence, as if he'd never been there at all. He's gone, he said to Ginny, who had appeared beside him. Gone where? I don't know. Exploring, he called it. Learning. Harry shook his head. I thought this place was the end. The final destination. But it's not, is it? It's just a stop along the way. For some. Ginny took his hand. For others, it's home. It's whatever we need it to be. Harry thought about that. About all the souls who had come and gone, who had stayed or moved on. About his parents, content in their cottage by the lake. About Sirius, who had finally found the peace he'd never known in life. About Dumbledore, who visited sometimes but spent most of his time in the library, studying mysteries that even death hadn't solved. "What do you need?" he asked Ginny. "What do you want this place to be?" She smiled. "Home. With you. That's all I've ever wanted." He pulled her close, held her tight. "Then that's what it is. Forever. The welcomes continued. Souls arrived, souls were welcomed, souls found their place. Harry became a fixture beneath the great oak, a familiar face for the terrified and confused. He learned to read them instantly, the ones who needed space, the ones who needed touch, the ones who needed stories to anchor themselves in this strange new reality. His mother joined him often, her warmth complementing his steadiness. Together, they formed a team that had welcomed thousands. One day, a soul appeared that made Harry's breath catch. He was young, maybe 20, with dark skin and close-cropped hair and eyes that held a familiar brightness. He stood beneath the oak, looking around with wonder rather than fear, and when he saw Harry, he smiled. "You're Harry Potter." "I am." Harry approached slowly. "And you are?" "Teddy Lupin." The young man's smile widened. "My grandmother showed me pictures. You're my godfather." Harry's knees nearly buckled. "Teddy. Of course. I should have. You look so much like your father." Teddy's expression softened. "That's what everyone says." He looked around at the meadow, the valley, the souls moving in the distance. "So this is it. The afterlife. This is the waystation. A place to rest, to heal, to decide what comes next." Harry studied him, looking for signs of trauma, of grief, of the violence that must have brought him here. "Teddy, what happened? How did you?" "Death Eaters." Teddy's voice was matter of fact, but something flickered in his eyes. "A remnant group. They'd been hiding for years, waiting for their moment. They attacked the ministry. I was an Auror, I had to fight." "How long ago?" "In living world time. 20 years after you died. Give or take." Teddy smiled. "You missed a lot, Godfather. Weddings, births, all sorts of chaos. The family kept growing, you wouldn't believe how many Potters and Weasleys there are now." Harry laughed, though his eyes were wet. "I can imagine. Your grandmother, Andromeda, is she? She died a few years ago. Peacefully, in her sleep. She'd be here somewhere, I expect." Teddy looked around. "And my parents? Are they?" "They're here. Both of them. They've been waiting a long time to meet you." Teddy's composure cracked, just slightly. Can we go to them? Now?" Harry took his godson's hand, the boy he'd held as a baby, the man he'd never seen grow up, and led him into the valley. They found Remus and Tonks in a small cottage near the stream, surrounded by flowers that never wilted. When they saw Teddy, time stopped. Harry stepped back, watching as a family reunited after decades of separation. Remus, usually so reserved, broke down completely, holding his son like he'd never let go. Tonks laughed and cried at once, her hair cycling through colors too fast to track. And Teddy, who had grown up without them, who had only known them through stories and photographs, Teddy glowed. Harry turned away, giving them privacy, and found Ginny waiting at the edge of the garden. "Beautiful," she said softly. "Yeah." He wiped his eyes. "It always is. That night, or what passed for night, Harry and Ginny sat by their lake, watching the stars that weren't stars. "Teddy's here," Harry said. "He died fighting Death Eaters." "I know. I heard." Ginny leaned against him. "It's hard, isn't it? Knowing the world keeps turning, keeps fighting, keeps losing people we love." "Yeah." He was quiet for a moment. "But he's here now. With his parents. With family. That's something. It's everything." She kissed his shoulder. "That's what this place is for. Reunions. Healing. Love that never ends." Harry thought about all the souls he'd welcomed, all the families he'd seen reunited. His own parents, after decades of separation. The Weasleys, whole again. And now Teddy, with Remus and Tonks. "This is what we were fighting for," he said slowly. "All those years. This is what it was all about." "What do you mean?" "Not just survival. Not just defeating Voldemort. This," he gestured at the valley, at the thousands of souls living in peace. "A place where love doesn't end. Where families can be together forever. Where the dead aren't really gone, just waiting." Ginny was quiet for a long moment. Then, softly, I think you're right. I think that's exactly what we were fighting for. They sat together, watching the light, and Harry felt something settle in his chest. A peace so deep, so complete, that it transcended anything he'd ever known. The welcomes would continue. The souls would keep coming. The work would never truly end. But here, in this moment, with Ginny beside him and the valley spread before them, Harry Potter was exactly where he belonged. And that was enough. Chapter 16, The Threads of Memory. The waystation held more than souls. Harry discovered this gradually, in the quiet moments between welcomes. The valley was filled with echoes, fragments of memories, lingering emotions, the residue of lives lived and loves lost. They drifted through the meadows like mist, sometimes coalescing into shapes, sometimes fading into nothing. At first, he thought they were ghosts. But ghosts, he learned, were something else entirely, souls bound to the living world by unfinished business or overwhelming emotion. These echoes were different. They were the imprints of moments so powerful they had left marks on the fabric of existence itself. You're noticing them now, Dumbledore said, appearing beside him as he watched a particularly bright echo drift past. It looked like a woman dancing, her form flickering between solid and transparent. Have they always been here? Always. But most souls don't see them at first. It takes time, and a certain kind of awareness. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. You've always been unusually perceptive, Harry. It served you well in life. It serves you even better here. Harry watched the dancing woman fade into the distance. Whose memory is that? A mother, I believe. Dancing with her child. The joy was so intense, so pure, that it left a permanent mark. Dumbledore smiled. Beautiful, isn't it? That love can be so powerful it echoes forever. Harry thought of his own memories, of Ginny, of his children, of moments so perfect they had seemed to exist outside of time. Were those echoes here too, somewhere? Drifting through the waystation, waiting to be found. Can I see them? He asked. My own memories. The ones I left behind. You can. But it's not like looking at photographs, Harry. It's more like reliving. You'll feel everything again, the joy, the love, the pain. Some souls find it healing. Others find it too intense. Can you show me how? Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded. Follow me. They walked to a part of the valley Harry hadn't explored, a place where the meadows gave way to rolling hills covered in wildflowers. At the center of the largest hill stood a single tree, its branches spreading wide, its leaves shimmering with an inner light. The memory tree, Dumbledore said. Every soul who passes through the waystation leaves something here. A moment, a feeling, a piece of themselves. Touch the bark, and you can access them all. Harry approached the tree slowly. Its trunk was massive, wider than any tree he'd seen in life, and its bark was covered in carvings, names, dates, symbols he didn't recognize. He reached out, placed his palm against the rough surface. And the world dissolved. He was standing in the Burrows' kitchen, surrounded by warmth and laughter. Mrs. Weasley was at the stove, stirring something that smelled wonderful. Mr. Weasley was reading the Prophet, occasionally reading aloud passages that made him chuckle. Fred and George were testing something that kept exploding in colorful bursts. And Ginny was there, young and beautiful, her red hair catching the firelight. She looked up, saw him, and smiled. This is a good memory, a voice said, his own voice, but not his own. One of my best. Harry turned. Another version of himself stood beside him, younger, wearing Hogwarts robes. This was the Harry who had lived this moment, the Harry whose memory this was. I remember this, Harry said. Christmas break, 6th year. Before everything went wrong. Before Dumbledore died. Before the Horcrux hunt. Before all of it. The younger Harry smiled, but it was sad. I was happy here. Really happy. I didn't know it would be the last time for a long time. Harry watched the scene play out, watched himself laugh at Fred's joke, watched Ginny squeeze his hand under the table, watched the pure, uncomplicated joy of a moment that would never come again. It's beautiful, he said. Even knowing what comes after. That's the thing about memories, the younger Harry said. They're not just the past. They're everything we were, everything we felt, everything we loved. They don't stop being real just because time moves on. The scene began to fade. The younger Harry faded with it, smiling one last time before disappearing entirely. Harry stood alone in the darkness, his heart full. He visited the memory tree often after that. Each time, he found a different moment from his life. His first Quidditch match, the roar of the crowd, the weight of the snitch in his hand. His first kiss with Ginny, awkward and perfect and full of promise. The births of his children, each one a miracle, each one a new kind of love. Quiet evenings by the fire with Ginny, watching the world grow old together. Some memories were harder. His parents' graves, the first time he'd seen them. Sirius falling through the veil. Dumbledore's body, pale and still. The moments of loss that had shaped him as much as the moments of joy. But even the hard memories had value, he learned. They reminded him of what he'd survived, what he'd overcome, what he'd been willing to fight for. "You're processing," Ginny observed one day, finding him beneath the memory tree. "All the things you never had time to feel when you were alive." "Is that what I'm doing?" "I think so. You spent your whole life running from one crisis to the next. You never got to just sit with things. Feel them properly." She sat beside him, took his hand. "This place gives you that time." He nodded slowly. "Some of the memories are hard. Really hard. But they're also, I don't know, important. Like I need to remember them, need to honor them, even if they hurt." "That's grief, Harry. Real grief. Not the kind you push aside because there's no time, but the kind you let wash over you and through you until it becomes part of who you are." He leaned against her, let her warmth seep into him. "How did you get so wise? Lived a long time. Loved a lot of people. Lost some of them." She kissed his temple. "Same as you. One day, Harry found a memory he hadn't expected. He was in a small cottage, not unlike the one he'd shared with Ginny. A fire crackled in the hearth. Two people sat before it, a man and a woman, their faces lined with age, their hands intertwined. The man was him. Old, frail, but unmistakably him. The woman was Ginny, just as old, just as frail, her red hair now white. "This is it," the old Harry said softly. "Our last night." The old Ginny smiled. "Don't be morbid. We've had dozens of last nights. This one's different. I can feel it." He lifted her hand, kissed it. "I'm not afraid. Are you?" "No. I've had a good life. A wonderful life. All because of you. All because of us." He pulled her close, held her. "I'll find you. Wherever I go next, I'll find you. You'd better. I won't accept anything less." They sat together, watching the fire, and Harry, the watching Harry, felt tears streaming down his face. He remembered this night. Remembered the peace of it, the completeness, the knowledge that he'd lived a full life and was ready for whatever came next. The scene began to fade, but before it did, the old Harry looked up, directly at him, directly through the veil of memory, and smiled. "Thank you," he said, "for remembering." Then he was gone. Harry stood in the darkness, shaking, weeping, and somehow more whole than he'd ever been. "You saw your death," Dumbledore said later, when Harry found him in the library. "Not my death. The night before. My last night with Ginny." Harry sat heavily in a chair. "It was beautiful. And terrible. And I don't know how to feel about it. However you feel is correct. There's no wrong way to process your own ending." Dumbledore set down the book he'd been reading. "Tell me about it." So Harry did. He described the cottage, the fire, the quiet conversation. He described the peace he'd felt, the readiness, the love that had filled every moment. And he described the moment when his old self had looked at him through the memory and spoken. "He thanked me for remembering." Harry shook his head. "But I am him. We're the same person. Why would he need to thank me?" "Because you are him, yes. But you're also separate now. The soul that lived that moment is part of you, but it's also its own entity, preserved in the memory. By visiting, by honoring, you give it continued existence. You keep it alive, in a way. Is that why memories exist here? To be visited. Partly. And partly because love itself creates memory. Every moment of true connection, true feeling, leaves a mark on the universe. The waystation is where those marks gather, where they're preserved forever." Dumbledore smiled. "You've left many marks, Harry. More than you know." Harry began exploring the memory tree's vast archive with more purpose after that. He found memories of people he'd never met, strangers whose lives had touched his in ways he hadn't known. A woman who'd sent him a birthday gift when he was 11, never knowing if he received it. A man who'd fought alongside him at Hogwarts, whose face he'd glimpsed in the chaos of battle. Children who'd grown up hearing stories of the boy who lived, who'd imagined him as a hero, who'd carried those imaginings into their own lives. He found memories of his descendants, generations of Potters and Weasleys living lives he'd never see, facing challenges he'd never know, carrying forward the legacy he'd left behind. He watched them laugh and love and struggle and triumph, and felt a pride so vast it threatened to overwhelm him. And he found memories of people he'd failed. A girl who'd died in the Battle of Hogwarts because he hadn't been fast enough, strong enough, lucky enough. A man whose family had been killed by Death Eaters while Harry was elsewhere, fighting other battles. A child who'd grown up orphaned because of choices Harry had made, consequences he'd never foreseen. Those memories were the hardest. They clawed at him, demanded answers he couldn't give, justice he couldn't deliver. He'd sit beneath the memory tree for hours after visiting them, staring at nothing, letting the guilt wash over him. Ginny found him there one day, after a particularly difficult memory. Which one? Colin's brother. Dennis. He died in a Death Eater attack 5 years after the battle. He was 23. Harry's voice was hollow. He had a wife, a baby, and he died because the Death Eaters were still out there, still fighting, still killing. Because I didn't finish the job. You finished it as much as anyone could. You can't kill an idea, Harry. You can't destroy hatred just by defeating the people who carry it. I know that. In my head, I know that. But in here, he touched his chest. In here, it feels like failure. Like I should have done more. Ginny knelt before him, took his face in her hands. Listen to me. You did more than anyone could have asked. More than anyone should have had to do. The fact that evil still exists in the world isn't your fault. It's the fault of the people who choose it. But Dennis is here. I saw him yesterday, playing with his baby in the valley. He's at peace, Harry. He doesn't blame you. None of them do. Harry closed his eyes, let her words sink in. It didn't erase the guilt, nothing could. But it made it bearable. Made it something he could carry, rather than something that crushed him. How do you always know what to say? Years of practice. You're not the only one who carries guilt, Harry Potter. She smiled softly. I've got my own collection. We all do. That's what this place is for, helping each other carry them. The memory tree became a regular part of Harry's existence. He visited daily, or what felt like daily, spending hours among the echoes of lives lived and moments cherished. He learned to navigate the memories, to find specific ones when he needed them, to let others wash over him randomly like waves on a shore. He found memories of his parents' wedding, bright and joyful, full of people who would die too soon. He found memories of Sirius's childhood, before Azkaban, when he was just a boy with a wicked grin and a heart full of rebellion. He found memories of Dumbledore's youth, his brilliance and his blindness, his love for Grindelwald and the tragedy that followed. Each memory added to his understanding. Each soul he visited through their preserved moments became more real, more complex, more human. The legends faded, replaced by people, flawed, struggling, loving people, just like him. One day, he found a memory that made him stop. It was a small moment, unremarkable in itself. A woman sitting at a kitchen table, writing a letter by candlelight. Her hair was dark, her face lined with worry, but her eyes held a determination that Harry recognized. His mother. Writing to someone. He watched as she dipped her quill, wrote a few lines, paused to think. The words on the page were visible to him, a letter to her sister, Petunia. A letter that had never been sent, he realized. A letter that had been hidden away, never delivered. Dear Toonie, I know you don't want to hear from me. I know you've made that clear. But I'm writing anyway, because you're my sister and I love you, even if you can't love me back. I'm pregnant. James and I are going to have a baby. And I find myself thinking about you constantly, about our childhood, about the games we used to play, about the way you used to protect me from the other kids. I know things changed when my letter came. I know you felt betrayed, left behind, abandoned. I'm so sorry for that. I never meant to hurt you. I'm scared, Toonie. Scared of being a mother, scared of the world my child will be born into, scared that I'll make the same mistakes our parents made. And I find myself wishing I could talk to you. Wishing we could find a way back to each other. I don't expect you to respond. I don't expect anything. But I wanted you to know that I think of you. That I love you. That I always have. Asterisk. Your sister, Lily. Harry watched his mother fold the letter, seal it, and place it in a drawer. Watched her wipe her eyes and return to whatever she'd been doing before. Watched the memory fade, taking with it a moment of vulnerability, of hope, of love that had never found its destination. He sat beneath the memory tree for a long time after that, thinking about the threads that connected people, and the threads that were cut too soon. He found Lily in the valley and told her about the memory. She was quiet for a long moment, her eyes distant. Then she smiled, a sad smile, full of years and loss. I'd forgotten that letter. I wrote several, over the years. Never sent any of them. She shook her head. I was afraid. Afraid she'd reject me again, afraid of opening old wounds, afraid of hoping. She might have responded. If you'd sent it, she might have. Or she might have thrown it away, and I'd have been even more hurt. Lily sighed. We'll never know, will we? That's the thing about choices, once they're made, the alternatives disappear. Harry thought about that. About all the choices he'd made, all the paths not taken. About the life he might have lived if things had been different. Do you regret it? He asked. Not sending the letter. Lily considered. I regret the estrangement. I regret the years of silence, the lost connection. But regret is complicated here. I understand Petunia better now, her fear, her jealousy, her desperate need to be normal. I understand that she loved me, in her way. And I understand that some wounds can't be healed, no matter how much we want them to be. She took me in. After you died. She didn't want to, but she did. I know. And I'm grateful for that, even if she wasn't kind about it. She kept you alive, Harry. She gave you a chance. Lily touched his face. That's more than I had any right to ask. They sat together, mother and son, surrounded by the echoes of lives lived and choices made. And Harry felt, for the first time, a complete acceptance of the past, not forgiveness, exactly. But understanding. The threads of memory, he realized, weren't just about preserving moments. They were about making sense of them. Finding the patterns, the meanings, the connections that made a life whole. I think I'm starting to understand, he said. Why this place exists. Why memories matter so much. Why? Because we're not just our actions. We're our hopes, our fears, our loves, our losses. We're the letters we never sent and the words we never said. We're the moments that shaped us and the moments we shaped. He looked out at the valley, at the thousands of souls living in peace. And here, all of that gets to exist. Forever. Untouched by time. Lily smiled. That's beautiful, Harry. It's true. I think this is what we were all fighting for, without knowing it. Not just survival, but meaning. The chance for all these moments to matter. They've always mattered. They just couldn't see it. Now they can. They sat together, watching the light, and Harry felt something settle in his chest. A peace that came not from forgetting, but from remembering. Not from letting go, but from holding on to what truly mattered. The threads of memory stretched around him, connecting him to everyone he'd ever loved, everyone he'd ever lost, everyone whose life had touched his. And in that web of connection, Harry found himself complete. Finally, completely, at home. Chapter 17. The Web of Connection. Time passed differently in the waystation after Harry discovered the memory tree. Days blurred into weeks, blurred into years, or whatever passed for years in a place without sun or seasons. He divided his existence between two sacred duties, welcoming new souls beneath the great oak, and exploring the endless archive of memories beneath the ancient tree. Each role taught him something different. The welcomes taught him about the present, the raw, immediate reality of souls arriving in confusion and fear, needing someone to guide them through the threshold. He became expert at reading them, the ones who needed space, the ones who needed touch, the ones who needed stories to anchor themselves. He learned when to speak and when to be silent, when to offer comfort and when to simply witness. The memories taught him about the past, the infinite complexity of lives lived, choices made, loves cherished. He visited moments of joy and moments of sorrow, moments of triumph and moments of failure. He came to understand that every soul was a universe unto itself, containing multitudes that could never be fully known. And gradually, he began to see the connections between them. It started with a name. He was exploring a memory, a young woman laughing with friends, her joy so bright it practically glowed, when he noticed something strange. In the background, barely visible, was a figure he recognized. A man, middle-aged, watching the scene with an expression of such profound love that it hurt to see. Harry knew that face. He'd welcomed that soul a few weeks, or months, ago. A father who had died in a workplace accident, leaving behind a daughter he'd adored. The daughter in the memory was that same girl, years younger. The father had been watching her, even in memory, even after his own death. Harry pulled back from the memory, his mind racing. He'd always thought of the memory tree as a repository of individual moments, each one separate and self-contained. But this suggested something else, a web, a network, connections between memories that spanned time and death itself. He needed to understand. Dumbledore was in the library, as always, surrounded by books that contained knowledge Harry couldn't begin to fathom. Harry. He looked up with those twinkling eyes. You've discovered something. How did you know? Your expression. I've seen it before, on students who've just made a breakthrough, on seekers who've spotted the snitch, on souls who've glimpsed a truth beyond their understanding. He set down his book. Tell me. Harry described what he'd seen, the father watching his daughter across the gulf of years, the connection between memories that shouldn't have been connected. I thought each memory was separate, he concluded. But they're not, are they? They're all linked. A web. Indeed. Dumbledore rose, moved to a shelf, selected a particular volume. This is a history of the memory tree, written by the first souls who discovered it. They spent centuries mapping its connections, tracing the threads that link one memory to another. He handed the book to Harry. Read this. It will explain much. Harry took the book, but didn't open it. Why didn't you tell me about this before? Because you weren't ready. You needed to experience the memories first, to understand them on your own terms. The theory would have meant nothing without the practice. Dumbledore smiled. But now you're ready. Now you can see. The book was dense, written in a style that made Hermione's textbooks look like children's stories. But Harry persevered, reading by the light of the library's enchanted candles, letting the knowledge sink in. The memory tree, he learned, was not a repository of random moments. It was a living record of every connection between souls, every love, every friendship, every encounter that had meaning. Each memory was a node in an infinite web, linked to others by threads of emotion, of shared experience, of the countless ways souls touched each other across time. A mother's love for her child linked to that child's love for their own child, stretching forward through generations. A moment of kindness between strangers linked to the ripple effects that kindness created. The strangers' changed life, the lives they in turn touched, the endless cascade of consequence. And the dead were not separate from this web. Their memories persisted, their connections endured, their love continued to shape the living long after they'd passed beyond the veil. Harry closed the book, his mind reeling with implications. If every soul was connected to every other soul through an infinite web of memory and love, then no one was truly alone. No one was truly forgotten. The web held them all, across time and death, in an embrace that never ended. He needed to see it for himself. Back at the memory tree, Harry placed his palm against the bark and let himself sink into the web. It was overwhelming at first, a flood of images, emotions, connections so vast they threatened to drown him. He saw his mother's love for him, reaching forward through decades to touch his own love for his children. He saw Sirius's friendship, linked to James's, linked to Remus's, linked to the Marauders, legacy that had shaped generations of Hogwarts students. He saw Dumbledore's mistakes and regrets, linked to his wisdom and compassion, linked to the guidance he'd given Harry, linked to the choices Harry had made that had saved the world. Thread after thread, connection after connection, stretching in all directions, infinite and eternal. And at the center of it all, for Harry, was Ginny. He followed the threads that led to her, through their first meeting on platform 9 3/4, through their years at Hogwarts, through their marriage and children and the long, quiet decades of their life together. He saw her love for him, steady and fierce, and he saw how that love had shaped everything he'd become. But he also saw the threads that connected her to others, her parents, her brothers, her teammates, her friends. He saw the web of her life, as complex and beautiful as his own, and he understood for the first time that she was not just his wife, not just a character in his story. She was the center of her own universe, a soul as vast and infinite as any other. The realization humbled him. He found her by their lake, as always. Ginny. He sat beside her, took her hand. I've been exploring the memory tree. Really exploring it. And I saw. He stopped, searching for words. Saw what? Everything. The connections. The web. The way all our lives are linked. He looked at her, really looked at her, seeing not just his wife but the infinite complexity of the soul beside him. I saw you. Your threads. All the lives you've touched, all the people who love you. It's beautiful. Ginny smiled softly. You sound surprised. I guess I am. Surprised that I never really saw it before. You were always just. Ginny. My Ginny. But you're so much more than that. We're all more than that, Harry. That's what this place teaches you, if you let it. She squeezed his hand. I've been exploring too. Not the memories, the welcomes. Watching you with new souls. You think you're just being present, just helping. But I see the threads you're creating. The connections you're building. Every soul you welcome carries a piece of you forward, into their own eternity. Harry thought about that. About all the souls he'd greeted beneath the oak, Amara, Colin, Ariana, Teddy, countless others. Each one had taken something from him, a moment of attention, a word of comfort, a hand to hold. And each one would carry that moment forward, weaving it into their own web of connection. I didn't realize, he said. I was just being yourself. That's the point. Ginny leaned against him. You don't have to try, Harry. You don't have to be the hero. You just have to be you, and that's enough. That's always been enough. They sat together, watching the light play on the water, and Harry felt the web of connection wrap around them both, infinite, eternal, unbreakable. The next soul he welcomed was different. She appeared beneath the oak, a woman, maybe 40, with kind eyes and a weary smile. Harry approached her as he always did, ready with words of comfort and guidance. But before he could speak, she looked at him with recognition. Harry Potter. Yes. He studied her face, searching for familiarity. Have we met? No. But I know you. Everyone knows you. She smiled. I'm Margaret. Margaret Clearwater. I was a healer at St. Mungo's. I treated your son once, when he broke his arm playing Quidditch. Harry's heart warmed. James. That was years ago. 30, maybe. Time gets fuzzy toward the end. She looked around at the meadow, the valley, the souls moving in the distance. So this is it. The afterlife. This is the waystation. A place to rest, to heal, to decide what comes next. Harry studied her, looking for signs of trauma. Margaret, how did you die? Peacefully. In my sleep. I was old, Harry. 93. I'd lived a full life. She smiled. I'm not scared. Just curious. That's a good way to arrive. He offered his arm. Come. There are people here who knew you. People who've been waiting. They walked together into the valley, and Harry felt the threads connecting them, tenuous at first, but strengthening with each step. Margaret had touched his life through James, and now he was touching hers. The web grew. Days, or weeks, passed. Harry continued his work, but now he saw it differently. Every welcome was a thread. Every moment of connection was a strand in the infinite web. He wasn't just helping souls find peace, he was weaving himself into their stories, and they into his. He visited the memory tree regularly, exploring the web from the other direction. He found threads linking him to souls he'd never met, strangers whose lives had intersected with his in ways he'd never known. A shopkeeper in Diagon Alley who'd given him a discount on robes when he was 11, never knowing how much that small kindness meant. A witch who'd sent an anonymous donation to the Weasleys after the war, moved by their loss. A muggle who'd seen him on the news and felt a surge of protective instinct, wanting to help the boy with the sad eyes. Each discovery humbled him. Each thread reminded him that he was not the center of the universe but part of something infinitely larger. One day, he found a thread that led to someone he'd never expected to see again. Dudley Dursley. He was old in the memory, 60, maybe, with gray hair and a softness around his middle that spoke of a comfortable life. He sat in a garden, watching children play, grandchildren, by the look of them. And on his face was an expression Harry had never seen on his cousin, peace. The memory was recent, Harry realized. Dudley had died. He was here, somewhere in the waystation. Harry pulled back from the memory tree and went to find him. Dudley was in a part of the valley Harry rarely visited, a quiet area near the streams, where souls who preferred solitude could find it. He sat on a bench, staring at the water, and when Harry approached, he looked up with those familiar pale eyes. "Harry." His voice was rough, uncertain. "I wondered if you'd come. You're my cousin." Harry sat beside him. "Of course I came." They sat in silence for a long moment. The stream burbled past, and somewhere in the distance, a bird sang a song that didn't exist in any living world. "I was horrible to you," Dudley said finally. "All those years. I was horrible, and I never apologized. Not properly. You were a kid. You learned it from your parents. That doesn't excuse it." Dudley's hands gripped the edge of the bench. "I've thought about it a lot, since I got here. All the things I did, all the things I didn't do. The way I let them treat you. The way I joined in." His voice cracked. "I'm so sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry." Harry looked at his cousin, really looked at him. Saw the guilt, the regret, the desperate need for forgiveness. Saw also the man Dudley had become. A father, a grandfather, someone who had learned, eventually, to be better. "I forgive you," Harry said. "Not because what you did was okay, it wasn't. But because holding on to that anger doesn't help anyone. Not you, not me, not the people we love." Dudley's shoulders shook with silent sobs. Harry put a hand on his arm, let him cry. "I had a daughter," Dudley said eventually, wiping his eyes. After we left, something changed in me. I couldn't stop thinking about you. About how alone you must have felt. About how I'd been part of making you feel that way." He took a shaky breath. "When my daughter was born, I swore I'd never let anyone feel alone. Not on my watch." "That's good, Dudley. That's really good. She became a healer. Helped hundreds of people. And her children, my grandchildren, they're carrying it forward. Kindness. Compassion. All the things we never had." He looked at Harry with red-rimmed eyes. "You did that. You changed me, just by existing. Just by being my cousin, even when I didn't deserve it." Harry felt the threads between them, thin but strong, stretching back through decades of separation, through childhood trauma, through everything. The web held them both. "Thank you for telling me," he said. "For apologizing. For becoming someone better." Dudley nodded, unable to speak. They sat together by the stream, two cousins who had finally found their way to each other. Harry found Ginny that evening, in their usual spot. "I saw Dudley today." Ginny's eyebrows rose. "How is he?" "Guilty. Regretful. Trying to make amends." Harry shook his head. "I never thought I'd see him here. Never thought I'd want to. But you did. See him, I mean. Yeah, and I'm glad." He looked out at the lake. "He changed, Ginny. After we left, he became a better person. A good father, a good grandfather. He broke the cycle. That's rare. That's really rare. I know. And I think that's what this place is about. Not just rest and healing, but understanding. Seeing the whole picture. Realizing that people are more than their worst moments." Ginny leaned against him. "You've changed too, you know. Since you got here. You're more peaceful. Less burdened. The welcomes help. The memories help. Seeing how everything connects." He kissed her hair. "You help most of all. Always." They sat together, watching the light, and Harry felt the web of connection wrap around them. Threads to Dudley, to his parents, to his children, to everyone he'd ever loved. The web held them all, infinite and eternal, and Harry was content to be part of it. The next morning, or what passed for morning, Harry returned to the memory tree. He had a new purpose now. Not just exploration, but mapping. Understanding. He wanted to trace the threads that connected him to everyone he'd ever known, to see the full picture of a life lived in connection. He started with his parents. Followed the threads from Lily to her sister Petunia, to her parents, to her friends at Hogwarts. Followed the threads from James to his parents, to Sirius, to the Marauders. Saw how those threads intertwined, crossed, created new connections. Then he followed the threads forward. From his parents to him. From him to Ginny. From them to their children, James, Albus, Lily. From their children to their children, generation after generation, the web expanding infinitely. He saw how his choices had rippled forward, the decision to fight Voldemort, to pay the debt, to come home and live. Each choice had created threads, touched lives, shaped futures he'd never know. And he saw how the choices of others had rippled back to him. His parents' decision to die for him, Dumbledore's decision to guide him, Sirius's decision to love him. Threads from the past, woven into the present, shaping who he'd become. The web was infinite, and he was part of it. He emerged from the memory tree to find Dumbledore waiting. "You've seen it," the old man said. "The full picture." "Some of it. As much as I can hold." Harry sat heavily on the grass. "It's overwhelming. Beautiful and overwhelming. That's the nature of truth. It's too much for any single mind to contain. But we can glimpse it, in moments. And those glimpses change us." Harry nodded slowly. "I understand now. Why you made the choices you did. Why you kept secrets, why you manipulated, why you did things that seemed cruel. You were trying to protect the web. Trying to keep the connections from breaking." Dumbledore's expression grew sad. "I was trying to protect the world. But I made mistakes. Terrible mistakes. I let my own guilt, my own fear, blind me to simpler truths. Like love. Like love. The one force that transcends all others. The one thread that can never be broken." Dumbledore smiled. "You taught me that, Harry. In the end, you taught me what I should have known all along." They sat together beneath the memory tree, two souls bound by threads of love and loss and the long, complicated history between them. "I forgive you," Harry said. "For everything. For the secrets, the manipulations, the choices you made that hurt people. I forgive you." Dumbledore's eyes glistened. "Thank you, Harry. That means more than you know. It's what the web teaches. Forgiveness. Connection. Love." Harry looked out at the valley, at the thousands of souls living in peace. "That's what it's all for. That's why we're here." "Yes." Dumbledore's voice was soft. "That's exactly why we're here." That night, Harry sat by the lake with Ginny and told her everything. The web. The threads. The infinite connections between souls. The way every choice, every moment, every word rippled outward forever. "It's like what Dumbledore always said," he concluded. "Love is the one force we can't explain, the one magic that transcends everything. And now I understand why. Because love creates the web. Love weaves the threads. Love connects us all." Ginny was quiet for a long moment. Then she turned to him, her eyes bright. "I love you, Harry Potter. I've loved you since I was a silly little girl with a crush on the boy who lived. I've loved you through everything, through war and peace, through life and death, through all of it." She took his face in her hands. "And knowing that love creates the web, that our love is part of something infinite, that makes me so happy I can't even express it." Harry pulled her close, held her tight. "I love you too. More than I ever knew it was possible to love anyone. And knowing that this, is forever. That nothing can break it. That's everything." They held each other by the lake, the light playing around them, the web of connection wrapping them in its infinite embrace. And somewhere in the distance, a new soul arrived beneath the great oak, and the welcoming began again. The web grew. The connections multiplied. And love, as it always had and always would, won in the end. Chapter 18. The Ripple Effects. The web taught Harry that no action was too small to matter. He discovered this gradually, through countless explorations of the memory tree. A kind word spoken in passing, a door held open, a moment of patience with a difficult person, each of these small acts rippled outward through the web, touching lives the actor would never know. He found a memory of himself at 11, standing on platform 9 3/4, lost and confused. A woman had approached him, plump, motherly, with red hair, and asked if he needed help. She'd pointed him toward the train, smiled warmly, and gone on her way. That woman was Molly Weasley. And that moment of kindness had changed everything. Without it, Harry might have missed the train. Might never have met Ron. Might never have found the family that would become his own. One small act of kindness, and the entire course of his life shifted. He found other moments too. A professor who'd taken extra time to explain a concept, not knowing that explanation would save a student's life years later. A stranger who'd returned a lost wallet, not knowing the money inside would have been used for something terrible. A child who'd shared their lunch with a lonely classmate, not knowing that classmate would grow up to become a healer who saved hundreds. The web was full of these moments. Small choices, tiny acts, rippling outward through time and death, shaping the world in ways no one could predict. Harry began sharing these discoveries with the souls he welcomed. You matter, he told a young woman who'd died believing her life was meaningless. Every choice you made, every person you touched, it all ripples forward. You've shaped lives you'll never know. The woman, a shop assistant who'd died in a random accident, looked at him with disbelief. I just sold people things. I didn't do anything important. Did you ever smile at a customer who looked sad? Ever give extra help to someone who needed it? Ever just listen when someone wanted to talk? She nodded slowly. Sometimes. When I had time. Those moments matter. They ripple. That sad customer went home feeling a little lighter because of you. That person you helped might have passed that kindness forward. You've touched dozens, hundreds of lives, and you'll never know it. He smiled. But the web knows. The web remembers. She cried then, not from grief, but from relief. The knowledge that her life had meaning, that she'd made a difference, that she hadn't been forgotten. Ginny joined him in this work sometimes, sharing her own discoveries from the memory tree. She found threads connecting her to people she'd never met, fans who'd watched her play Quidditch and been inspired to pursue their own dreams. Children who'd read about her in history books and imagined what it would be like to be brave. Strangers who'd felt a connection to her story, her struggles, her triumphs. It's humbling, she said one evening by the lake. Knowing how many lives I've touched without knowing it. How many people I've inspired just by being myself. You inspired me, Harry said. Every day. She smiled. That's different. You're biased. I'm truthful. He kissed her. You've always been my inspiration. My courage. My home. They sat together, watching the light, and Harry thought about the web, how it connected them not just to each other, but to everyone they'd ever touched, everyone who'd ever touched them. Infinite and eternal. One day, Harry found a thread that led to someone he'd never expected to see again. Peter Pettigrew. He was in a remote part of the valley, alone, his small form hunched on a bench. When Harry approached, he looked up with eyes that held centuries of guilt. Potter. His voice was a whisper. I knew you'd come eventually. I've been dreading it. Harry sat beside him. I'm not here to punish you, Peter. You should be. I betrayed your parents. I got them killed. I helped Voldemort return. He broke off, shaking. I did so many terrible things. I know. Harry's voice was gentle. I also know you hesitated, in the end. You showed a moment of mercy, and it cost you your life. Peter stared at him. That doesn't undo everything else. No. But it matters. It ripples, like everything else. Harry looked out at the valley. I've been exploring the memory tree. Seeing how choices connect. And I saw something interesting. What? Your moment of hesitation, that tiny pause, that flicker of doubt, it gave my friends the time they needed to escape. If you hadn't hesitated, they would have died. And if they'd died, the war might have ended differently. More people would have been lost. He turned to look at Peter. Your moment of mercy saved lives. Dozens of lives. Maybe more. Peter's face crumpled. I never meant. I know. That's the point. You can't control how your choices ripple. You can only make them, and trust that something good might come. Harry put a hand on his shoulder. You've been carrying this guilt for a long time. Maybe it's time to let some of it go. Peter wept, great, heaving sobs that shook his small frame. Harry sat with him, letting the grief pour out, knowing that this was part of healing. When the tears finally subsided, Peter looked at him with red-rimmed eyes. How do you do it? Forgive so easily. I don't know if it's easy. But I've learned that holding on to anger and hatred hurts me more than it hurts anyone else. And I've seen too much of the web to believe that anyone is only their worst moments. Harry stood, offered his hand. Come on, there's someone who wants to meet you. Peter hesitated, then took his hand. They walked together into the valley, toward a small cottage where a woman with red hair and kind eyes was waiting. Lily Potter looked at Peter with an expression that held years of pain and, beneath it, something else. Understanding. Peter, she said softly. It's been a long time. Lily, his voice failed. I know. She opened her arms. Come here. He went to her, sobbing, and she held him like a mother holding a child who'd been lost and finally found. James appeared in the doorway, his expression guarded at first, then softening as he watched. Harry stepped back, giving them space. The threads between them were tangled, damaged, but not broken. With time and patience, they might heal. The web taught Harry about forgiveness too. He saw how holding onto anger created ripples of its own, poisoning relationships, closing hearts, spreading pain outward through generations. He saw families torn apart by grudges that outlived the original offense, carrying bitterness forward like an inheritance. And he saw the opposite, moments of forgiveness that healed not just individuals, but entire webs. A word of pardon that mended a broken relationship. A gesture of understanding that stopped a cycle of revenge. A choice to let go that freed everyone involved. He thought about the Dursleys. About the years of abuse, the neglect, the casual cruelty. He'd forgiven Dudley, but what about Vernon and Petunia? What about the choices they'd made, the pain they'd caused? The memory tree showed him. He found Petunia first, old, alone, haunted by regrets she'd never spoken aloud. She sat in a small room, staring at a photograph of a red-haired girl who looked just like her sister. Lily, she whispered to the empty air. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He found Vernon next, blustering even in memory, but beneath the bluster, a deep well of fear. Fear of anything different, anything strange, anything that threatened his carefully ordered world. He'd hurt Harry because he was afraid, and he'd never had the courage to admit it. Neither of them was in the waystation. They'd moved on, or chosen other paths, or simply hadn't arrived yet. But their memories remained, their regrets, their fears, their small moments of humanity that didn't excuse their actions but explained them. Harry sat with those memories for a long time, letting himself feel the complexity of it. He didn't forgive them, not yet, maybe not ever. But he understood them better. And understanding, he realized, was the first step towards something that might, eventually, become forgiveness. Ginny found him by the lake that evening. You're thinking about the Dursleys. Always. He managed a weak smile. The memory tree showed me things. Petunia's regret. Vernon's fear. They were horrible to me, but they were also, human. Complicated. Does that change anything? I don't know. It makes it harder to just hate them. Which is frustrating, because hating them was easy. He shook his head. The web makes everything complicated. Shows you the connections, the reasons, the humanity behind the cruelty. That's the point, I think. Not to excuse bad behavior, but to understand it. To see that people are more than their worst moments. He nodded slowly. Like Peter. Like Dudley. Like everyone. Like you. Like me. She took his hand. We've all done things we regret. We've all hurt people, even when we didn't mean to. The web holds all of it, the good, the bad, the complicated. Harry looked out at the valley, at the thousands of souls living in peace. Some of them had done terrible things. Some had been victims of terrible things. And somehow, in this place, they'd found a way to coexist. Maybe that's what the afterlife is for, he said. Not just rest and healing, but learning. Understanding that we're all connected, all part of the same web. And that the only way forward is together. Ginny squeezed his hand. Maybe that's what life is for too. We just don't always see it. The next soul Harry welcomed was a man who'd spent his life as a prison guard at Azkaban. He arrived beneath the oak with a haunted look, his eyes darting nervously, his body tense with expectation of attack. Harry approached carefully, using the soft voice he'd developed for frightened souls. Welcome. I'm Harry. I help new arrivals find their way. The man stared at him. Harry Potter. I guarded you. Briefly, before the breakout. Harry searched his memory. I don't. You wouldn't remember. I was one of dozens. But I remember you. The man's voice cracked. I remember all of them. The prisoners. The ones who didn't deserve to be there. The ones the Dementors destroyed. What's your name? Malcolm. Malcolm French. He wrapped his arms around himself. I did terrible things in that place. Not actively, I never hurt anyone. But I stood by while the Dementors did their work. I watched people lose their minds, their souls, and I did nothing. That was the system. You were following orders. That's what I told myself. For decades, that's what I told myself. Malcolm's eyes were wet. But here, now, I can see the truth. I could have spoken up. Could have refused. Could have done something. Instead, I just watched. Harry felt the familiar pull of a soul in deep distress. He'd learned to recognize it, the weight of guilt, the desperate need for absolution. Malcolm, I'm going to tell you something, and I need you to listen. He waited until the man met his eyes. The web, the connections between souls, it holds everything. Every choice, every moment, every act of courage or cowardice. And it also holds the possibility of change. Of growth. Of becoming someone different than you were. I can't change what I did. No. But you can learn from it. You can understand why you made those choices, and you can choose differently going forward. Harry gestured at the valley. This place is about healing, Malcolm. About facing your past and finding a way to move forward. It's not easy, but it's possible. Malcolm looked at the valley, at the souls moving peacefully in the distance. They'll hate me, the ones I failed to help. Some might. Others will understand. Everyone here has done things they regret. Everyone carries guilt. Harry offered his hand. Come, I'll introduce you to someone who can help. Malcolm hesitated, then took his hand. They walked together into the valley, toward a small cottage where a woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile was waiting. A woman who had spent years in Azkaban for a crime she didn't commit, and who had found, in this place, the capacity to forgive. The web taught Harry that healing was possible, but it wasn't quick. He watched Malcolm struggle with his guilt, watched him avoid the souls he'd failed, watched him slowly, painfully, begin to reach out. It took time, more time than Harry could measure, but eventually, Malcolm found a kind of peace. Not forgiveness, not yet, but acceptance. The willingness to keep trying. Harry saw the same pattern with others. Peter Pettigrew, slowly emerging from his isolation. Dudley, learning to connect with souls who had no reason to trust him. Countless others, each on their own journey, each finding their own path through the web. And he saw it in himself too. The guilt he carried, over people he couldn't save, choices he couldn't undo, didn't disappear. But it became part of him, integrated rather than suppressed. He learned to hold it without being consumed by it. The web doesn't erase the past, Dumbledore explained one day. It integrates it, makes it part of the whole. The bad moments don't disappear, but they become context, part of the larger story that makes you who you are. So I'll always carry this guilt. You'll always carry the memory of it. But the guilt itself, the active pain, that can fade. As you understand more, as you see how even your failures have rippled in unexpected ways, the weight becomes lighter. Harry thought about that. About all the people he'd failed to save. About all the moments he wished he could change. And the people I couldn't save. The ones who died because I wasn't fast enough, or strong enough, or smart enough. They're here, Harry. All of them. And they don't blame you. They see the web too. They understand that you did your best, that you fought with everything you had, that your failures were not for lack of trying. Harry closed his eyes, let the words sink in. It didn't erase the pain. But it made it bearable. One day, Harry found a thread that led to a memory he'd never expected to see. It was himself, young, maybe 12, sitting alone in the dark. The cupboard under the stairs. He was crying, silently, the way he'd learned to cry so the Dursleys wouldn't hear. And in the memory, someone else was there. A figure, barely visible, watching him with eyes full of sorrow. A woman, young, beautiful, with red hair and green eyes. His mother. She couldn't touch him, couldn't speak to him, couldn't do anything but watch. But she was there. She'd always been there. In every moment of darkness, every night of loneliness, every time he'd cried himself to sleep, she'd been watching. Harry pulled back from the memory, tears streaming down his face. He'd never known, never guessed. All those years of isolation, of believing he was completely alone, and his mother had been there, watching, grieving, loving him from beyond the veil. He found her by the lake, where she often sat with James. Mom. His voice broke. The cupboard. Under the stairs. You were there. Lily's eyes widened. You saw. Just now. In the memory tree. He sank onto the bench beside her. All those years. All those nights. You were watching. Always. Her voice was thick with tears. I couldn't help you. Couldn't touch you. Couldn't speak to you. But I never left, Harry. Not once. I watched over you every moment of every day. James appeared behind them, his hand on Lily's shoulder. We both did. Every time you were scared, every time you were sad, every time you needed someone, we were there. Harry looked at them, his parents, who had died for him, who had watched over him, who had loved him across the veil. The web connected them in ways he'd never understood. I didn't know, he whispered. I thought I was alone. You were never alone. Lily pulled him into an embrace. Never. We were always there. They held each other by the lake, a family finally whole, finally understood. And Harry felt the web wrap around them, threads of love that had never broken, never weakened, never failed. That night, he told Ginny everything. The whole time, he said. Every moment of my childhood, every horrible night in that cupboard, they were watching. I wasn't alone. You were never alone, Harry. Not really. The web proves that. I know now. But for so long, I believed. He shook his head. It changes things. Knowing that. Does it make the pain less? No. But it makes the love bigger. Bigger than the pain. He looked at her, at the wife who had loved him through everything. That's what I'm learning here. That love is always bigger. Always stronger. Always enough. Ginny smiled. Took you long enough. He laughed, and the sound carried across the water, bright and free. Better late than never. They sat together by the lake, watching the light, and Harry felt the web hum around them, infinite, eternal, filled with love that would never end. The ripple effects continued. The web grew. And Harry Potter, finally, completely, was at peace. Chapter 19, The Choice. The Waystation had become home in a way Harry had never expected. Centuries had passed, or perhaps only moments. Time was meaningless here, measured only by the rhythm of welcomes and the slow, steady growth of understanding. Harry had welcomed countless souls, explored countless memories, traced countless threads through the infinite web. He had changed. The sharp edges of his grief had worn smooth. The guilt that had once consumed him had faded to a quiet ache, present but no longer painful. He understood himself now, not just the boy who had lived, but the man who had died, the soul who had chosen to stay. And yet, something stirred in him. A restlessness he couldn't name. Ginny noticed, of course. She always noticed. You're thinking, she said one evening by their lake. Deep thoughts. I can feel them. Always. He smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. I've been here so long. Welcomed so many souls. Learned so much. And yet, I don't know. It feels like there's something I haven't done. Something waiting for me. He looked out at the valley, at the thousands of souls living in peace. Does that make sense? Perfect sense. She leaned against him. You've always been someone who needed purpose. Who needed to feel that what you were doing mattered. Maybe here, in this place, that purpose is changing. Changing how? I don't know. But I think you'll find out. The answer came sooner than Harry expected. He was beneath the memory tree, exploring as he always did, when he felt a pull, different from the usual curiosity. Stronger. More urgent. He followed it through layers of memory, past moments of joy and sorrow, past connections he'd traced 100 times, until he reached something he'd never seen before. A door. It stood in the midst of the web, separate from the threads, separate from everything. It was made of light, pure, white light that pulsed with a rhythm like a heartbeat. And it was slightly ajar. Harry approached slowly, his heart pounding. He'd seen doors like this before, in visions, in dreams, in the moments before the covenant. But this one felt different. This one felt final. He reached out to touch it, and the light enveloped him. He stood in a place that was not the waystation. It was vast, infinitely vast, stretching in all directions with no horizon, no boundaries. The light here was different too, softer, warmer, somehow more alive. And in the distance, figures moved, souls, perhaps, but souls unlike any he'd seen. They glowed with an inner radiance, moving with a grace that spoke of complete peace. Harry. He turned. A figure stood beside him, tall, radiant, familiar and most Shang at once. It took him a moment to recognize the face beneath the light. Merlin. The figure smiled. Among other names. I've been waiting for you. Where am I? What is this place? This is what lies beyond the waystation. The next step. The place where souls go when they're ready to move on. Merlin gestured at the vastness around them. Some call it enlightenment. Some call it heaven. Some call it simply, home. Harry stared. I didn't know, I thought the waystation was the end. For many, it is. For those who need rest, healing, community. But for some, those who have learned what they needed to learn, grown what they needed to grow, there is more. Merlin's eyes were kind. You've done well, Harry. Better than any could have hoped. The web knows you. The threads sing your name. And now, you have a choice. What choice? Whether to stay in the waystation, continuing your work of welcome. Or to move on, to this place, or beyond, to whatever comes next. Merlin paused. Or to return, to the living world, to life, to be born again, to live another life, to learn and grow and love all over again. Merlin smiled. Some souls choose this path. They find that one lifetime isn't enough, that they want to experience more, to understand more, to become more. So they go back. They start over. They live again. Harry's mind reeled. I could go back. Be born again. Live another life. You could. But you would not remember this one. Not consciously. The memories would be buried deep, accessible only in dreams, in moments of déjà vu, in the quiet stirrings of the soul. You would begin anew, with no knowledge of who you'd been. Harry thought about that. About forgetting Ginny. About forgetting his children, his parents, everyone he'd loved. The idea was unbearable. I don't think I could do that, he said. Forget everyone. Many feel the same. That's why most choose to stay in the waystation, or to move on to what comes next. Merlin studied him. But you didn't come here by accident, Harry. You felt the pull for a reason. There's something you need to decide. Harry looked out at the vastness, at the radiant souls moving in the distance. He thought about the waystation, about the work of welcome, about the web that connected everyone and everything. He thought about Ginny, waiting by their lake. What's beyond this? He asked. If I move on, what happens? That, I cannot tell you. Not because I won't, but because words cannot capture it. It must be experienced. Merlin smiled. But I can tell you this, it is good. It is peace beyond peace, love beyond love, joy beyond joy. It is everything you've ever hoped for and more. And if I stay in the waystation, then you continue your work. You welcome souls, you trace the web, you grow in understanding. And eventually, perhaps, you'll be ready to move on. Or you'll be content to stay forever. Both are valid choices. Harry was quiet for a long moment, letting the possibilities settle. I need to talk to Ginny, he said finally. I can't decide this alone. Of course. Merlin nodded. The door will remain. When you're ready, return here. And choose. Harry found Ginny by the lake, exactly where he'd left her, though he had no idea how much time had passed. You found something, she said, reading his expression. I found a door. A place beyond the waystation. He sat beside her, took her hand. Merlin was there. He said I have a choice, stay here, move on, or go back. Be born again. Live another life. Ginny's eyes widened. Another life. Without memory. Without knowing any of you. He shook his head. I can't do that. I can't forget. But you're considering it. It wasn't a question. I'm considering all of it. The door, the next step, whatever comes after. He looked at her. What would you choose? Ginny was quiet for a long moment, staring at the lake. When she spoke, her voice was soft. I've thought about this. Not consciously, but in the quiet moments. What comes next? Whether there's more. She turned to him. I think I'd want to move on. Not because I'm unhappy here, I'm not. But because I'm curious. Because I want to know what's beyond. Because I trust that whatever it is, it's good. Harry felt his heart clench. You'd leave. I'd move forward. With you, if you'll come. Or alone, if you choose differently. She cupped his face in her hands. But Harry, whatever you decide, I'll love you. That doesn't end. That can't end. He pulled her close, held her tight. I don't want to lose you. You won't. Not really. The web holds us, remember. Even if we move on, even if we go to different places, the threads between us remain. She kissed him softly. We'll always be connected. They held each other by the lake, the light playing around them. And Harry felt the weight of the choice pressing down. He visited his parents. Lily and James were in their cottage, as always, surrounded by the warmth of their love. They welcomed him with open arms, and he told them everything, the door, the choice, the impossible decision before him. What would you do? He asked. If you were me. Lily and James exchanged a look, the kind of look that spoke of decades of partnership, of understanding beyond words. We've talked about this, Lily said softly. What comes next? Whether to move on or stay. And, James answered, we've decided to move on. Together. When the time feels right. He smiled. Not yet, we're not ready yet. But someday. We want to see what's beyond. Lily took Harry's hand. But that's our choice, love. Yours is your own. You have to decide what feels right to you, not to us, not to anyone. Harry looked at them, his parents, who had died for him, who had watched over him, who had loved him across the veil. The threads between them were strong, unbreakable. If I move on, he said slowly, will I see you again? Wherever we go. I believe so. Lily's eyes were bright. I believe that love finds a way. That souls who are meant to be together always find each other, in this life or the next after that. Harry nodded slowly. I think I believe that too. He visited his children, James, Albus, and Lily, grown now, centuries in the way station, each having lived full lives and found their own peace. They gathered around him, and he told them about the choice. James spoke first. You've earned this, Dad. Whatever you decide. Albus nodded. The web connects us. We'll always be part of each other. Lily, his namesake, the guardian who had walked between worlds, took his hand. I've seen beyond, Dad. In my work at the threshold. I've glimpsed what waits. It's beautiful. You have. A flicker. A moment. Enough to know that moving on is good. That what comes next is worth it. She smiled. I'm not ready yet. I have work to do here. But someday. And when I do, I'll look for you. Harry hugged her tight, then the others, feeling the love that bound them across time and death. He visited Dumbledore. The old man was in the library, as always, but he set down his book when Harry entered. You've found the door. Yes. And I have to choose. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I made this choice once, long ago. I chose to stay, to learn, to grow, to help. It was the right choice for me, at that time. He paused. But I'm approaching another choice now. The door calls to me too. What will you choose? I think I'll move on. There's so much I still want to understand, so much beyond this place. And I'm ready. He smiled. But that's my path. Yours may be different. Harry sat across from him. What if I make the wrong choice? Harry. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. There is no wrong choice. Only different paths. Each leads somewhere good. Each offers something valuable. Trust yourself. Trust what your heart tells you. Harry closed his eyes, let the words sink in. He went back to the lake. Ginny was waiting, as she always was. She looked at him with those bright eyes, full of love and patience and the quiet strength that had always been her greatest gift. Have you decided? I think so. He sat beside her, took her hand. I want to move on. With you. Together. She smiled. I was hoping you'd say that. But, he hesitated. Are you sure? Are you ready? I've been ready for a while, I think. Just waiting for you to catch up. She squeezed his hand. We've done good work here, Harry. Welcomed so many souls. Helped so many find peace. But I think it's time for our own peace. Our own next step. He nodded slowly. What do you think it'll be like? What comes next? I don't know. But I trust that it's good. And I trust that we'll face it together. She leaned against him. That's all that matters, really. Together. They sat by the lake for what might have been hours or days or moments, just being together, feeling the web hum around them. Then, hand in hand, they rose and walked toward the door. The door was waiting, exactly as Harry remembered. It stood in the midst of the web, made of light, slightly ajar. Merlin was there, his radiant form welcoming. You've chosen. We have. Harry looked at Ginny, then back at Merlin. We want to move on. Together. Merlin smiled. A beautiful choice. And the right one for you. He gestured toward the door. When you step through, you will leave the waystation behind. You will enter what comes next. Are you ready? Harry looked at Ginny. She nodded. Ready. They approached the door together. The light enveloped them, warm and gentle, and Harry felt the web pulse one last time. Threads of love stretching back to everyone he'd ever known, everyone he'd ever loved, everyone whose life he'd touched. Then they stepped through. The light intensified, became everything, became nothing. Harry felt himself dissolving, merging with something vast and infinite. He felt Ginny beside him, felt their threads intertwining, becoming one. And then, peace. Not the peace of rest, not the peace of healing. Something deeper. Something complete. A peace that held all the joy and sorrow and love of every life he'd lived, every choice he'd made, every soul he'd touched. He was home. Finally, completely, eternally home. And somewhere in the infinite web, threads of love stretched toward him, connecting him to everyone he'd ever loved, everyone who'd ever loved him. They were all part of him now, and he was part of them. The door closed behind him. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the man who died, the soul who chose, Harry Potter began his next great adventure. Chapter 20, The Beginning. The light did not end. It simply was, infinite, eternal, alive. Harry floated in it, aware of everything and nothing at once. He could feel Ginny beside him, their souls intertwined so completely that he couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. He could feel the web stretching behind him, connecting him to everyone he'd ever loved, every life he'd ever touched. And ahead, there was something. Not a place, not a destination, but a presence. Warm, welcoming, familiar in a way that transcended memory. Come, a voice said, not in words, but in feeling. Come home. They moved forward together, Harry and Ginny, through light that grew brighter and softer at once. And gradually, shapes began to form. Not souls, something else. Beings of light and love, radiating joy so pure it hurt. They moved through the infinite space with a grace that spoke of complete understanding, complete peace. One of them approached, taller than the rest, brighter, more radiant. As it drew near, Harry felt a shock of recognition that went deeper than thought. Harry. The being's voice was music. My son. Mom. His voice was barely a whisper, but in this place, it echoed forever. The light shifted, coalesced, and Lily stood before him, not the Lily of the waystation, but something more. More real, more complete, more alive. She was young and beautiful and radiant with a love that had no end. James appeared beside her, his grin as bright as ever. Sirius followed, and Remus, and Tonks. Fred Weasley, laughing. Dobby, beaming. Colin Creevey, whole and happy. Ariana Dumbledore, her eyes clear at last. One by one, they came, every soul Harry had ever loved, every soul whose life had touched his. They gathered in the infinite light, and Harry felt their love like a physical force. We've been waiting, Lily said. Waiting for you to be ready. Ready for what? For this. She gestured at the vastness around them. For the next step. For the beginning. Harry looked at Ginny, who was being embraced by her own family, her parents, her brothers, a crowd of Weasleys stretching back generations. She caught his eye and smiled. This is it, she said. This is what comes next. Harry turned back to his mother. What do we do now? Now. Lily's smile was radiant. Now you rest. Truly rest. No more welcomes, no more work, no more carrying. Just being. And after that, you choose again. Stay here, in this peace. Move on to something else. Or return, to life, to love, to another chance. She touched his face, her hand warm and solid. The web is infinite, Harry. The choices are endless. And you have all of eternity to make them. Harry looked around at the gathered souls, at the infinite light, at the love that surrounded him on all sides. He felt the weight of centuries lift from his shoulders, all the grief, all the guilt, all the responsibility. Gone. He was free. Time passed, or didn't. In this place, it was impossible to tell. Harry explored, learned, grew. He discovered that the light held everything, every memory, every love, every moment of every life ever lived. He could access any of it, experience any of it, simply by willing it. He spent what might have been years with his parents, learning about their lives, their love, their dreams. He walked through James's childhood, saw the boy beneath the bravado. He sat with Lily as she remembered her sister, her parents, the Muggle world she'd left behind. He reconnected with Sirius, finally able to give him the time and attention he'd never had in life. They talked for what might have been centuries, about everything and nothing, making up for lost decades, lost opportunities. He found Dumbledore again, and this time, there were no secrets between them. The old man was at peace, truly at peace, and they spoke of magic and mortality and the infinite mysteries of existence. And always, Ginny was beside him. They explored together, learned together, grew together. Their love deepened in ways Harry hadn't thought possible, becoming something beyond emotion, beyond connection, a fundamental truth of their existence. One day, or moment, or eternity, Lily found him alone. You're thinking about going back, she said. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded slowly. I've been happy here. So happy. But you're curious. You want to experience it again. Life, with all its mess and pain and joy. Does that make sense? Perfect sense. She sat beside him, though sitting wasn't quite the right word. I've thought about it too, you know. Going back. Being born again, starting fresh. Would you? Maybe. Someday. Not yet. She smiled. But you're different. You've always been someone who needed to live fully, to experience everything. It's why you were such a good guardian, such a good welcomer. You understand life because you've lived it so deeply. Harry thought about that. About all the moments of his life, the pain and the joy, the loss and the love. About the way each moment had shaped him, taught him, made him who he was. I'm not sure I want to forget, he said. If I go back, I won't remember any of this. Won't remember you, or Dad, or Ginny. You'll remember in your soul. In the quiet moments, the dreams, the feelings you can't explain. And when your next life ends, you'll come back here, and it will all come back. She touched his face. The web remembers, Harry. Even when you don't. He closed his eyes, let her words sink in. Ginny, he said. What about Ginny? Ginny will choose her own path. Maybe she'll go with you. Maybe she'll stay. Maybe she'll meet you in another life, another time. Lily smiled. The threads between you are strong. They'll find each other again. They always do. He found Ginny in their place, a corner of the infinite that had become theirs, marked by a lake that reminded them of the waystation. I've been thinking, he said, sitting beside her. About going back. You knew. I know you. She leaned against him. I've been thinking about it too. Together. She was quiet for a moment. Then, maybe, not as the same people, we'd be new, different, shaped by different lives. But the souls beneath, the love beneath, that would remain. Is that enough? It's everything. She turned to look at him. Harry, I've loved you in this life and the last and the one before that. I'll love you in the next and the next and the next. The form doesn't matter. The name doesn't matter. The soul, our souls, they're woven together forever. He pulled her close, held her tight. I don't want to lose you. You won't. Not really. The web holds. She kissed him softly. And when we find each other again, and we will, it will be like coming home. They sat by their lake, watching light that wasn't light, and Harry felt the choice settling in his heart. The preparations took no time at all. Harry said goodbye to everyone, his parents, his friends, his family. Each farewell was sweet, not sad, because they all knew this wasn't an ending. Just a pause. A comma in an infinite sentence. Lily held him longest. Be happy, she whispered. Live fully. Love deeply. That's all we've ever wanted for you. James clapped him on the shoulder. See you on the other side, son. Sirius grinned. Try not to get into too much trouble this time. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. The next great adventure. How wonderful. And finally, Ginny. She stood before him, radiant, eternal. I'll find you, she said. Wherever you are, whatever you become, I'll find you. I know. He kissed her one last time, a kiss that held centuries of love, of memory, of connection. I'll be waiting. She smiled, and began to fade. The light enveloped him, warm and gentle. He felt himself dissolving, becoming potential, becoming possibility. The threads of the web stretched behind him, connecting him to everyone he'd ever loved. And then, a cry. The first breath. Light, different light, harsh and bright. Hands, warm and gentle, lifting him. A voice, Moshang and familiar at once. It's a boy. Another voice, closer. He's beautiful. Look at those eyes. Green eyes. Like someone else's, somewhere, in a dream he couldn't quite remember. Harry, for he was Harry, would always be Harry, in this life and the next, opened his eyes and looked at the faces above him. A woman, dark-haired, with eyes full of love. A man, nervous and joyful, his hand in hers. They were strangers. They were family. And somewhere, in the depths of his soul, a thread pulsed, connecting him to a red-haired girl who was being born at that very moment, in a different place, to different parents. The web held. The story continued. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the man who died, the soul who chose, Harry Potter began again. The end.